Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil evening of storytelling. As the gentle whispers of spring dance through the air, we invite you to immerse yourself in the delightful and calming tales that await. Thank you for choosing to spend this moment with us, where your imagination can drift into whimsical worlds. Let the renewal of springtime fill your heart with peace, setting the stage for a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Relax, unwind, and enjoy the serene beauty of tonight's story. Story 1. Deep within the heart of the ancient forest of Eldermere, where the moonlight wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with the quiet magic of ages, there existed a world that only revealed itself when the sun had long since retired. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, and the streams murmured secrets in a language only the pure of heart could understand. On this particular night, when the full moon hung like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young rabbit named Thistle found himself unable to sleep. Thistle was usually a creature of routine, burrowing into his cozy nest of dried clover and thistledown as dusk fell. But tonight a restlessness stirred within him, a quiet yearning he could not name. So he ventured out, his soft paws padding over a carpet of moss that felt like cool velvet beneath his feet. The forest was alive with whispers, the gentle rustle of leaves exchanging tales of the day, the distant hush of a waterfall sharing its dreams, and the occasional chime of a night-blooming flower opening to the moon. As he wandered, Thistle noticed something peculiar. The usual bioluminescent fungi that dotted the forest floor, soft glows of blue, green, and gold, seemed dimmer tonight, their light flickering uncertainly. Even the starlit clearing where the fireflies often danced in intricate patterns lay silent and dark, as if holding its breath. A soft sound reached his ears, a melody so faint it was almost a thought. It was the sound of weeping, delicate and sorrowful, like dewdrops falling from a petal. Following the sound, Thistle came upon a small, sparkling brook. But instead of its usual cheerful babble, the water moved sluggishly, its song muted and sad. "Why do you cry?" Thistle asked softly, his voice barely a whisper in the night. The brook's response came not in words but in feelings, a cool sadness that brushed against Thistle's fur. "I have forgotten," it seemed to say. "I have forgotten the song the mountains taught me long ago." Just then a shadow passed overhead, silent and graceful. A great owl alighted on a low-hanging branch of an ancient oak, her feathers the color of midnight and wisdom. This was Alaric, the elder of the forest, whose eyes held the depth of the starry sky, and whose presence brought calm to even the most troubled heart. "You have noticed it too, little one," Alaric said, her voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "The forest is forgetting." "Forgetting what?" Thistle asked, his nose twitching with concern. "The song of renewal," Alaric replied. "Every season the forest must remember the cycle, the growth of spring, the abundance of summer, the release of autumn, and the rest of winter. But this year autumn lingers too long. The trees cling to their leaves, the streams slow their flow, and even the stars seem hesitant to shine. Without the turn of the season, the magic fades." Thistle looked around. Indeed, the leaves should have fallen by now, carpeting the forest in gold and crimson, but they hung brittle and brown, rustling uneasily. The air itself felt still and waiting. "What can be done?" Thistle asked. Alaric blinked slowly. "The memory must be reawakened, the song must be sung again, from the highest branch to the deepest root, but it cannot be done by one alone. It requires a heart that listens, and a voice that understands the language of the forest." Thistle's ears drooped. "I am only a small rabbit. What can I do?" "Small things," Alaric said gently, "often hold the greatest magic. Listen, the forest speaks in many voices, the stones hum with ancient knowledge, the trees sigh with the wind's embrace, the rain whispers secrets as it falls. You need only listen, and remind them of what they already know." With those words Alaric took flight, melting into the shadows like a dream. determined, Thistle set off. He first approached a large, moss-covered stone that lay near the brook. He pressed his ear against its cool, damp surface and heard a deep, steady hum, a rhythm as old as time. "Do you remember the song?" Thistle asked. The stone's response vibrated through him, a resonant note that spoke of patience and permanence. "I remember the foundation," it hummed. "But the melody belongs to the water and the wind." So Thistle turned to the brook again. "You must remember," he urged. "Remember how the snowmelt from the mountains feeds you, how the rain gives you voice." The brook gurgled softly, as if trying to recall. Then from somewhere upstream, a single drop of rain fell, plink, into the water. Then another and another. Soon a gentle shower began, each droplet tapping lightly on leaves, stones, and soil, a natural symphony that whispered of change and cleansing. As the rain fell, Thistle heard it, a faint melody emerging from the brook's flow, a little clearer now, like a memory returning. Encouraged, Thistle moved to the trees. He placed a paw on the trunk of a venerable willow, whose branches swept the ground like a curtain of sorrow. "You must let go," Thistle whispered, "so that new growth may come." The willow shuddered and a sigh swept through its leaves, a sound of reluctance, then acceptance. One by one the leaves began to release, drifting down like golden tears, joining the rhythm of the rain. Now Thistle journeyed to the starlit clearing. The fireflies were there, but their lights were dim, their wings still. "The season must turn," Thistle said. "Will you help sing the song?" The fireflies listened, and then, as if remembering their purpose, they lifted into the air. Their lights brightened, pulsing in time with the patter of the rain and the rustle of the falling leaves. They danced, weaving patterns of light that mirrored the constellations above, a visual melody to accompany the forest's growing song. From all around the nocturnal creatures emerged, a badger with a low, grounding hum, a family of mice with tiny, rhythmic scratches, a deer whose gentle steps beat like a soft drum on the earth. Each added their voice, their sound, their presence. Thistle closed his eyes and listened, truly listened. He heard the stones hum, the brook's new melody, the rain's whisper, the leaves rustle, the fireflies glow, and the creatures' contributions. And he understood the song was not one note, but many, woven together. He began to sing, a soft, wordless tune that rose from his heart. It was a song of release and trust, of endings and beginnings. As he sang, the bioluminescent fungi brightened, casting their glow in gentle waves. The stream's flow quickened, its song now clear and joyful. The last of the leaves fell, covering the forest floor in a crisp, fragrant blanket. High above, Alaric watched, her eyes gleaming with pride. The forest was remembering. Then from the west a cool breeze swept through, the first breath of winter. It carried the scent of frost and silence, of rest and renewal. It was not a harsh cold, but a comforting one, like a soft quilt drawn over the land. The fireflies settled on branches, their light now steady and reassuring. The creatures returned to their homes, their hearts light. The brook murmured its gratitude, its waters clear and musical once more. Thistle made his way back to his burrow, the forest now peaceful around him. As he curled into his nest, he heard the gentle sounds that would linger in his dreams, the patter of rain softening into snowfall, the whisper of the wind through the pines, the distant hoot of Alaric blessing the night. The season had turned. The forest could rest, and so could Thistle, knowing that even the smallest voice could help sing the world back into harmony. And outside, under the watchful moon, the ancient forest of Eldermere slept, deeply, peacefully, wrapped in the quiet magic of cycles and the gentle promise of renewal. Story 2. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust collects in gentle drifts and nebulas bloom like watercolor flowers, there lived a being whose skin shimmered with the soft light of forgotten constellations. His name was Kaelen, and he came from a world where thoughts took shape as colors that danced across one's fingertips, where emotions bloomed like auroras in the air around him. He traveled the cosmos not in a cold metal ship, but in a vessel woven from starlight threads and moonbeam sails that caught the solar winds like a dandelion seed adrift on a summer breeze. One evening, as Kaelen's ship drifted near a ribbon of violet nebula, he noticed a strange disturbance in the fabric of space, a delicate pulsing of distress that colored the void around him in shades of worried indigo. Following the emotional signature, he came upon a small, crystalline pod floating adrift, its inhabitant making soft, fluted sounds of concern. Inside was a creature unlike any Kaelen had ever seen. She had 6 gentle eyes that changed color with her mood, and fur that shifted through harmonies like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Her name was Lyra, and she came from a world where communication happened through musical vibrations that rippled through one's being. Where Kaelen spoke in colors, Lyra spoke in songs. At first, their meeting was a ballet of confusion. Kaelen would extend a hand glowing with friendly yellow, only for Lyra to respond with a nervous descending scale that made his patterns flicker uncertainly. She would hum a question in hopeful major chords, and he would answer with swirling magenta confusion. They floated there in the vast silence between stars, 2 beings separated not by distance, but by the very nature of their beings. But then Kaelen remembered something his grandmother had once colored into his consciousness. When words fail, kindness has its own language. So he did the only thing that felt right. He projected a soft, warm golden light, the color of comfort and safety from his world. At the same moment, Lyra remembered her mother's song, "When lost, offer the melody of peace." And so she hummed the ancient lullaby of her people, the one that meant, "You are not alone." The golden light and the gentle harmony met in the space between them, and something wonderful happened. The light began to pulse in time with the music, and the music took on the quality of the light. They had found their first shared word, friendship. Lyra's pod had been damaged by a passing meteor shower, and Kaelen knew they needed shelter. Guiding her vessel with delicate threads of light, he brought them to a nearby asteroid field, where floating rocks drifted in slow, graceful orbits. There they discovered something magical, a large, hollow asteroid with walls of natural crystal that refracted starlight into rainbows, and at its center grew strange, bioluminescent fungi that pulsed with gentle light. It was a ready-made sanctuary, needing only their personal touches to become a home. Together they began to create their shared space. Kaelen wove strands of captured starlight into hammocks that swayed gently in the minimal gravity, while Lyra used her natural harmonics to encourage the crystalline structures to grow into furniture shapes. They discovered that the glowing mushrooms responded to both light and sound, blooming brighter when Kaelen shone certain colors on them, and shifting hues when Lyra sang particular notes. Their greatest creation was the observatory, a natural opening in the asteroid's surface where the crystal formations acted as prisms, breaking the light of distant stars into spectral displays that danced across the walls. Here they would spend hours watching cosmic storms paint the void in brilliant colors, and nebulae birth new stars in silent, magnificent explosions. Of course, their cultural differences led to many amusing misunderstandings. One evening, Kaelen arranged a beautiful display of floating light orbs in what he thought was a welcoming pattern, swirls of happy orange and content blue. To Lyra, however, this particular configuration of colors meant preparation for deep meditation, do not disturb for 3 cycles. She spent the next day tiptoeing around their home in whispered harmonics, afraid to interrupt his supposed spiritual journey, while Kaelen wondered why she had become so suddenly quiet. Another time, Lyra prepared what she thought was a celebratory feast, arranging space moss and mineral formations in patterns that sang with joyful frequencies. Unfortunately, the particular harmonic resonance she used meant final meal before great journey in Kaelen's color language. He spent the meal projecting somber violets and grays, preparing mentally for what he thought was their imminent separation, while Lyra wondered why her festive dinner had put him in such a melancholy mood. But each misunderstanding ended not in frustration, but in laughter, once they unraveled the confusion through patient demonstrations of what their signals meant. They created a shared wall in their crystalline home, where Kaelen would paint the meaning of his colors, and Lyra would etch the musical notations that explained her songs. Slowly they were building a dictionary of two cultures, woven together with patience and good humor. Their quietest, most cherished moments came during what they called Star Watch. They would float together in their observatory, wrapped in blankets woven from comet dust and insulated with silence. Kaelen would project gentle patterns onto the ceiling, stories from his world told in shifting hues. Lyra would provide a soft harmonic background, her fur vibrating with melodies that needed no translation. In these moments, they didn't need their growing dictionary of shared signals. The simple act of being together, watching the infinite dance of creation, was communication enough. One particularly memorable evening, as they watched a meteor shower paint silver streaks across the darkness, Lyra noticed Kaelen's light patterns growing sad, tinged with the blue-gray of loneliness. Without a word, she began to hum a new melody, one she composed just for him. It started with the deep bass notes of the void, then rose into the sparkling high tones of distant stars, with a middle harmony that sounded remarkably like the warm gold of friendship. Kaelen understood immediately. He responded by projecting a new color, one she had never seen before. It was the shade of sunrise on a world with 3 moons, the color of understanding beyond words, the hue of gratitude so profound it needed its own expression. Together they had created their first original word in their shared language, the color sound that meant, "You are my home." As time passed, their sanctuary became known to other travelers of the gentle realms. Sometimes a wanderer would stop at their asteroid, drawn by the harmonious light that spilled from the crystalline caves. Kaelen and Lyra always welcomed these visitors, offering them nourishment and rest. They never charged for their hospitality, asking only that guests contribute something to their growing library of communication, a gesture from their world, a story, a song, or a color. Their asteroid sanctuary became a living archive of cosmic friendship, a testament to their idea that beings could build bridges across impossible divides. The walls themselves seemed to absorb the goodwill, glowing warmer and singing softer with each act of kindness shared within them. One cycle, when the great comet with the diamond tail passed through their sector, Kaelen and Lyra sat together in their observatory, watching its magnificent journey. Without planning to, they began to communicate in their fully blended language, Kaelen's colors flowing in time with Lyra's harmonies, creating a story of friendship that transcended worlds. They told of their meeting, their misunderstandings turned to laughter, their quiet moments of connection, and the sanctuary they built together not just from crystal and light, but from patience and kindness. As the comet faded into the distance, they fell into comfortable silence, their signals gently subsiding into the soft glow and hum of complete understanding. They had proven that across the vast expanses of space, between different worlds and different ways of being, there was one universal constant. That kindness needed no translation, that friendship could find a way, and that sometimes the most powerful language consisted not of words, but of the shared quiet between them, filled with the unspoken certainty that no matter how far one traveled, there would always be a light in the darkness, a song in the silence, and a friend waiting among the stars. Story 3. The rain pattered softly against the window panes, a gentle rhythm that seemed to whisper, "Stay inside, stay cozy, all is well." In the quiet of the old house, a young girl named Sylvie found herself with nothing to do. Her parents were busy downstairs, and the gray afternoon stretched before her like a long, deep sigh. With a contented hum, Sylvie decided to explore the one place she'd always been curious about but never quite brave enough to venture into alone, the attic. The stairs creaked softly under her feet, a friendly sound as if the house itself were saying, "Come along, dear, I've been waiting for you." Up in the attic, the air smelled of cedar and memories. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that slipped through the small round window. Sylvie's eyes wandered over stacks of old books, trunks filled with forgotten clothes, and boxes labeled in her grandmother's elegant handwriting. In one corner, half hidden beneath an old patchwork quilt, something caught her eye, a small, beautifully carved wooden box. She brushed away the dust, revealing intricate patterns of vines and flowers. There was no lock, but the lid seemed stuck. With a soft grunt of effort, Sylvie pried it open. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, lay a small silver compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Instead of pointing north, its needle quivered and spun as if alive, shimmering with a soft, inner light. As Sylvie lifted it, the needle suddenly stilled, pointing directly toward the far wall of the attic. A faint, melodic chime echoed from the compass, like distant bells carried on the wind. Curious, Sylvie followed where it pointed. Behind an old wardrobe, she found a small door she had never noticed before, a door that seemed too small for any person to enter. The compass chimed again, a little louder this time, encouraging her. Sylvie hesitated. She was not a particularly brave child. New places made her nervous, and unknown paths filled her with doubt. But the compass felt warm in her hand, and its gentle chiming was like a friend's whisper, "It's all right, I'll stay with you." Taking a deep breath, Sylvie opened the little door. Instead of finding more attic behind it, she discovered a winding path made of moss and stone, lit by glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue light. The air smelled of damp earth and blooming jasmine. Somewhere in the distance, she could hear the soft rustle of leaves and the murmur of a hidden stream. Step by step, Sylvie walked forward, the compass glowing warmly in her palm. Before long, the path widened into a small clearing, where an old stone bench sat beneath a willow tree. And on that bench, fast asleep, was a plump tabby cat with a smudge of white on its nose. As Sylvie approached, the cat stirred, blinked its golden eyes, and stretched. "Well now," the cat said in a voice like rumbling thunder and purring silk. "It's been a long time since someone came through the little door." Sylvie stared, too surprised to speak. "Don't be shy," the cat said, leaping gracefully down from the bench. "I am Whisperspin, keeper of the quiet paths, and you must be the one the compass chose." "The compass?" Sylvie asked, her voice small. Whisperspin nodded. "It doesn't point north or south, you know. It points toward what needs mending. Right now, it's pointing straight ahead." The cat tilted its head. "There's something up the path that's hurting, something small and scared, and it needs a kind heart to calm it." Sylvie's own heart fluttered. "But I'm not brave," she confessed. "I get nervous around new things." Whisperspin purred softly. "Courage isn't about not being afraid, little one. It's about stepping forward even when you are, and you've already taken the hardest step, the first one." Encouraged, Sylvie followed Whisperspin along the winding path. The compass continued to chime softly, its light growing brighter as they walked. Soon they came upon a tiny cottage made of woven branches and morning glory vines. From within came a faint, whimpering sound. Sitting on the doorstep was a small, furry creature, with large, anxious eyes and ears that drooped sadly. It was shivering, though the air was warm. "This is Pippin," Whisperspin said gently. "He's lost his song." Pippin looked up, his eyes filling with tears. "I can't remember how it goes," he whispered. "And without my song, the fireflies won't light up, and the night blooms won't open. Everything is going dark." Sylvie's heart went out to the little creature. She knew what it was like to feel small and forgetful. Slowly, she sat down beside him. "Maybe I can help," she said softly. What does your song sound like? Pippin shook his head. I don't remember. It was made of starlight and laughter and the sound of rain on leaves. But now there's only silence. Sylvie thought for a moment. Then she remembered the compass still in her hand. It was glowing warmly, and its gentle chimes seemed to harmonize with the rustling leaves above. An idea began to form. Maybe, she said, you don't need to remember the whole song all at once. Maybe we can find it piece by piece. She held up the compass. This pointed me to you. Maybe it can help us find your song, too. Pippin's eyes widened with a flicker of hope. So began their gentle quest. They did not journey far in miles, but deep in heart. Sylvie, Whisperspin, and little Pippin walked along the soft paths, listening. Whenever they heard a beautiful sound, the trickle of a stream, the whisper of the wind through pine needles, the chirp of a cricket, Sylvie would hold the compass toward it. And each time the compass would glow a little brighter, and a new note would join its chiming melody. They spent what felt like hours, though time seemed to stand still in that magical place, collecting sounds. The purr of Whisperspin as he napped in a sunbeam. The patter of a gentle shower that passed through, leaving rainbows in its wake. The distant, joyful ringing of wind, chimes from a cottage they never saw. With each new sound, Pippin grew less anxious. His ears perked up, and a small smile touched his face. Sylvie, too, felt her own nervousness fading, replaced by a warm sense of purpose. At last, they returned to Pippin's cottage. Sylvie held the compass out, and its light swelled, weaving all the collected sounds into a soft, radiant melody that hung in the air like starlight. Pippin closed his eyes, listening. Then, tentatively, he began to hum. At first it was quiet and unsure, but soon his voice grew stronger, weaving into the compass's song until the two became one, a lullaby of the forest, of kindness, of courage found in quiet moments. As Pippin sang, fireflies flickered to life around them, their lights dancing in time to the music. Night blooms unfurled their petals, filling the air with sweet fragrance. The whole world seemed to sigh in relief. Pippin beamed, his eyes no longer sad. I remember now, he said. Thank you. Whisperspin purred loudly. You see, you had everything you needed already. You just needed a friend to help you listen. Sylvie smiled, her heart full. She hadn't traveled far from the attic, but she had journeyed further in courage than she ever thought possible. When it was time to go, Pippin gave her a small, glowing stone, a piece of the night's light, to remember him by. Whisperspin walked her back to the little door, his purr a steady, comforting rhythm beside her. Remember, the cat said as she stepped back into the attic, the compass will always show you the way to where kindness is needed, even when you can't see the path. Sylvie closed the little door behind her. The attic was just as she had left it, quiet, dusty, and safe. But she felt different, lighter, braver. She placed the compass back in its box, but kept the glowing stone in her pocket. Downstairs, she could hear her parents moving about, preparing tea. The rain had stopped, and the evening sun broke through the clouds, casting a golden glow through the attic window. That night, as Sylvie lay in bed, she held the glowing stone and thought about her adventure. She had been afraid, but she had listened. She had been uncertain, but she had been kind. And in the end, that was all the courage she needed. Outside, the fireflies began to blink in the garden, and the night blooms opened their petals to the moon. And if she listened very carefully, Sylvie could just hear a faint, familiar chiming on the breeze, a gentle reminder that extraordinary secrets are always waiting, just behind the ordinary doors, for those willing to listen. Story 4. In a quiet valley where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there lived a young soul named Kaelen, who felt as though they were woven from shadows and silence. While other children in the village chased fireflies and laughed with voices like wind chimes, Kaelen often sat beneath the great willow tree at the edge of the meadow, watching the world from a gentle distance. They felt a peculiar kinship with things that were quiet, things that were waiting. The closed buds of evening primrose, the unhatched eggs in the wren's nest, the cocoon dangling like a silver teardrop from a low-hanging branch. Kaelen's own changes began subtly, as the most important transformations often do. One morning they noticed that the freckles dusting their nose had begun to shimmer with a soft, golden light whenever they felt a flicker of happiness. When a sense of calm settled over them, their breath would leave tiny frost flowers in the air, even on the warmest days. These changes might have frightened another, but Kaelen observed them with a curious heart, like a gardener noticing the first green tips of bulbs pushing through winter soil. One afternoon, as Kaelen traced patterns in the dew-kissed grass, an elderly woman emerged from the forest path. She moved with the grace of dandelion fluff on a breeze, her hair the color of moonlight and her eyes holding the deep knowing of ancient trees. In her hands she carried a basket woven from willow twigs, filled with seeds that glimmered like captured starlight. "You seem to be listening to something the rest of the world has forgotten how to hear," she said, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves. Her name was Alara, though Kaelen would never speak it aloud, sensing it was a name meant to be felt rather than said. Kaelen looked up, their freckles glowing faintly. "I'm not sure what I'm listening for," they admitted. Alara smiled, and the air around her seemed to hum with a gentle magic. "That is the best way to begin," she said. "Sometimes the most beautiful songs are the ones we feel before we hear them." She settled beside Kaelen and opened her basket. "These," she explained, "are heart seeds. They do not grow in soil, but in the quiet spaces within us. Each one blooms only when we learn something true about ourselves." Kaelen watched, mesmerized, as Alara pressed a single seed into their palm. It was no larger than a teardrop, cool and smooth, pulsing with a soft blue light. "Plant it with a question," Alara whispered. "Not with words, but with feeling." Kaelen closed their eyes and let the seed rest against their heart. They didn't form a question in their mind. Instead, they let themselves feel the gentle ache of longing, to be less like a shadow and more like light, to belong without having to change too much all at once. When they opened their eyes, the seed was gone. But where it had rested against their skin, a small, delicate mark appeared, a swirl of silver and blue, like a tiny galaxy. Alara nodded approvingly. "The first planting is always the bravest," she said. "Remember, growth is never rushed. It unfolds in its own time, like a fern uncurling in the spring." In the days that followed, Kaelen noticed small shifts. Their freckles glowed a little brighter when they shared a smile with a village child. Their breath formed intricate frost patterns when they sat quietly and simply breathed. And each night before sleep they would visit the great willow tree, where Alara often appeared with another heartseed or a gentle piece of wisdom. "Change," Alara said one evening as fireflies began their luminous dance, "is not about becoming someone new. It is about remembering who you have always been, beneath all the layers of doubt and fear." She gave Kaelen a seed the color of dawn. "This one is for courage," she said. "Not the kind that shouts, but the kind that whispers, 'I am still here, and that is enough.'" Kaelen planted it with the memory of speaking up to defend a shy animal, their voice soft but steady. A second mark appeared beside the first, a warm, rosy gold that pulsed in time with their heartbeat. With each heartseed, Kaelen's world began to bloom in response to their inner growth. A patch of moss near their favorite sitting stone began to shimmer with bioluminescent light whenever Kaelen felt peaceful. Wildflowers nearby changed color based on their mood, soft violet for contemplation, sunny yellow for joy, gentle blue for moments of tenderness. One afternoon, a rain shower caught Kaelen by surprise. Instead of seeking shelter, they remained beneath the willow, watching the way droplets clung to spiderwebs like strings of diamonds. As they marveled at the beauty, their skin began to emit a soft, pearlescent glow, a visible reflection of their wonder. The rain itself seemed to slow around them, falling like liquid light. Alara appeared as the rain eased, her basket filled with seeds that shimmered like rainwater. "You are learning to speak the language of your own soul," she said, "and the world is answering." She offered a seed that seemed to be made of woven light and shadow. "This one is for acceptance," she said, "to embrace both your light and your quietness." Kaelen held it to their heart, thinking of all the times they had wished to be louder, brighter, more like the others. This time they planted it with a new feeling, the realization that their quiet nature was not a flaw, but a different kind of strength. The mark that appeared was a beautiful blend of dark and light, swirling together like mist over the moon. As the seasons turned, Kaelen's transformations became more beautiful and integrated. Their hair began to shift colors with their emotions, streaks of silver appearing when they felt wise, strands of gold when they felt joyful, hints of blue when they felt compassionate. They no longer hid these changes, but wore them like a tapestry of their inner world. The village children, once hesitant, now sought Kaelen out. They loved to watch the colors shift in Kaelen's hair, to see the frost patterns their breath made on lazy afternoons. Kaelen began to share stories under the willow tree, tales of kind-hearted badgers and brave little moths, stories that seemed to bloom from the very air around them. With each story, the children's eyes would widen, and the flowers at their feet would bloom in bursts of color, responding to the emotions woven through the narratives. Alara watched from a distance, her presence felt more than seen. She no longer needed to bring heart seeds, for Kaelen had learned to plant their own, with every moment of understanding, every act of kindness, every quiet victory over self-doubt. One evening, as the first stars pricked the violet sky, Kaelen noticed that the cocoon hanging from the willow branch had begun to tremble. They sat perfectly still, their breath forming crystalline patterns in the air. Slowly, delicately, the cocoon split open, and a moth emerged, its wings the color of twilight, dusted with patterns that mirrored the constellations above. It did not fly away immediately. Instead, it rested on Kaelen's outstretched hand, its wings pulsing with soft light. Kaelen felt a profound sense of kinship. This creature, too, had undergone a transformation in darkness and patience, emerging not as something entirely new, but as more fully itself. When Alara appeared that night, she carried no basket. Instead, she held a single, perfect mirror fashioned from polished moonstone. "Look," she said softly. Kaelen gazed into the mirror and saw not just their face, but their entire being, a living tapestry of light and shadow, color and calm. The marks from the heartseeds swirled across their skin like a map of their journey, each one a story of growth. Their eyes held the depth of the forest at twilight, and their hair shifted gently like northern lights. "You have woven yourself into wholeness," Alara said, her voice filled with pride. "The cocoon was never a prison, it was a place of becoming, and now," she gestured to the world around them, "you help others become." Kaelen realized that the entire meadow had transformed. Flowers that bloomed only at night now stayed open during the day, their petals reflecting the colors of Kaelen's hair. The air hummed with a gentle magic that encouraged growth and self-acceptance in all who entered. Children from the village often came to sit in the meadow when they felt unsure or sad, and left feeling comforted, as though the very light and air had whispered encouragement to them. Alara placed a hand on Kaelen's shoulder. "My role here is complete," she said. "You no longer need a guide, for you have learned to listen to the wisest voice of all, your own." Kaelen felt a pang of sadness at the thought of her leaving, but it was quickly replaced by a deep gratitude. "Will I see you again?" they asked. Alara's form began to shimmer, blending with the starlight. "I am not gone," she whispered. I am in the rustle of the leaves, the pattern of the frost, the glow of the heart seeds. When you need reminding, simply breathe and listen. And with that, she dissolved into the night air, leaving behind the scent of rain on dry earth and the feeling of a comforting embrace. Kaelen sat beneath the willow tree as the moon rose high. They breathed deeply, and their exhale formed frost flowers that drifted upward to join the stars. Around them, the meadow seemed to sigh in contentment. The moth still rested on their hand, its wings now glowing with the same soft light as Kaelen's freckles. They knew in that moment that this was not an ending. It was a beginning, the start of a new chapter where they would become the gentle guide for others, where their own transformations would continue to unfold in beautiful, unexpected ways. The heartseeds had taken root not just in their soul, but in the very world around them, creating a sanctuary where change was welcomed like an old friend. And as Kaelen began to whisper a story to the sleeping flowers and the night-loving creatures, their voice wove through the air like silver thread, stitching comfort into the fabric of the night. The children in the village, drifting to sleep in their beds, smiled as dreams of glowing meadows and kind-hearted storytellers filled their minds. For in that valley where twilight lingered, a beautiful metamorphosis had occurred, not just of one quiet soul, but of an entire community learning to embrace the gentle, patient, glorious unfolding of becoming. And somewhere in the starlight, a woman with moonlight hair smiled, knowing that the most powerful magic had always been, and would always be, the courage to grow. Story 5. In the sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a gently flowing river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was the kind of magic that made the fireflies dance in perfect synchrony with the distant clock tower's chimes, the kind that painted the evening sky in hues of lavender and peach long after the sun had dipped below the horizon. And it was here, in this haven of tranquility, that something most unusual began to unfold. It started with the stars. Old Barnaby, who tended his rooftop telescope every clear night, was the first to notice. One evening, as the village drowsed to the lullaby of crickets and the soft hoot of an owl, he squinted through his brass eyepiece and gasped. The constellation of the Silver Swan, a cluster of stars that had graced their skies for centuries, was missing 3 of its brightest stars. Not clouded over, not dimmed, simply gone. The next morning, the news rippled through Willowbrook like a gentle breeze. At the Sunflower Bakery, where the air smelled perpetually of cinnamon and warm bread, the villagers gathered over steaming cups of chamomile tea. "Perhaps they've just drifted," suggested Millie, the baker, as she wiped flour from her apron. But Barnaby shook his head. "Stars don't drift, not like that, not overnight." Then young Finn, who spent his days tending to the village gardens, noticed something else. The midnight blue forget-me-nots by the old stone bridge, flowers that had always bloomed in a single steady shade, were now shifting colors. One moment they were sapphire, the next emerald, then rose quartz pink, as if trying on different outfits for a grand ball. The village hummed with curiosity. There was no fear, only a sense of wonderment, as if the world had decided to play a gentle game of hide-and-seek. It was then that a young woman named Lyra decided to investigate. Lyra was the village cartographer and stargazer, with eyes the color of a twilight sky and a heart that listened more than it spoke. She spent her days restoring ancient maps and her nights sketching constellations onto parchment. The missing stars felt like a personal invitation, a puzzle waiting just for her. That afternoon, as a soft rain began to fall, pattering gently on the thatched roofs and trickling down the rain chains into waiting barrels, Lyra sat in her cozy workshop. The room was filled with the scent of aged paper, ink, and the faintest trace of lavender from the sachets she kept in her drawers. Around her, maps of forgotten forests and star charts of distant galaxies adorned the walls. She remembered an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the swan misses its flight, and the flowers forget their hue, Seek the path by the silver light, where the clock counts moments anew. Lyra had always thought it nothing more than a sweet lullaby, but now the words echoed in her mind with new meaning. She pulled out a delicate, yellowed map of Willowbrook and its surrounding woods, a map she had been restoring for weeks. There in the corner, almost faded away, was a tiny illustration of a swan, and beside it, the words Swan's Pathway. Could it be a clue? The next morning, Lyra set out with a woven satchel containing the map, a compass, a notebook, and a handful of honey candies from Miller's bakery. The forest greeted her with the scent of damp earth and pine, and the gentle melody of wind chimes hanging from a nearby cottage followed her like a benevolent spirit. Her first stop was the old clock tower at the edge of the village. Its deep, resonant chime marked each hour, a sound so woven into the fabric of Willowbrook that most villagers no longer noticed it. But Lyra listened intently. She remembered the rhyme, where the clock counts moments anew. Perhaps the tower held a secret. She spent hours there, sketching the clock's face, counting the chimes, even noting the way the shadows fell at different times of day. But aside from the peaceful, rhythmic tolling that soothed her spirits, she found nothing out of the ordinary. A red herring, or so it seemed. Disappointed but not discouraged, Lyra decided to follow the Swan's Pathway marked on her map. It led her deep into the heart of the woodland, where the trees grew thick and the sunlight filtered through the leaves in dappled gold. Along the way she noticed more color-changing flowers, not just forget-me-nots but violets and daisies too, all shimmering like scattered rainbows. As she walked, she hummed the nursery rhyme, and the words mingled with the rustling leaves and the distant murmur of the river. Seek the path by the silver light. Silver light, that could mean moonlight, but it was only midday. Perhaps it referred to something else. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft whimpering. Following the sound, Lyra found a small fox kit tangled in a thorny bush, its fur matted and eyes wide with fright. Without hesitation, she knelt down, speaking in gentle tones as she carefully worked to free it. The fox watched her, trembling, until at last it was loose. Instead of darting away, it nuzzled her hand briefly before disappearing into the undergrowth. Lyra smiled, feeling that warm glow that comes from a small act of kindness. As she stood, her eyes caught something glimmering on the forest floor, a single, iridescent feather, the color of moonlight on water. She tucked it into her satchel, wondering. That evening, under a sky still missing its stars, Lyra returned to her workshop. She lit a lantern and spread out her map once more, the feather lying beside it like a question mark. As she studied the Swan's Pathway, she noticed something she'd overlooked before, tiny, almost invisible dots along the route, like a trail of stardust. And then it struck her, the silver light might not be moonlight at all. It might be the light of the missing stars themselves. With renewed determination, Lyra decided to follow the pathway again, this time at night. She waited until the clock tower chimed 10, its sound echoing through the quiet village, and then set out with her lantern, the feather safely tucked in her pocket. The forest at night was a different world, softer, quieter, filled with the gentle rustling of nocturnal creatures and the soothing chorus of frogs by the river. Fireflies bobbed around her like floating embers, and the air was cool and sweet with the scent of night-blooming jasmine. She had not gone far when she noticed something extraordinary. The color-changing flowers, which by day shifted through every hue imaginable, now glowed with a soft, silvery light, the very silver light mentioned in the rhyme. They illuminated the path like a trail of tiny lanterns, guiding her forward. Lyra's heart beat with excitement, but it was a calm, joyful rhythm, like the ticking of a well-loved clock. She followed the glowing flowers deeper into the woods until she reached a small, hidden glen she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, and beneath it, a sight that made her catch her breath. There, nestled in a bed of luminous flowers, were the 3 missing stars. But they were not in the sky, they were on the earth, glowing gently, each no larger than her palm, pulsing with a soft, warm light. And curled around them, fast asleep, was the fox kit she had rescued, its fur now shimmering with the same silvery glow as the feathers and flowers. Lyra approached slowly, not wanting to startle the little creature. As she drew nearer, she saw that the stars were not simply lying there. They were dimming, flickering weakly, as if their light were fading. The fox kit opened its eyes and looked at her, not with fear, but with recognition. It nudged one of the stars toward her, and Lyra understood. These were not just stars, they were star seeds, ancient and magical, and they were losing their light because they had been separated from the sky. But why here? And how? She glanced around the glen and noticed something carved into the stone arch, a pattern of constellations, including the silver swan. And beneath it, another fragment of the nursery rhyme. To return what was borrowed. Speak the truth you found. The heart's own light must light the path to where the stars are bound. Lyra sat down beside the fox and the fading stars, thinking. The truth she'd found. Perhaps it was that the stars had not been stolen, but had fallen, and the fox, drawn by their light, had gathered them here, not understanding that they needed to return to the sky. But how to return them? She had no ladder to the heavens. Then she remembered the clock tower, where the clock counts moments anew. What if it wasn't just a red herring? What if the tower was part of the solution? Gently she gathered the 3 star seeds into her satchel, their light warm against her side. The fox kit trotted alongside her as she made her way back to the village, the glowing flowers lighting their path. When they reached the clock tower, the moon was high overhead, and the village was deep in slumber. Lyra climbed the narrow staircase to the top, where the great clock faces gazed out over Willowbrook. As she stepped onto the platform, the clock began to chime midnight. And then she saw it. The mechanism inside was not just gears and weights. It was also inlaid with celestial patterns, including the silver swan. At the stroke of 12, a hidden compartment slid open, revealing a shallow basin filled with what looked like liquid starlight. Lyra knew what to do. She placed the 3 star seeds into the basin, and as she did, she whispered the truth she had found. Kindness led them astray, but love will bring them home. The star seeds began to glow brighter, their light swirling into the liquid starlight until the whole basin shimmered like a miniature galaxy. Then, as the final chime faded, 3 beams of light shot up from the basin into the sky, returning to their rightful places in the constellation of the silver swan. High above, the swan was whole again, shining more brightly than ever. The next morning, the village awoke to find not only the stars restored, but the color-changing flowers now settled into a beautiful, steady silver, a permanent reminder of the night's magic. And the fox kit, whom Lyra had named Lumina, decided to take up residence in her workshop, where it could often be found curled beside the hearth, its fur still faintly aglow. The villagers, once curious, now felt a deeper connection to their home and to each other. They began gathering in the evenings to share stories under the silver swan's light, and Millie created a new pastry, starlight buns glazed with silver honey, that became an instant favorite. Lyra, with Lumina by her side, continued her work, knowing that some mysteries are not meant to frighten, but to bring us closer to the world and to each other. And whenever the clock tower chimed or the wind rustled through the silver flowers, she would smile, remembering that even the smallest act of kindness can light the way home. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, the stars shone a little brighter, the flowers glowed a little softer, and the people rested a little easier, knowing that magic was always just a kind heart away. Story 6. In a small, snug cottage nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a quiet boy named Leo. His home was filled with the gentle clutter of generations, but his favorite place of all was the attic, a kingdom of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight, where forgotten treasures whispered stories to those who would listen. One rainy afternoon, with the soft patter of drops playing a rhythm on the roof, Leo decided to explore a particularly shadowy corner behind an old wardrobe. There, half hidden beneath a yellowed quilt, he discovered a small wooden chest bound with tarnished brass. Its lock was rusted shut, but when Leo brushed his fingers over the carved surface, he felt a faint, warm hum like a sleeping bee. With patient wiggling and a soft click, the lock gave way. Inside, nestled in velvet as soft as moth wings, lay a most unusual music box. It was shaped like a tiny star, its surface inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered in the dim light. But when Leo lifted the lid, no music played. Instead, the interior was filled with intricate brass gears, all still and silent, and at its center was a hollow space where something important seemed to be missing. That evening, as firelight painted golden patterns on the walls, Leo showed his discovery to his grandmother. Her eyes, usually twinkling like evening stars, grew misty. "Ah, the starlight melody box," she murmured, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "It hasn't played since I was a girl. It needs its heart, a crystal teardrop that fell out long ago. They say it doesn't play songs, but memories, and it only works for those brave enough to repair it with patience, not force." Determined, Leo decided he would find the missing piece. His journey wouldn't take him across mountains or oceans, but into the quiet corners of memory and care. The next morning, as sunlight filtered through the attic window in dusty golden beams, Leo began his search. His first helper appeared as a tiny whiskered nose poking from a hole in the baseboard, a mouse called Pip, whose voice was as soft as thistledown. "Looking for something shiny, are we?" piped Pip, twitching his nose. "I've collected many sparkly things in my nest. Follow me, but mind the creaky floorboard near the dollhouse. It groans like a sleepy bear." True to his word, Pip's nest was a treasure trove of buttons, lost earrings, and bottle caps. But no crystal teardrop. "Perhaps," squeaked Pip thoughtfully, the old clock on the mantelpiece saw where it rolled. "He's been ticking there for 70 years. He remembers everything, though he dozes between chimes." So Leo went to consult the grandfather clock, whose steady tick-tock was the heartbeat of the house. Its voice was a deep, resonant boom, each word measured and slow. "Indeed, I saw IT fall many summers ago," it chimed. IT bounced twice, then rolled toward the bookcase, where the cat naps. This presented a challenge, for the bookcase was the domain of Marmalade, an orange tabby whose purr could vibrate the teacups on their shelves. Leo approached cautiously, offering a gentle scratch behind the ears. Marmalade stretched, her purr rumbling like distant thunder. "A crystal, you say?" she murmured, blinking amber eyes. "I remember something cold and bright rolling into my favorite sunbeam. I batted it, somewhere." She flicked her tail toward a stack of old journals. "Behind there, perhaps, but mind the spider. She's artistic with her webs and doesn't like disturbances." Sure enough, behind the journals, in a corner woven with silver gossamer, lived a spider named Seraphina. Her web was decorated with dewdrops and dust diamonds, and she spoke in a voice like the faint plucking of harp strings. "The crystal passed through my domain seasons ago," she whispered. "I guided it to safety in the thimble collection, third from the left, the one with the painted forget-me-nots." With careful fingers, Leo lifted the thimble. There, nestled inside, was the crystal teardrop, catching the light and scattering rainbows across the walls. His heart swelled with excitement, but the journey wasn't over yet. Back at the music box, Leo faced his final test. The gears were tiny and delicate, and his fingers felt too large and clumsy. 3 times he tried to place the crystal, and 3 times it slipped, clicking uselessly against the brass. Frustration began to cloud his mind like a sudden fog. Then he remembered his grandmother's words, patience, not force. He took a deep breath, the way the pine trees sigh in the wind. He thought of Pip's cheerful guidance, the clock's steady wisdom, Marmalade's lazy warmth, and Seraphina's delicate care. These helpers had given their knowledge freely, asking nothing in return but kindness. Moving slowly as if the music box were a sleeping creature, Leo held the crystal with utmost tenderness. Instead of trying to force it into place, he simply held it above the mechanism and hummed, the same lullaby his grandmother often sang. As he hummed, the crystal began to glow with a soft blue light, and it drifted gently from his fingers, settling into its empty space with a perfect click. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a whir like butterfly wings, the gears began to turn. But no ordinary music emerged. Instead, the air filled with the sound of laughter from long ago, the scent of blooming lilacs, and the warmth of a summer day decades past. Images flickered in the rainbows cast by the crystal, a young girl, his grandmother, chasing fireflies, hanging paper stars from trees, blowing dandelion clocks. The music box was playing a memory, a perfect day of simple joy. That evening, Leo brought the music box to his grandmother. When she heard the melody of her childhood, her eyes welled with happy tears. "You found more than the crystal, my dear," she said, pulling him into a hug that smelled of cinnamon and love. "You found the courage to be patient, the wisdom to accept help, and the kindness to appreciate the stories hidden in ordinary things." As the fire crackled softly and the music box played its gentle memories, Leo realized that the greatest adventures aren't measured in miles, but in moments of connection. The attic, once just a place of old things, now felt like a library of living stories, each waiting for someone patient enough to listen. And as he drifted to sleep that night, the distant hoot of an owl and the comforting tick-tock from downstairs blended with the echoes of the music box, weaving a tapestry of sound that promised more gentle adventures to come in the quiet magic of an ordinary home. Story 7. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Shadows swayed upon the walls, and the scent of cedar smoke and cinnamon filled the air. Outside, the world was hushed beneath a blanket of fresh snow, but here, by the warmth of the flames, all was cozy and safe. In a small village nestled between ancient hills and whispering pines, there lived a quiet child named Kaelen. While other children raced through the meadows or climbed the gnarled oak trees, Kaelen preferred the company of old books and the gentle hum of the spinning wheel in grandmother's cottage. Often they felt a little out of place, like a single star trying to shine in a sky already crowded with constellations. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate patterns upon the window panes, Kaelen's grandmother beckoned them closer to the fire. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves, soft and full of secrets. "Come, child," she said, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "I have something for you." From a small wooden chest, she drew out an object wrapped in velvet the color of midnight. As she unfolded the cloth, a soft, warm light spilled into the room. It was a lantern, not of metal or glass, but carved from what looked like petrified honeycomb, and within it glowed something that pulsed like a sleeping heart. "This," grandmother said, her voice barely above a whisper, "is an ember lantern. It does not hold fire, but memory, the memory of light from places few have ever seen. It has been in our family for generations, waiting for the right keeper." Kaelen reached out, their fingers trembling slightly as they took the lantern. It was warm to the touch, and the light within swirled like molten gold. "What does it do?" they asked, their voice full of wonder. "It guides," grandmother replied. "Not along roads you can see with your eyes, but paths you feel in your heart. When the time is right, it will show you the way." That night, Kaelen fell asleep with the ember lantern on their bedside table, its gentle glow casting soft shapes upon the ceiling. And in their dreams they heard a melody, a distant, humming tune that seemed to call from deep within the woods. The next morning, a thick mist had settled over the village, softening the edges of cottages and fences, muffling the sounds of waking life. Kaelen dressed quietly and almost without thinking, took the ember lantern from its place. As they stepped outside, the lantern's light brightened, pulsing in time with that strange, dreamlike melody. Curiosity tugged at Kaelen's heart. They followed the light, leaving the village behind and venturing into the forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow. The world was so still that Kaelen could hear their own heartbeat, and the soft crunch of their boots in the snow seemed to echo in the vast, white silence. For hours they walked, the ember lantern glowing ever brighter, its light cutting through the mist like a beacon. Just as the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long blue shadows across the snow, Kaelen came upon a sight that made them catch their breath. There, half hidden behind a curtain of frozen ivy, was a door set into the side of an enormous, ancient oak. It was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and from beneath it spilled a warmth that smelled of earth and honey. The ember lantern pulsed joyfully, as if greeting an old friend. Hesitantly, Kaelen reached out and pushed the door. It swung open without a sound, revealing not a hollow tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward, lined with roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light. The air grew warmer, and the humming melody grew louder, now accompanied by the gentle sound of trickling water. Kaelen stepped inside, and the door closed behind them. But instead of fear, they felt a strange sense of homecoming. The passage opened into a vast, underground cavern, where the ceiling was studded with glowing crystals like a starry sky, and a slow, clear river wound its way between banks of soft moss and luminous flowers. This was a hidden world, a place of gentle light and deeper quiet. And there, sitting by the river with a fishing rod made of willow, was a creature unlike any Kaelen had ever seen. It was small and stout, with fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It turned as Kaelen approached, and its face broke into a warm smile. "Ah," it said in a voice like stones smoothing in a stream. "You've come at last. I am Thistle." Kaelen stood frozen for a moment, then remembered their manners. "I'm Kaelen," they said softly. "And this lantern brought me here." Thistle nodded, setting aside the fishing rod. "The ember lantern knows its own. It remembers the light of this place, you see. It was made here long ago, from the crystal that grows only in these caves." The creature gestured around them. "Welcome to the Glimmered Elf." Over the next few hours, Thistle showed Kaelen the wonders of the Glimmered Elf. They walked along the riverbank where flowers chimed softly when touched, and through meadows of glowing grass that swayed in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Thistle explained that this was a place of balance, where light and shadow, sound and silence lived in harmony. "But something is changing," Thistle said, their voice growing somber. "The heart crystal, the source of all light in the Glimmerdelve, has begun to dim. The flowers chime less brightly, the river flows more slowly, and even the air feels heavier. I have tried everything I know, but I fear the balance is shifting." Kaelen looked at the ember lantern in their hand. Its light, too, seemed softer than before. "Can I help?" they asked. Thistle's eyes softened. "Perhaps the heart crystal does not respond to force or haste. It responds to memory, to stories, to kindness, to the quiet moments that often go unnoticed. You carry an ember lantern, which holds a piece of its light. You may be able to remind it how to shine." Together they journeyed deeper into the cavern, following the river to its source, a vast crystalline chamber where a massive crystal, twice as tall as Thistle, stood pulsating with a faint, weary light. This was the heart crystal, and Kaelen could feel its sadness like a weight in the air. Thistle placed a paw on the crystal's surface. "It has grown lonely," they murmured. "For centuries, keepers like me tended to it, sharing stories and songs. But I am the last of my kind, and my voice alone is not enough." Kaelen stepped forward, holding up the ember lantern. As its light touched the heart crystal, a soft shimmer ran through the chamber. Then, without quite knowing why, Kaelen began to speak. They spoke of grandmother's cottage, of the smell of baking bread, and the sound of the spinning wheel. They described the way frost painted the windows, and how firelight made stories dance upon the walls. They talked about feeling out of place, and yet how the lantern had made them feel chosen. As Kaelen spoke, the ember lantern glowed brighter, and the heart crystal began to hum in response, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. Encouraged, Kaelen shared more, small, tender memories they hadn't realized they cherished. The time they helped a fallen bird back to its nest. The first snowflake they ever caught on their tongue. The way their grandmother's laughter sounded like bells. With each memory the crystal brightened, its light growing warmer, stronger. Thistle joined in, adding their own stories, of underground rivers that sang, of glowing mushrooms that bloomed only once a century, of generations of keepers who had loved this place. And then something miraculous happened. The heart crystal began to project their memories into the air around them, soft, glowing images that danced and swirled like living paintings. Kaelen saw Thistle as a young keeper, learning to fish in the glowing river. Thistle saw Kaelen reading by firelight, safe and content. They saw each other's joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, and in that sharing they understood they were not so different after all. The chamber filled with light, brighter and more beautiful than before. The flowers on the riverbank chimed in celebration, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with joy. The heart crystal was restored not by magic or force, but by friendship and shared memory. Thistle turned to Kaelen, their eyes shining. You have given it what it needed most, connection. You have reminded it that it is loved. Kaelen smiled, feeling a warmth spread through their chest that had nothing to do with the lantern. And you've reminded me that I have something to offer, too. As the balance restored itself, Kaelen knew it was time to return home. Thistle walked with them to the oak tree door, the ember lantern now glowing with a steady, confident light. You will always be welcome here, Thistle said, placing a small, smooth stone in Kaelen's hand. It glowed with the same soft light as the cavern. Whenever you feel lost or alone, hold this. It will remind you that you carry a light within you, one that can brighten even the darkest places. Kaelen hugged Thistle, feeling the rough warmth of their fur. I'll come back, they promised, and I'll bring more stories. The journey home felt shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding them back. When Kaelen stepped into grandmother's cottage, the fire was still crackling, and the smell of cinnamon still hung in the air. Grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes gentle. You've been on a journey, she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Kaelen nodded, placing the ember lantern on the table. I found where the light comes from, they said softly. And I learned that it lives in stories and in kindness and in not being afraid to share who you are. Grandmother smiled, her face crinkling like a well-loved map. Then the lantern has found its true keeper. That night, as Kaelen lay in bed, the ember lantern glowed peacefully on the bedside table. They held Thistle's stone in their hand, its light soft and steady. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a blanket of silence and peace. And as sleep began to pull them into dreams, Kaelen realized that the journey had transformed them. They no longer felt like a star alone in the sky, but like part of a constellation, connected to others by light and story, by memory and friendship. They had discovered that the greatest magic was not in glowing alone, but in helping others to shine. The fire in the hearth whispered its last embers, and the room grew dark save for the gentle light of the lantern and the stone. And in that quiet, comforting glow, Kaelen drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that somewhere beneath an ancient oak, a friend was smiling up at a crystal sky, remembering them too. And all was well. Story 8. In the quiet, rain-kissed town of Willowbrook, where chimneys puffed gentle clouds of wood smoke into the evening air, there lived a young girl named Clara. She often spent her afternoons at her grandmother's house, a cozy cottage tucked behind a garden of lavender and rosemary that hummed softly with the music of bees. On this particular gray afternoon, with rain tapping a gentle rhythm against the window panes, Clara's grandmother suggested she might like to explore the attic. "There are treasures up there," her grandmother said with a twinkle in her eye, handing Clara an old brass lantern. "Things that have been waiting a very long time to be found." So Clara climbed the narrow, creaking staircase, the warm glow of the lantern casting dancing shadows on the walls. The attic was a kingdom of memories, a place where time seemed to have settled like fine dust. Trunks stood like loyal guards, and forgotten furniture draped in white sheets looked like sleeping ghosts. The air smelled sweetly of cedar and dried lavender. It was there, tucked beneath an old patchwork quilt inside a weathered wooden chest, that Clara discovered the music box. It was carved from dark mahogany, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like moonlight on water. On its lid was a delicate scene, a tiny forest made of silver and ivory, with a path leading toward distant, barely visible mountains. Clara carefully lifted the lid. Instead of a melody, what emerged was a soft, whispering sound, like wind rustling through autumn leaves. And as the sound filled the attic, something magical happened. The tiny forest on the lid seemed to deepen, to grow real before her eyes. The path beckoned, and Clara felt not fear, but a gentle pull, as if the box were inviting her. Hesitantly, she reached out a finger and touched the silver path. In an instant, the attic fell away. Clara found herself standing at the edge of a real forest, under a sky strewn with stars that chimed softly like distant bells. The air was cool and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. Before her stretched the path from the music box, now wide enough to walk upon. Her journey had begun, not one of miles, but of heart. She hadn't taken more than a few steps when a voice, deep and resonant like a cello note, spoke from beside her. "Lost little traveler." Clara turned to see an old grandfather clock standing among the trees, its pendulum swinging slowly. It had a kind, wooden face and hands that moved with purpose. "I'm not sure," Clara admitted. "I found a music box, and now I'm here." "Ah," said the clock, his voice a steady tick-tock rhythm. "You've come to help, then. The forest of forgotten melodies has been silent too long. The music has faded, and without it, the stars begin to dim." "How can I help?" asked Clara, her voice small but earnest. "You must find the three guardians and restore their songs. But remember, this is not a journey of feet, but of feeling. Listen closely." And with a soft chime, the clock fell silent, becoming once more just a clock among trees. Clara walked on, the path soft beneath her feet. Soon she heard a faint, raspy sound, like pages turning. She followed the noise to a small clearing, where a book lay open under a beam of starlight. Its pages were blank. As Clara approached, the book spoke in a whispery, papery voice. "No one has read me in so long," it sighed. "I've forgotten my own story." Clara sat beside it. "Maybe I can help you remember." She began to tell the book a story, a simple tale about a brave little mouse who learned to share. As she spoke, words began to appear on the pages, glowing softly. When she finished, the book hummed with contentment. "Thank you," it whispered. "You have given me my voice back." And from its pages rose a melody, light and hopeful, that floated up to the stars. One of them brightened noticeably. Emboldened, Clara continued. Before long, she heard a soft, rhythmic clicking. She found a loom nestled between two silver birches, its shuttle moving back and forth on its own, weaving nothing but air. "I've forgotten the pattern," the loom said, its voice a gentle clatter. "I weave and weave, but there is no tapestry." Clara looked closely. "Perhaps you're not meant to weave something to see," she said thoughtfully, "but something to feel." She reached out and let her fingers brush the empty space where the tapestry should be. To her surprise, it felt like warmth and safety, like her grandmother's knitted blankets. The loom stilled. "You understand," it clacked softly. "Will you show me?" So Clara described the coziest things she knew. The smell of fresh bread, the sound of rain on the roof, the feeling of a cat purring on your lap. As she spoke, the loom began to weave again, and this time a visible tapestry emerged, glowing with soft colors and textures that seemed to radiate comfort. A second melody, deep and reassuring, wove itself into the air, and another star grew brighter. 2 melodies had been restored. 1 remained. Clara walked deeper into the forest until the path led her to a still, dark pond. Sitting at its edge was a small, sad-looking flute. "I've lost my song," the flute murmured, its voice like a hollow breeze. "Without it the water does not flow, the leaves do not rustle, and the night feels too quiet." Clara sat beside it. "What was your song about?" "I no longer remember," sighed the flute. For a long time, Clara was silent. She listened to the gentle lap of the water, the distant chime of the stars, the soft whisper of the trees. And then she understood. This song wasn't about adding sound, it was about listening. So she sat patiently with the flute, not speaking, just being there. After a time, a firefly drifted by, then another, until the air around them glittered with soft light. A family of hedgehogs snuffled past. An owl hooted softly from a branch overhead. And slowly, the flute began to remember. It wasn't a melody of notes, but of presence, the joy of being part of a world alive with quiet wonders. It lifted itself and played a tune so gentle and pure that it seemed to blend perfectly with the night. The pond began to murmur happily, the leaves shivered with delight, and the third melody rose into the sky, restoring the final star. The forest was now full of music, 3 melodies weaving together into a harmony that made the very air shimmer with joy. Clara found herself back in the attic, the music box resting softly in her hands. Now, when she opened it, it played a beautiful layered tune, one of hope, comfort, and presence. The tiny forest on the lid glowed warmly, the path now leading to bright, cheerful mountains. When she descended the stairs, her grandmother was waiting with a cup of steaming chamomile tea. She didn't ask about the adventure, she simply smiled as if she already knew. Some journeys, her grandmother said softly, are measured not in steps but in heartbeats. That night, as Clara lay in bed, she could still faintly hear the music box's melody drifting from the attic. A gentle reminder that courage comes in many forms, that help often appears in unexpected places, and that the greatest adventures sometimes happen without ever leaving home. And outside, the stars over Willowbrook seemed to shine just a little brighter, chiming softly in the clear, kind night. Story 9. In a quiet valley nestled between the shoulders of 2 sleeping mountains, there lived a young boy named Kaelen. His home was a cottage of honey-colored stone, with a roof of mossy thatch and a chimney that puffed gentle smoke into the twilight air. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the western peaks, Kaelen would sit by the hearth, watching the flames dance and listening to the stories his grandmother would tell. But tonight she was visiting a neighbor, and the cottage felt unusually still. Kaelen stirred the embers with an iron poker, sending up a shower of golden sparks that swirled like fireflies before vanishing into the darkness of the chimney. It was then that he noticed something peculiar. Nestled among the glowing coals was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was smooth and oval, about the size of his palm, and it pulsed with a soft, amber light, as if it held a tiny captive sunset within. Curious, he reached into the warmth with the hearth tongs and carefully lifted the stone out. It was warm to the touch, but not unpleasantly so, and it seemed to hum with a gentle energy that vibrated through his fingers. As he held it, the room seemed to grow cozier, the shadows retreating to the corners as if respectfully making space for this little marvel. He carried the stone to the window, where the last lavender light of evening was fading into indigo. Outside, the first stars were beginning to prick through the velvet sky. As he watched, the stone's glow intensified slightly, and he thought he saw, or perhaps felt, a faint pull like a whispered invitation. Wrapping the stone in a soft cloth, he tucked it into his pocket and pulled on his warmest cloak. The night air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and cold earth. Above, the Milky Way stretched like a river of diamond dust across the heavens. With the glowing stone a comforting weight against his side, Kaelen stepped beyond the garden gate and into the hushed world of the nighttime valley. He followed no path in particular, simply walking where the gentle tug of the stone led him. After a time, he found himself at the edge of the Whispering Wood, a place his grandmother always said was full of old magic. The trees here were ancient and grand, their branches interlacing high above to form a cathedral ceiling. In the dark, they seemed to lean closer, as if sharing secrets with one another. As Kaelen ventured beneath the boughs, the stone in his pocket began to glow more brightly, casting a warm circle of light around his feet. It illuminated the mossy ground, each step sinking softly into a carpet of emerald and bronze. The air here was different, warmer, and filled with the fragrance of damp leaves, blooming night flowers, and something else, something like cinnamon and old parchment. It was then that he heard it, a faint, melodic humming, like a tea kettle singing on a stove. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. Following the melody, Kaelen soon arrived at a small clearing where a ring of toadstools glowed with a soft bioluminescence. In the center sat the most extraordinary creature he had ever seen. It was about the size of a hedgehog, covered in fur the color of toasted marshmallow, with ears like a bat's and eyes like polished jet. It was knitting, of all things, with needles that clicked softly together, and the humming was coming from it. Around its neck hung a tiny pendant that glowed with the same amber light as Kaelen's stone. The creature looked up, its needles pausing mid-stitch. "Oh," it said in a voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "You found one." Kaelen, too surprised to be afraid, slowly approached. "Found what?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "A hearthstone," the creature replied, setting aside its knitting. "They appear only in fires that have been warmed by stories and kindness. My name is Pippin, and you must be Kaelen." "How do you know my name?" Pippin's whiskers twitched. "The stone knows. It chooses its keeper carefully." It gestured to the pendant around its neck. "I have one too. They are connected in a way. They remember the warmth they came from." Kaelen sat on the moss beside Pippin, the hearthstone now resting on his lap, its glow mingling with the soft light of the toadstools. "What are they for?" he asked. "They are guides," Pippin explained. "And teachers. They lead those who are ready to see the hidden heart of the world." It picked up its knitting again, a tiny scarf, it seemed, in shades of moss and twilight blue. "Yours called to mine. That doesn't happen often." For a long while they sat in comfortable silence, broken only by the click of Pippin's needles and the distant hoot of an owl. Kaelen felt a strange sense of belonging, as if he had always known this clearing, this creature, this peace. "Would you like to see?" Pippin asked finally, tying off the end of its yarn. "See what?" "Where the hearthstones are born," it said, standing and brushing moss from its fur. "It's not far, but the way is only visible to those who carry one." Kaelen nodded, tucking his stone back into his pocket. Pippin scampered ahead, its pendant casting a bobbing circle of light, and Kaelen followed. They moved deeper into the wood, where the trees grew even older and more majestic. Their bark was silvered with age, and their roots twisted above the ground like the backs of sleeping dragons. After a time, Pippin stopped before the grandest tree of all, an oak so vast that 20 children holding hands could not have encircled its trunk. Its branches seemed to hold up the sky itself. "Here," Pippin said softly. "Place your hand upon the bark." Kaelen did as he was told. The bark was rough yet warm, and as his fingers made contact, the hearthstone in his pocket flared with light. A doorway previously invisible shimmered into existence in the side of the tree, an archway woven from living wood and threaded with veins of golden light. "Go on," Pippin encouraged. "I'll wait here." Taking a deep breath, Kaelen stepped through. He found himself in a cavern that took his breath away. The walls were not stone, but the roots of the great tree, tangled and woven together, glowing with the same soft amber light as his hearthstone. The air was warm and smelled of wood smoke, honey, and distant rain. In the center of the cavern hung a great, pulsing heart of light, a cluster of hearthstones in their purest form, swirling slowly like a galaxy of embers. As he watched, one of the stones detached itself and floated gently down to hover before him. It was smaller than his, and its light was a paler gold, like the first hint of dawn. It seemed to be studying him. "Hello," Kaelen whispered. The stone pulsed in response, and a wave of warmth washed over him, a warmth that felt like coming home after a long journey, like being wrapped in a favorite blanket, like his grandmother's laughter. It was a warmth that held memories, though they were not his own. He saw flashes of other firesides, other keepers, a girl sharing bread with a lost fox, an old man mending a robin's wing, a mother singing a lullaby to her child. Each act of kindness, each moment of connection had fed the hearthstones, given them their light. He understood then. The stones were not just guides, they were living memories of compassion, little vessels of the world's quiet goodness. The young stone nudged gently against his chest, right over his heart, as if imparting a final secret before floating back to join the others. Kaelen stood there for a long time, bathed in that gentle light, feeling a sense of peace so profound it brought tears to his eyes. When he finally stepped back through the doorway, Pippin was waiting, a knowing look in its bright eyes. "It changes you, doesn't it?" it said softly. Kaelen could only nod. He felt lighter, yet more substantial. As if he had been given a great responsibility, but one that was not a burden, rather a privilege. Together, they made their way back to the clearing. The night had deepened, and the stars now shone like ice crystals in the black velvet. "Will I see you again?" Kaelen asked as they reached the edge of the wood. Pippin smiled, a tiny, whiskery thing. "Whenever you need a friend, or when the hearthstone calls, they have a way of bringing kindred spirits together." With a final wave, Pippin scampered back into the shadows, its light soon swallowed by the trees. Kaelen turned toward home, the stone in his pocket now glowing with a steady, comforting light. The walk back felt shorter, the night less dark. When he reached the cottage, he saw that a light still burned in the window. His grandmother had returned. He slipped inside, the warmth of the hearth greeting him like an old friend. His grandmother looked up from her knitting by the fire. "There you are, my dear. I was beginning to wonder." Kaelen sat beside her, pulling the hearthstone from his pocket. It glowed softly in his palm. "I found something," he said. His grandmother's eyes softened. "Ah," she said, setting aside her needles. "So it's your turn now. You know about them." She nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "My grandmother told me, and hers before her, our family has always been keepers. It chooses those with a gentle heart and a listening soul." She reached into the collar of her dress and pulled out a pendant, a hearthstone, smaller and paler than his, but glowing with the same warm light. "They remind us," she said, "that the greatest magic isn't in grand spells or loud wonders. It's in the small kindnesses we do each day. It's in listening and caring and keeping the hearth warm, both the one made of stone and the one we carry inside." Kaelen looked at his stone, then at his grandmother's, and understood the connection Pippin had spoken of. They were part of a chain, a lineage of warmth passed down through generations. That night, as he lay in bed, the hearthstone rested on his bedside table, pulsing gently in the dark. Its light was not bright enough to keep him awake, but just enough to push back the shadows, to make the room feel safe and sacred. He thought of the great tree, the cavern of light, Pippin's whiskery smile. He thought of the countless small acts of kindness that had given the stones their glow. And he made a quiet promise to himself, to be someone who added to that light, who kept the hearth warm. Outside an owl called softly, and the wind whispered through the pines. In the valley all was peaceful. Kaelen closed his eyes, the hearthstone's gentle pulse synchronizing with his heartbeat, a soft and steady rhythm in the dark. He drifted to sleep, and his dreams were filled with warm light and whispered secrets, with the scent of wood smoke and the feeling of coming home. And in those dreams he was never alone, for he carried a piece of the world's heart with him, and it glowed like embers in the darkness, steady and true. Story 10. In a little valley tucked between sleepy hills, there lived a young boy named Finn. His cottage stood at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the wind sang through the needles, and the light fell in dappled patterns upon the mossy ground. Finn was a quiet child, with a heart full of wonder and eyes that noticed the small, secret things others often overlooked, the way dew clung to a spider's web at dawn, or how the last rays of sunset turned the creek to liquid gold. But lately, a restlessness had settled in Finn's bones. It wasn't sadness exactly, more like a soft, persistent longing, the kind you feel when you hear distant music but cannot find its source. He would often sit on the stone step outside his home, chin in his hands, gazing toward the deep woods as evening drew its violet curtain across the sky. One such evening, as a cool autumn breeze whispered promises of change, Finn noticed something unusual. Deep within the forest, where the shadows gathered thickest, a soft, pulsing light glowed, not like a lantern or a star, but like embers breathing in the dark. It called to him not with a voice, but with a feeling, a gentle tug at his spirit. With his warmest woolen cloak wrapped snugly around his shoulders, Finn stepped into the forest. The world around him was hushed, as if holding its breath. Fallen leaves rustled softly under his boots, and the air carried the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and pine resin. Above, the first stars blinked awake in a lavender sky. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, guided only by that warm, rhythmic glow. And then between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, he found it, a smooth, palm-sized stone that seemed to hold captured firelight. It pulsed gently like a heartbeat, and when Finn reached out to touch it, warmth spread through his fingertips, soothing the chill of the evening. "Well now," said a soft, rustling voice nearby. "I haven't seen one of those in a long time." Startled, Finn turned to find a fox sitting calmly a few paces away. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes held a knowing gentleness. "What is it?" Finn asked, his voice barely a whisper. "That," said the fox, "is an ember stone. It glows for those who are searching for something, though it rarely shows you what you expect to find." Finn looked from the stone to the fox, his curiosity outweighing his surprise. "Are you talking to me?" The fox tilted her head. "I am, though I don't often speak with two legs. You seem different. You notice things." She took a step closer. "My name is Sorrel." "I'm Finn," he replied, still cradling the warm stone in his hands. "What does it mean if the stone glows for me?" Sorrel's whiskers twitched. "It means you're on the verge of a journey, not a long one perhaps, but an important one. The ember stone lights the way, but only if you're willing to follow." Without another word, Sorrel turned and began padding softly deeper into the woods. Finn hesitated only a moment before following, the glowing stone held firmly in his hand. Its light cast a gentle circle around them, pushing back the darkness just enough to feel safe, but not so much as to erase the mystery of the night. They walked in comfortable silence, Finn's footsteps muffled by layers of moss and fallen needles. The forest seemed to welcome them, branches parting easily, and once a family of rabbits paused to watch them pass, their noses twitching in curiosity. After some time they came to a place Finn had never seen before, a narrow, almost hidden path that wound between two large moss-covered stones. The air here felt different, warmer, softer, humming with a quiet energy. "This," Sorrel said, "is the way to the Glimmerwood. It's a place few humans ever see. It exists in the in-between, not quite your world, not quite another. It's where things forgotten or overlooked go to be remembered." Finn's heart beat a little faster. "Am I allowed to enter?" Sorrel nodded. "The stone would not have led you here otherwise." They stepped between the stones, and the world shifted. Not suddenly, but gently, like a curtain being drawn aside. The light changed from silver moonlight to a soft, golden haze. The trees here were taller, their leaves shimmering with a light of their own, and the air smelled of honey and old books and rain-kissed blossoms. Fireflies drifted lazily, their lights blending with the glow from Finn's stone. "It's beautiful," Finn breathed. "It is," Sorrel agreed. "But it is also a place of echoes. Things linger here, memories, hopes, regrets. The Glimmerwood listens, and sometimes it answers." As they wandered deeper, Finn began to notice small, shimmering shapes flickering at the edges of his vision, not quite solid, not quite ghostly. They were like smoke patterns in the night, forming and dissolving in the warm, still air. One of these shapes drifted closer, resolving into the faint image of a woman humming softly, weaving a crown of flowers. Finn felt a pang of familiarity, though he couldn't say why. "That," Sorrel said softly, "is an echo of someone's kindness. It lingers here because it was felt deeply." Further on they saw other echoes, a child's laughter, an old man sharing stories by a fire, a couple dancing under the stars. Each one glowed briefly before fading back into the golden haze. But not all the echoes were joyful. In a quieter corner of the wood, Finn saw a dimmer, slower-moving shape, a figure sitting alone, shoulders slumped. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. "That is an echo of loneliness," Sorrel murmured. "It is heavier. It takes longer to fade." Finn's grip tightened on the emberstone. Its warmth seemed to intensify, as if responding to his unease. "Why show me this?" he asked. "Because," Sorrel said, "the stone glows for those who need to understand something. Often it's something about themselves." They came to a small clearing where a quiet stream gurgled over smooth, shining stones. On the bank sat a creature Finn had never seen before, small and furred, with large, luminous eyes and ears that twitched at every sound. It looked sad and clutched a faded, fragile-looking leaf in its paws. "This is Pip," Sorrel said. "He's a Glimmerkin. They tend the echoes here." Pip looked up, and his eyes widened at the sight of Finn. "A human," he whispered, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "It's been so long." Finn knelt slowly, not wanting to startle him. "Hello, Pip, I'm Finn." Pip held up the leaf. "This is all that's left of an echo I've been caring for. It was very faint when it arrived, just a whisper of a memory. But it's fading completely now, and I don't know why it's so hard to let go." Sorrel nuzzled Pip gently. "Some echoes are like that. They hold on because someone, somewhere, hasn't fully released them." Finn looked at the leaf, then at Pip's sorrowful face, and felt a strange connection. "Can I help?" he asked. Pip's large eyes glistened. "Perhaps. The echo, it feels like it belongs to you." Finn blinked in surprise. "To me." "Echoes are drawn to those they resonate with," Sorrel explained. "The emberstone may have led you here not just for your own journey, but to help another's echo find peace." Hesitantly, Finn reached out and touched the leaf. As his fingers made contact, the world around him melted away. He was no longer in the Glimmerwood. He was standing in his own garden, much as it had been years ago. A younger version of himself, smaller, rounder-cheeked, was trying to fly a kite his grandfather had made for him. But the wind was capricious, and the kite dipped and dove, crashing into the grass again and again. Finn watched his younger self grow frustrated, tears welling in his eyes. Then his grandfather approached, not with advice or solutions, but with a warm hand on his shoulder and a gentle, "How about we try together?" They did not succeed that day. The kite never flew. But what stayed with Finn, what he had forgotten until this moment, was not the failure, but the feeling of his grandfather's patience. The way he had smiled and said, "Some things don't need to soar to be beautiful, they just need to be tried." The memory faded, and Finn found himself back by the stream, the leaf now glowing softly in his hand. "That was your echo," Pip said softly. "You let go of the frustration long ago, but you held on to the love without even knowing it, and because you never fully looked back at it, never acknowledged how much it meant, it lingered here, half-remembered." Finn felt tears in his eyes, but they were warm and cleansing. "I loved him so much," he whispered. "I still do." "Then thank him," Sorrel said gently. "Thank the memory. Let it know it's okay to rest." Finn closed his eyes and held the leaf to his heart. He didn't speak out loud, but in his mind he poured out his gratitude for the patience, the kindness, the love that had shaped him in ways he was only now beginning to understand. The leaf glowed brighter, warmer, and then slowly dissolved into a shower of soft golden light that rose and scattered like fireflies into the trees. Pip let out a soft sigh of relief. "It's at peace now, and so I think are you." Finn opened his eyes. The weight he hadn't even known he was carrying was gone. In its place was a deep, soothing warmth, the same warmth that pulsed from the emberstone in his hand. "The stone isn't just for finding," Sorrel said, as if reading his thoughts. "It's for understanding and for letting go." They sat by the stream for a while longer, listening to the water's gentle song. Pip brought them cups of sweet, warm nectar that tasted of sunlight and forgiveness, and they shared stories, Finn of his world, Pip and Sorrel of theirs. As the night deepened, Finn felt a gentle pull, a sense that it was time to return. The emberstone's glow had softened to a steady, calm light. "It's time for you to go back," Sorrel said. "But you can return whenever you need to. The way will be open to you now." Pip hugged Finn's hand. "Thank you," he whispered. "You helped me as much as I helped you." With promises to visit again, Finn followed Sorrel back through the mossy stones, leaving the golden haze of the Glimmerwood for the familiar silver moonlight of his own forest. The walk back felt shorter, lighter. The air was crisp and clean, and the stars overhead shone like distant friends keeping watch. When they reached the edge of the woods near Finn's cottage, Sorrel paused. "Remember what you learned tonight, Finn. Some journeys are inward. Some lights are meant to guide you home to yourself." Finn knelt and hugged her, a soft, warm bundle of wisdom and kindness. "Thank you, Sorrel." She nuzzled his cheek. "Sleep well, little seeker. Your dreams will be gentle tonight." Then she turned and melted into the shadows, leaving Finn alone with the quiet night and the emberstone, which now glowed with a contented, steady light. He carried the stone back to his cottage and placed it on the windowsill, where it cast a soft, amber glow over his room. As he changed into his night clothes and slipped under the thick quilts, he felt a profound sense of peace settle over him. The restlessness was gone. In its place was a quiet understanding that some answers aren't found in grand adventures or distant lands, but in the forgotten corners of our own hearts. That kindness, once given, never truly fades. It becomes part of the world's warmth, waiting to be remembered. He closed his eyes, breathing in the familiar scent of home, wood smoke, dried herbs, the faint sweetness of apples stored for winter. Outside, an owl called softly, and the wind whispered through the pines, a lullaby he had heard all his life, but only now truly listened to. The emberstone on the windowsill pulsed slowly, rhythmically, like a heartbeat matching his own. And as Finn drifted into sleep, he dreamed not of flying kites, but of holding hands with those he loved, in a golden wood where every kindness ever given glowed forever, warm and bright and everlasting. And somewhere in the forest a fox curled beneath an ancient oak, smiling in her sleep, while a small glimmerkin tucked a new, shining echo safely into the roots of a tree, a memory of a boy who learned how to let go, and in doing so, found his way home. Story 11. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof tiles wore a blanket of moss and the window boxes overflowed with nodding pansies, there lived a quiet child named Leo. Leo's favorite place was the attic, a kingdom of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight, where forgotten treasures whispered stories of days long past. One rainy afternoon, with the gentle pitter-patter of drops playing a rhythm on the roof, Leo climbed the creaky wooden steps into that beloved space. The air smelled of aged paper, cedar, and memories. In the farthest corner, tucked beneath a worn quilt and a stack of yellowed letters, Leo's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth, a small wooden music box no larger than a teacup. Carved with twisting vines and sleeping birds, it felt special even in the silence. Leo lifted the lid. Instead of a twirling ballerina or a familiar tune, there lay a tiny silver key. And when Leo turned it once, twice, 3 times, the most extraordinary thing happened. A soft, shimmering light bloomed from within the box, and a melody began to play, a tune that sounded like starlight and whispers. And as it played, the shadows in the attic seemed to shift and sway. A pathway of glowing footprints appeared on the dusty floorboards, leading toward an old, full-length mirror that stood covered by a sheet. With a heart full of wonder and just a flutter of nervousness, Leo pulled away the sheet. The glass did not show a reflection of the attic, but instead a misty forest path under a twilight sky. And from within the mirror came a faint, inviting chime like distant bells. This was no ordinary music box, it was a doorway. Just then, a rumbling purr sounded from a nearby trunk. A large ginger cat with knowing green eyes stretched and padded over. This was Marmalade, the attic's permanent resident and self-appointed guardian of secrets. Thinking of stepping through, are we? Marmalade's voice was a low, pleasant rumble, like contented thunder. That path hasn't been walked in an age. It leads to the Glimmerwood, where things lost are sometimes found. But it's not a journey of the feet, little one. It's a journey of the heart. The music shows the way, but only courage can light the path. Leo looked from the kind-eyed cat to the mesmerizing gateway. What if I get lost? Ah, purred Marmalade, weaving around Leo's legs. The path responds to intention, not direction. It will show you what you need to see, but you must face it with an open heart. I shall keep watch on this side, and you might find you won't be alone for long. Taking a deep breath that smelled of rain and old wood, Leo held the music box tight and stepped toward the mirror. Instead of cold glass, there was a sensation of passing through a curtain of cool silk, and then the air changed. It was cooler, fresher, and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. Leo stood at the edge of the Glimmerwood. The trees were immense, their leaves whispering secrets in a language almost understood. The glowing footprints continued ahead on a soft path of moss. Above, in a lavender twilight sky, the first stars were beginning to blink awake. The music from the box was fainter here, a guiding thread of sound in the vast quiet. Leo walked, the moss muffling all footsteps. After a time, the path led to a clearing where a small, lantern-lit cottage stood, its chimney puffing cheerful smoke that smelled of cinnamon and apples. Sitting on a stump, looking terribly perplexed, was a badger in a tiny waistcoat. He was muttering to a scroll of parchment, a pair of spectacles perched on his nose. Botheration and thistles, he grumbled in a crisp, scholarly voice. The equation is all wrong. The bridge of size cannot be mended with logic alone. It requires a complement, and I've quite run out of nice things to say. Leo approached slowly. Hello, are you all right? The badger looked up, adjusting his spectacles. Ah, a traveler. Splendid. I am Professor Bramble, Keeper of Crossings, and I am not all right. The bridge ahead, he said, pointing a claw toward a charming stone bridge that arched over a babbling stream, is crumbling. It feeds on kindness, you see. It grows strong when it hears sincere, gentle words. But I've been so focused on the structural integrity, I've forgotten how to be, well, nice. Leo looked at the bridge. Indeed, several of its stones were looking loose and sad. The stream below gurgled sympathetically. What if we help each other? Leo suggested. I'm not very good with equations, but I might think of a kind word or two. Professor Bramble's face brightened. A collaborative effort, capital idea. So Leo stood by the bridge and began to speak. You are a very strong bridge, Leo said softly. The stones gave a faint, happy shiver. You have held up under so many passing feet, and your arch is very graceful. A few of the loosened stones snuggled more firmly into their places. Your water sings a lovely song, Leo added, speaking to the stream as well. The water seemed to babble a little more musically. Excellent, positively excellent, chirped Professor Bramble, scribbling notes. The emotional resonance is causing immeasurable harmonic stabilization. Now, for my part. He turned to Leo. You, traveler, possess a remarkable quality of empathy. It is a quiet bravery that is often overlooked. The bridge appreciates it immensely, as do I. At his words, spoken with genuine admiration, the bridge glowed with a soft, warm light. The last wobbly stone clicked firmly into place, solid and whole. The path across was now clear and inviting. Thank you for your assistance, said the professor, bowing slightly. Safe travels to you. Remember, the path knows where you need to go. With a grateful smile, Leo continued. The music boxes tune a little brighter now. The forest grew deeper, the trees taller. The air began to sparkle with drifting, harmless fireflies. But soon the glowing footprints led to a great, ancient willow tree, its long tendrils creating a silvery curtain. And from behind that curtain came a soft, distressed sniffling. Pushing the gentle strands aside, Leo found a little light, a will-o'-the-wisp, flickering weakly. It was tangled in a net of weeping willow strands, its usual bright glow dimmed to a pale yellow. Oh dear, it warbled in a tiny, chime-like voice. I was dancing with the moonbeams and got myself all turned around. Now I'm stuck, and my light is fading. Don't worry, Leo said, voice full of gentle certainty. We'll get you untangled. But the strands were delicate and numerous. Pulling too hard might hurt the little wisp or the tree. Leo remembered the lesson of the bridge. This wasn't a task for force, it was a task for patience. So Leo sat down, the moss forming a perfect, soft chair, and began to work. One strand at a time, with infinite patience and careful fingers, Leo loosened the silvery threads. The music box resting nearby played its soft, steady tune. The wisp's sniffling stopped as it watched, its light pulsing gently in time with the melody. Rustle swish went the willow leaves in the gentle breeze. Crinkle hush went Leo's careful movements. It took a long time, but there was no hurry. This was a cozy corner of the world, and the only task that mattered was helping a friend. Finally, the last strand fell away. The will-o'-the-wisp zipped into the air, spinning with joy, its light bursting into a brilliant, cheerful silver. You're free. Leo smiled. You were so patient, the wisp chimed, its voice now strong and clear. Thank you, the path ahead is dark, but I can light the way for you. It's the least I can do. And so the little wisp bobbed ahead, its bright silver light pushing back the deepening twilight of the forest. The music from the box and the light from the wisp made the journey feel like a magical procession. They arrived at the edge of a still, obsidian lake. This was the end of the path. On an island in the center of the lake stood a single, magnificent tree that glittered as if made of crystal and glass. It was breathtakingly beautiful, but the water was wide and deep, with no boat in sight. This is the lake of reflection, the wisp chimed softly. You can only cross by understanding what you see in its surface. Leo walked to the water's edge and looked down. The surface was perfectly still, a black mirror. At first, Leo saw only the reflection of the starlit sky and the cheerful wisp. But then the image shifted. Leo saw a reflection of the attic at home and felt a small, familiar pang of loneliness, the quiet wish for a grand adventure, for something more. The water seemed to deepen that feeling, making the island feel impossibly far away. This was the final challenge. Not a monster or a puzzle, but a quiet doubt. The music box's tune had faded to nearly nothing. The journey was asking for one last measure of courage, the courage to be content. Leo took a deep breath and looked again into the water, but this time not for a path across. Leo looked with kindness. The reflection showed the cozy attic, yes, but also Marmalade's purring form, the rain on the roof, the love imbued in every forgotten object. It wasn't a place of loneliness. It was a place of peaceful belonging. It's okay, Leo whispered to the reflection. You are enough just as you are. And as those words of gentle acceptance were spoken, something magical happened. The still water of the lake began to solidify, not into ice, but into a path of gleaming, solid moonlight, stretching all the way to the glittering island. The journey across required no steps at all, only the understanding that the true adventure was in appreciating the ordinary magic one already possessed. Leo walked the moon bridge to the island. The crystal tree was even more beautiful up close. At its roots lay a single, perfect, glowing acorn. It pulsed with a soft, warm light. It wasn't a treasure of gold or jewels, but a seed of self-assurance. As Leo picked it up, the entire Glimmerwood seemed to sigh in contentment. The journey was complete. The return was simple. A turn of the head and the mirror gateway was right there, with Marmalade's reassuring face peering through from the attic side. Stepping back through was as easy as stepping through a sigh. Leo was back in the attic, the music box now silent in hand, the magical acorn warm and comforting. The mirror was just a mirror again, reflecting the dusty, cozy room. Marmalade purred loudly, bumping his head against Leo's side. You found your way, he rumbled approvingly. And you brought a piece of it back with you. That's how you know it was real. Downstairs, the smell of warm milk and honey drifted up. The adventure was over, but the feeling of it, the courage, the kindness, the patience, remained, settling into Leo's heart like a comforting blanket. That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the gentle pitter-patter of rain returned on the roof, a familiar and cozy sound. Under the pillow, the glowing acorn pulsed softly, a gentle reminder that the most extraordinary secrets are often hidden in the most ordinary of places, and that the greatest journeys are measured not in miles, but in the quiet growth of a brave and kind heart. And all was well. Story 12. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft, silver blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kaelen. Kaelen was quiet in the way that seeds are quiet, full of potential, yet waiting for the right moment to unfurl. Their small cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and all around it grew a garden that seemed to breathe in time with Kaelen's own heart. Kaelen had always felt a little different, a little out of step with the world. While others seemed to know exactly who they were and where they were going, Kaelen often felt as though they were watching life from behind a delicate, frosted window, able to see but not quite touch the brightness on the other side. And lately, something new had begun to happen. Small, shimmering patches had started to appear on Kaelen's skin, like mother of pearl, catching the light in soft, iridescent hues. At first, it frightened them. Change often does. One evening, as Kaelen sat by the hearth, tracing the pearlescent patterns on their arm, a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an old woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that felt like a remembered lullaby. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler who had lost her way as twilight settled. Kaelen, ever kind-hearted, invited her in and offered her a seat by the fire. As they shared a pot of chamomile tea, Alara's gaze fell upon Kaelen's arm. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I see the garden recognizes you." "The garden?" Kaelen asked, confused. Alara nodded toward the window. "Your garden, it reflects what grows within you, and something beautiful is beginning to stir." Kaelen looked outside. Indeed, the flowers nearest the cottage, usually muted in the evening light, seemed to glow with a soft, internal radiance. A cluster of moonflowers had unfurled their petals, though it was not yet fully dark, and their silver light mirrored the shimmer on Kaelen's skin. "But what does it mean?" Kaelen whispered, both awed and uneasy. Alara placed a gentle hand on theirs. "It means you are changing, dear one, and change, even when it is beautiful, can feel like a storm. But you are not alone. The world around you will echo your heart if you let it." With those words, Alara bid them good night, disappearing into the mist as quietly as she had come. But her presence lingered like the scent of lavender after rain. The next morning, Kaelen woke with a new patch of shimmer on their cheek. This time, instead of fear, a small spark of curiosity flickered within. They walked into the garden and noticed that where their feet touched the earth, small, luminous sprouts pushed through the soil, tiny, glowing plants that hadn't been there the day before. Over the following days, Kaelen began to tend to these new growths with care. They watered them with kindness and sang to them in a soft, hesitant voice. And as they did, the plants grew stronger, their light a little brighter. Kaelen noticed, too, that the shimmer on their skin seemed to pulse in time with the garden's gentle glow. One afternoon, a sudden doubt crept in. What if this change was not a gift but a curse? What if they were becoming something other, something strange and unlovable? As these thoughts clouded their mind, the garden dimmed. The luminous plants wilted slightly, and the colors of the flowers dulled as if veiled by shadow. Just then, Alara appeared at the garden gate, as if summoned by the shift in the air. She carried a small basket woven from willow branches. "I thought you might need this," she said, handing Kaelen a packet of seeds. They were unlike any seeds Kaelen had ever seen, opal-colored and warm to the touch. "What are they?" Kaelen asked. "Seeds of courage," Alara replied. "They grow only when planted by someone learning to trust themselves." That evening, Kaelen planted the seeds in a small patch of rich, dark soil near the cottage. As they placed each seed into the earth, they whispered a hope to understand, to accept, to grow without fear. Days turned into weeks. Kaelen continued to change. The mother-of-pearl patches spread, now covering their arms and dusting their shoulders like a cloak of starlight. And with each new shimmer, the garden responded. Vines heavy with glowing blossoms climbed the cottage walls. Flowers bloomed in colors that shifted with Kaelen's mood, soft blues for contemplation, warm golds for joy, gentle purples for moments of insight. Alara visited often, always appearing when Kaelen needed guidance most. She taught them that transformation is not a race but a rhythm, like the turning of the seasons or the slow, patient formation of a pearl. She showed Kaelen how to listen to the language of the plants, how to hear the stories woven into their roots and petals. One evening, as the first stars pricked the twilight sky, Kaelen noticed something new. A delicate, silken structure had begun to form between the branches of the old oak tree at the garden's heart. It was a cocoon, shimmering with the same otherworldly light that now lived on Kaelen's skin. They sat beneath the tree, watching as the cocoon pulsed softly, as if breathing. Inside, something was changing, preparing. Kaelen felt a kinship with whatever was nestled within. They too felt wrapped in layers of becoming, waiting for the moment when they would emerge, renewed. That night, Kaelen dreamed of wings. Vast, gentle wings that caught the light and scattered it into rainbows. When they woke, the cocoon had begun to split open. Quietly, slowly, a creature emerged, not a butterfly, but something entirely new. Its wings were made of light and gossamer, and its body gleamed like polished moonstone. It hovered before Kaelen, and in its presence, Kaelen felt a deep, resonant peace. The creature led them to a still pond at the edge of the wood. In the water's reflection, Kaelen saw themselves fully for the first time. The shimmer that had once felt like a mark of difference now flowed seamlessly over their skin, a natural extension of who they were. Their eyes held a new depth, a quiet certainty that had not been there before. And in that moment, Kaelen understood. The changes were not something to be feared or hurried. They were a part of a larger, gentle metamorphosis, a journey of becoming that was uniquely theirs. As they stood there, Alara joined them, her presence a comfort like a warm blanket on a cool night. "You see," she said softly, "you were never broken, only waiting to bloom." Kaelen smiled, and for the first time the smile reached their eyes fully. "It feels like a beginning," they whispered. Alara nodded. "Every ending is a beginning in disguise, and every transformation is an act of courage." Together they walked back to the cottage. The garden was now ablaze with light, flowers glowing in soft pulses, trees humming with a peaceful energy, and the air sweet with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and hope. Kaelen knew that there would still be days of doubt, moments of uncertainty. But now they also knew that change was not something to be endured but embraced, a slow, beautiful unfolding, like a seed breaking open to reach for the sun, or a cocoon giving way to wings. That night, as Kaelen settled by the hearth, the creature of light and gossamer rested on the windowsill, its gentle glow blending with the firelight. Outside, the garden breathed in rhythm with the night, each bloom a testament to patience, each leaf a whisper of growth. And Kaelen, wrapped in the soft warmth of their own transformation, knew that this was not an end but a gentle beginning, a new chapter in the story of their life, written in starlight and sung by the earth itself. The fire crackled softly, the embers glowing like 1,000 tiny suns settling into sleep. And in the quiet heart of the valley, under a sky dusted with stars, Kaelen closed their eyes, not with an ending, but with a beginning held gently in their heart, ready to dream of all the beautiful changes yet to come. Story 13. In the quiet, snow-dusted village of Glenhaven, where chimneys puffed gentle clouds into the twilight, and the scent of pine and baking bread lingered in the lanes, there lived a young boy named Kaelen. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful gray eyes and a heart that often felt too big for his small world. While other children raced through the frosty streets, their laughter ringing like bells, Kaelen preferred the company of his own thoughts, often wandering to the edge of the great whispering wood, where the ancient trees stood like silent, knowing guardians. One evening, as a particularly deep winter settled its blanket over the village, a strange restlessness stirred within him. The fire in the hearth crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows on the walls, but its warmth did not quite reach the lonely corners of his spirit. His grandmother, a woman with kind eyes and hands that told stories of their own, noticed his quiet sigh. "The fire speaks of secrets tonight, my dear," she said softly, her knitting needles clicking a gentle rhythm. It whispers of hidden lights and paths not often walked. Kaelen looked into the flames, and for a moment he thought he saw a shape there, a flicker of something more than just wood turning to ash. That night, as he lay in bed, the image stayed with him, a glowing ember in his mind's eye. He dreamed not of the fire, but of a soft, pulsing light deep within the whispering wood, calling to him without words. The next morning he woke with a resolve as firm as the frost on his window pane. Bundling himself in a thick woolen scarf and a coat that smelled of cedar and old adventures, he slipped out into the crisp, still air. The village was only just waking, smoke curling from chimneys into the pink-tinged sky. Without a word to anyone, he walked toward the edge of the wood, his breath making little clouds before him. The trees welcomed him with a hushed reverence. The further he walked, the deeper the silence grew, until it was no longer an absence of sound, but a presence, a living, breathing quiet. The sunlight filtering through the dense canopy fell in slanted pillars of gold, and the air grew warmer, carrying the rich, earthy scent of moss and damp leaves. It was there, beneath the gnarled roots of an oak so ancient it seemed to hold up the sky, that he found it. Half buried in the dark soil, nestled in a bed of velvety moss, was a stone. But it was unlike any stone he had ever seen. It was smooth and warm to the touch, and from its heart emanated a soft, pulsating glow, the color of embers in a dying fire. As he picked it up, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, up his arm, and settled in his chest, quieting the restless feeling that had plagued him. He had not noticed, in his fascination with the stone, that he was no longer alone. A small fox, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held a curious intelligence, sat watching him from a few paces away. She did not startle or flee, but simply tilted her head, as if waiting for an introduction. "Hello," Kaelen whispered, not wanting to break the spell of the quiet wood. The fox took a delicate step forward, then another, until she was close enough to sniff the air near his hand. She made a soft, chuffing sound, and to Kaelen's astonishment, the stone in his hand glowed a little brighter. "You can see it too," he murmured, more to himself than to the fox. The creature gave a slight flick of her bushy tail, then turned and began to walk deeper into the wood, glancing back as if to say, "Follow me." And so Kaelen did. The fox, whom he silently named Ember for her fiery coat, and the way she seemed connected to the glowing stone, led him along a path so hidden it was more feeling than sight. They walked for what felt like both minutes and hours, the light from the stone casting a warm circle around them, pushing back the deepening shadows of the forest. The trees began to change. The familiar oaks and pines gave way to silvery birches that shimmered even without the sun, and then to trees he could not name, with leaves that seemed woven from twilight and bark that spiraled in intricate patterns. The air hummed with a soft, musical energy, and the light took on a pearlescent quality. He realized, with a sense of awe that stole his breath, that he had stepped into a place that was not on any map. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm nestled within the heart of the ordinary world, a secret kept by the trees and the stones and the creatures that knew how to listen. Ember led him to a clearing where the grass was soft and silver, and glowing mushrooms clustered around the bases of trees like tiny lanterns. In the center stood a creature unlike any he had ever imagined. She was tall and slender, with skin like the bark of a birch tree and hair that flowed like a cascade of moss. Her eyes were the deep, calm green of a forest pool, and they held a kindness that immediately put Kaelen at ease. She was a dryad, a guardian of this place. "You have found the Heartstone," she said, her voice like the rustling of leaves and the trickling of a distant stream. "It has been waiting for you." Kaelen looked down at the warm stone in his hand. "Waiting for me, why?" "The Heartstone does not choose lightly," the dryad explained, gliding closer. Her movements were smooth and silent. "It glows for those who feel a quiet loneliness, a sense of being out of step with the world they know. It calls them here, to the Glimmerwood, not to escape their world, but to remember its magic, and in doing so, to find a piece of their own. She told him that the light of the Glimmerwood was fading. A slow, creeping coldness, a forgetfulness, was seeping in from the outside world. The magical beings, the shimmering trees, even the very light, were dimming. The Heartstone had brought him here because he carried within him a capacity for wonder, a warmth that could help rekindle the fading glow. His journey, she said, was not to some grand battle, but to the heart of the wood itself, to the sunken grove, where the oldest light was stored. He needed to take the Heartstone there, and its light, combined with his own belief, would be enough to restore the balance. It seemed an impossible task for a small boy from Glenhaven. But as he looked at Ember, who nudged his hand reassuringly, and into the gentle eyes of the Dryad, he felt the first flicker of a courage he didn't know he possessed. Their journey through the Glimmerwood was a transformation in itself. With every step, Kaelen saw wonders that softened the edges of his solitude. They passed fields of flowers that chimed softly in the breeze, and streams that flowed with liquid light. They met other creatures, a family of badgers who spoke in low, rumbling tones about the geology of dreams, a majestic owl who offered them directions written in constellations of dust motes, and a tiny, mouse-like being who mended torn spiderwebs with threads of moonlight. Ember was his constant companion, her cleverness and quiet presence a steady comfort. She showed him how to listen to the language of the woods, not with his ears, but with his heart. He learned that the rustle of leaves could be a warning or a welcome, that the pattern of shadows could tell a story, and that true friendship often arrived on silent paws when it was needed most. The path to the sunken grove was not without its challenges. They came to a wide chasm, bridged only by a fallen tree trunk, moss-slick and precarious. Below, a mist swirled, hiding the bottom from view. Fear, cold and sharp, clutched at Kaelen's throat. He had never been brave in the way of climbers or explorers. He looked at Ember. She trotted to the edge, assessed the log with a practical eye, and then walked across it with a graceful, unwavering confidence. She turned and looked back at him, her gaze steady. "You can do this," it seemed to say. Taking a deep breath, holding the warm Heartstone tight, Kaelen placed one foot on the log. It was steadier than it looked. He didn't look down, but focused on Ember's calm presence on the other side. Step by slow, deliberate step, he crossed, his fear transforming into a shaky, triumphant pride. Later they found themselves in a part of the wood where the light had grown thin and the air was chilly. The trees were skeletal, and an unnatural silence hung heavily. This was the touch of the forgetfulness. Kaelen felt a deep sadness here, a longing for the warmth and music that had faded. He held up the Heartstone. Its glow, which had been a steady pulse, now flickered weakly. He understood then that the stone drew strength from his own feelings. His doubt was dimming it. He closed his eyes and thought not of grand, heroic feelings, but of small, authentic ones. The sound of his grandmother's laughter, the taste of warm berry pie, the feeling of the first snowflake on his cheek, the loyal presence of the fox beside him. He filled his heart with these simple, warm truths. The Heartstone flared not with a blinding flash, but with a deep, resonant radiance that spread out from him like a wave. The gray trees seemed to drink in the light, their bark regaining a silvery sheen. A single chiming flower bloomed at his feet, then another, and another, until the dismal grove was filled with their soft music and gentle light. The cold retreated. He had not fought the darkness. He had simply remembered the light. Finally, they reached the sunken grove. It was a vast, bowl-shaped depression where the oldest trees in the Glimmerwood grew in a perfect circle. In the center was a pedestal of pure, crystalline rock with a perfect hollow in its top. This was where the Heartstone belonged. The Dryad was there waiting, a smile touching her lips. "You have already done so much," she said. The The wood remembers its song because you remembered yours. Kaelen walked to the center of the grove. The air thrummed with ancient power. He placed the heartstone into the hollow. It fit perfectly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, warm hum began to emanate from the stone, growing in volume until it vibrated in Kaelen's bones. A beam of pure golden light shot up from the heartstone, piercing the canopy above and spreading outwards in every direction. It was a light that held no heat, only an immense, comforting warmth. It flowed through the glimmerwood like a slow, honeyed river, touching every leaf, every petal, every creature. The world didn't just brighten, it sang. Colors became more vibrant, sounds more melodic, the air sweeter. The forgetfulness was washed away in that tide of restored magic. The transformation was beautiful, but it was the feeling that accompanied it that settled deep in Kaelen's soul, a profound sense of peace and rightness. His task was complete. He knew his time in the Glimmerwood was drawing to a close. The Dryad approached him, her form now shimmering with renewed energy. "You will leave here changed, Kaelen," she said. "But the Glimmerwood will always be a part of you. When you feel the world is too gray, remember this light. It is not just here, it is in you. And you can always find your way back, not with your feet, but with your heart." Ember rubbed her head against his leg, a soft farewell. He knelt and stroked her fur, a lump in his throat. "Thank you," he whispered. She chuffed softly, her intelligent eyes holding his for a long moment, before turning and melting into the trees. The Dryad touched his forehead, and the world shimmered around him. He blinked, and he was standing once more at the edge of the Whispering Wood, just outside Glenhaven. The first stars were pricking the violet sky, and the windows of the cottages glowed with friendly lamplight. It felt like only moments had passed. In his hand the heartstone was gone, but its warmth lingered in his chest, a steady, comforting ember. He walked back into the village, and everything was the same, yet completely different. The snow still crunched under his boots, the smoke still rose from the chimneys, but he saw it all through new eyes. He saw the magic in the ordinary, the love baked into a loaf of bread, the friendship in a shared smile, the hidden stories in every lane and every home. He was not lonely anymore, for he carried a whole world inside him. That night, as he sat by the fire with his grandmother, he didn't tell her of dryads or glowing stones or foxes that understood the human heart. Some stories are too precious for words. Instead, he simply listened to the fire crackle and watched the flames dance, and in their light he saw the endless, beautiful patterns of a world within a world, forever glowing, forever warm. And as he climbed into bed, the ember in his heart glowing softly, he knew that his dreams would be of silver grass and chiming flowers, and a friendship that warmed him from the inside out, guiding him gently into the deepest, most restful sleep. Story 14. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls of the small, cozy room. Outside, the first stars began to prick the velvet darkness of the evening sky, and the world settled into that hushed, expectant quiet that comes just before true nightfall. In this peaceful space, a young boy named Leo sat curled in a worn armchair, his knees drawn up to his chin, watching the flames with thoughtful eyes. Leo was a quiet child, one who noticed things others often overlooked, the way morning dew clung to spiderwebs like necklaces of diamonds, how the old oak tree's leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and the particular scent of rain just before it fell. But lately, a restlessness had settled in his heart, a feeling that there was something more waiting just beyond the edge of his ordinary days. On the mantelpiece above the fire sat a small, curious object, a lantern made of tarnished brass and clouded glass. It had belonged to Leo's grandfather, a man who'd told tales of hidden pathways and forgotten wonders. The lantern had not been lit in many years, but sometimes, in the deep of night, Leo would imagine he saw a faint, golden glow emanating from within it, soft and steady as a sleeping heartbeat. One evening, as the last light bled from the sky and the fire burned low, Leo reached for the lantern. It was cooler than he expected and surprisingly light. As he turned it over in his hands, he noticed something he never had before, a small, smooth stone nestled in a tiny compartment at its base. The stone was dark and unremarkable, but when Leo's fingers brushed against it, a warmth spread through his hand, gentle and reassuring. Curiosity sparked within him. He carried the lantern to the window and peered out at the gathering night. To his astonishment, the stone within the lantern began to glow, a soft, amber light that pulsed slowly, like embers breathing in the darkness. It was then that he remembered his grandfather's words, "Some lights don't show you the way out, my boy. They show you the way in." Heart beating a little faster, Leo slipped on his shoes and a warm jacket. With the lantern held carefully before him, he stepped out into the evening. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. Crickets chirped their evening songs, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called out, its voice a soft question in the twilight. The lantern's glow intensified as Leo walked away from the house, guiding him not along the familiar path to the village, but toward the old woods that bordered his home. These woods were usually a place of daylight adventures, climbing trees, building forts, hunting for interesting stones. But at night they transformed. Shadows grew deeper, sounds became mysterious, and the ordinary seemed tinged with magic. As Leo ventured beneath the canopy of trees, the lantern's light created a small pool of warmth around him. It illuminated the twisting roots that crossed his path, the ferns that brushed against his legs with a soft, sighing sound, and the moths that fluttered toward the glow like living snowflakes. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, his footsteps quiet on the carpet of fallen leaves. Then he saw it, a light different from his own. A flicker of silver among the trees, darting and dancing like a will-o'-the-wisp. Leo followed, his curiosity outweighing any apprehension. The silver light led him to a clearing he had never seen before, though he knew these woods well. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, half hidden by ivy and moss. Through the arch, Leo could see not the continuation of the forest, but a soft, shimmering haze, a world within the world. Hesitant but compelled, Leo stepped through the archway. The air changed instantly. It became warmer, carrying the rich scent of blooming night flowers and honey. The light here was twilight eternal, with fireflies drifting like slow constellations and mushrooms glowing with soft bioluminescence. This was the Glimmerwood, a place his grandfather had spoken of in hushed, wondrous tones. Leo's lantern burned brighter here, its amber light blending with the silver and blue of the hidden world. As he walked, the trees seemed to lean in curiously, their leaves whispering in a language almost familiar. He felt a profound sense of peace, but also a loneliness. The beauty around him was meant to be shared. It was then that he heard a small, rustling sound, followed by a faint sigh. Following the noise, Leo found a creature unlike any he had ever seen. It was small, about the size of a squirrel, with fur the color of moonlight and large, dark eyes that held a deep intelligence. One of its wings was bent at an awkward angle, and it was shivering slightly, though the air was warm. "Hello," Leo said softly, kneeling down. The creature looked up, startled, but did not flee. Instead, it made a series of gentle clicking sounds, and Leo felt a strange understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings. Sadness, pain, loneliness. "You're hurt," Leo murmured. He set the lantern down carefully, its light pooling around them. "Can I help?" The creature, he learned its name was Flicker, though not through words, but through an image of light dancing on water, nodded slowly. Leo remembered the basic first aid his mother had taught him. He found a straight twig and some strong, flexible vines. With gentle hands, he fashioned a small splint for Flicker's wing, talking softly all the while about his home, his family, the fire in the hearth. Flicker listened, its large eyes never leaving Leo's face. When the splint was secure, it stretched its good wing and fluttered a few inches off the ground, wobbly but airborne. A feeling of gratitude washed over Leo, warm and sweet as sunlight. Thus began an unexpected friendship. Flicker became Leo's guide through the Glimmerwood. They explored together, discovering streams that flowed with liquid starlight, trees that hummed when the wind passed through their leaves, and meadows where the flowers opened only at night to release clouds of shimmering pollen. Leo told Flicker about his world, the joy of fresh-baked bread, the sound of rain on the roof, the way his mother's laughter could light up a room. Flicker in turn shared the secrets of the Glimmerwood, which berries were sweetest, where the safest paths lay, how to listen to the stories the old stones told. But as days passed, or what felt like days, for time moved differently in the Glimmerwood, Leo noticed something concerning. The light in his lantern was growing dimmer. The stone within, which had burned so brightly, was now only a faint glow. And Flicker's wing, though healing, was not yet strong enough for sustained flight. "The emberstone is fading," Flicker communicated one evening, its thoughts tinged with worry. They sat by a quiet pond, watching the reflection of glowing insects on the water. "It draws its light from connection, from shared wonder. You have been a good friend, Leo, but the stone needs more to keep burning." Leo understood. The magic was not endless. It fed on the very thing he and Flicker had built: friendship, curiosity, kindness. "What happens if it goes out?" he asked. "The way home will close," Flicker replied sadly. "The archway only opens for the light of the emberstone." Leo felt a cold knot of fear in his stomach. He missed his home, his warm bed, the sound of the fire crackling. But he also could not bear the thought of leaving Flicker behind, not while his friend was still unable to fly properly. "There is a way," Flicker thought to him, sensing his distress. "Deep in the heart of the Glimmerwood grows the sunseed blossom. Its light is pure and lasting. If we can reach it, a single petal could restore the emberstone, but the path is dangerous, and I cannot fly us there." Leo looked at his friend, then at the fading lantern. He thought of his grandfather, who had surely faced his own challenges and fears. He thought of the stories he would one day tell, of the friend he had made and the world he had discovered. His restlessness had led him here, and here he would find his strength. "Then we'll walk," Leo said firmly. "Together." Their journey to the heart of the Glimmerwood was long and filled with challenges. They crossed rivers on bridges made of woven light, navigated through valleys where shadows moved with a mind of their own, and climbed slopes so steep Leo had to carry Flicker in his jacket pocket. Along the way they encountered other creatures of the Glimmerwood, a family of badgers whose coats shimmered like oil on water, a wise old owl who offered them directions in exchange for a story, a colony of ants that carried glowing nectar in delicate vessels. Each encounter taught Leo something new. He learned patience from the badgers, who moved slowly but purposefully. He learned the value of stories from the owl, who collected tales like treasures. And he learned about community from the ants, who worked together to create something beautiful. His initial fear transformed into determination, his loneliness into a sense of belonging. Finally, after what felt like a journey of a lifetime, they reached the Sunseed Grove. In the center stood a single, magnificent plant, its flower wide open like a miniature sun, radiating a light that was both powerful and gentle. But surrounding the grove was a field of thorny vines that seemed to shift and writhe, protecting the blossom. "The thorns test the heart," Flicker explained. "They will not harm those who approach with pure intention." Leo took a deep breath. He thought not of his desire to go home, but of his friendship with Flicker, of the kindness they had shared, of the wonder of this hidden world. Holding the lantern before him, he stepped into the field. The thorns did not prick him. Instead, they parted like water, creating a path that led directly to the sunseed blossom. Up close, the flower was even more beautiful, its light warm and inviting. Carefully, Leo plucked a single petal. It glowed in his hand, filling him with a sense of peace and courage. As they turned to leave, the entire grove seemed to sigh in approval. The journey back was easier, the path clearer. When they reached the stone archway, Leo placed the sunseed petal against the ember stone. Immediately, the lantern blazed with a renewed, steady light, brighter and more beautiful than before. It was time to go home. Leo felt a sadness at leaving, but also a deep gratitude. He had come into the Glimmerwood a boy and was leaving as a friend, an explorer, a storyteller in the making. Flicker's wing had grown stronger during their journey, and now he could fly short distances. "I will be all right," he assured Leo, "and you will always know the way back should you need it." With a final heartfelt goodbye, Leo stepped through the archway. He found himself back in the familiar woods, the night still deep around him. The lantern's light guided him home, where the fire in the hearth had burned down to glowing coals. He placed the lantern back on the mantelpiece. The emberstone within shone with a soft, enduring light. Leo knew he had changed. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and the warmth of friendship that spanned worlds. Years later, when Leo had children of his own, he would tell them the story of the Glimmerwood and his friend Flicker. He would show them the lantern, its light never fading, and teach them that the greatest adventures often begin with kindness and end with a heart a little larger than before. And on certain clear nights, if you looked toward the old woods, you might see a flicker of silver light among the trees, a friendly reminder that magic is never far away. It simply waits for those willing to look with wonder and step forward with courage. But for now, the fire crackles softly, the room is warm, and the night is deep and still. The story is told, the journey complete. Rest now, dear listener, and may your dreams be gentle, and your heart always open to the light that glows in unexpected places. Story 15. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden leaves on an autumn breeze. Outside, the world was wrapped in the deep velvet of night, but here, in this cozy space, all was safe and still. So gather close, dear listener, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet soul and a gentle light that changed everything. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Anya. She was a quiet child with thoughtful eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that noticed things others often overlooked, the way morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds, or how the old oak tree's branches seemed to cradle the moon on clear nights. But Anya often felt small, as if her own light was too faint to be noticed in a world so full of noise and motion. One evening, as the last rays of sun bled into twilight, Anya wandered further into the forest than she ever had before. The air grew cool and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. Fireflies began to blink around her, their soft pulses of light like scattered dreams. It was then that she noticed something unusual, a faint, warm glow coming from between the roots of an ancient, gnarled willow tree. Curiosity guiding her, Anya knelt and carefully brushed away the layer of fallen leaves and soft moss. There, nestled in a small hollow, was a smooth, oval stone no larger than her palm. But this was no ordinary stone. It pulsed with a gentle, amber light, as if holding a captive ember from some long-forgotten fire. When she picked it up, it was warm to the touch, and a soft hum vibrated through her fingers, a sound felt more than heard. As she held the stone, the world around her seemed to shift. The forest sounds grew clearer, the rustle of leaves became whispered secrets, the distant hoot of an owl a friendly greeting. And then from behind the willow, a small creature emerged. It was a fox, but unlike any fox Anya had ever seen. Its fur was the color of twilight, and its eyes held the same warm glow as the stone in her hand. You found it, the fox said, its voice like the soft chime of wind through pine needles. Anya startled but did not feel afraid. There was a kindness in the fox's gaze that felt like a familiar song. Found what? She asked, her own voice barely a whisper. The heartstone, the fox replied, padding closer. It has been waiting for you. My name is Kael. I am its guardian. The stone's glow seemed to brighten in response to the fox's words. Anya looked from the stone to Kael, her mind swirling with questions. Waiting for me, why? Kael sat, wrapping his bushy tail around his paws. The heartstone only reveals itself to those who need to find their own light. It senses a kindness that is deep but hidden, a courage that is quiet but true. You have been chosen to embark on a journey, Anya, a journey to the Glimmering Vale. The Glimmering Vale. Anya had heard whispers of it in old tales her grandmother used to tell, a hidden world where light lived in everything, where sorrows were softened and hearts were mended. She had always thought it was just a story. The veil is fading, Kael explained, his voice growing solemn. Its light is dimming because the connection to the human world has been forgotten. The heartstone is a key and a guide. It will light your way, but you must be the one to carry it. You must be the one to rekindle the memory of wonder. Anya looked down at the stone glowing softly in her cupped hands. It felt both a tremendous weight and an incredible gift. She who felt so small and unnoticed was being asked to help save a magical world. I don't know if I can, she admitted, her voice small. Kael nudged her hand gently with his nose. The stone would not glow for you if it did not believe you could. The journey will change you, Anya. It will show you the light you already carry inside. And so, with a deep breath that smelled of pine and possibility, Anya agreed. The heartstone's glow intensified, casting a warm pool of light around them, pushing back the encroaching darkness of the forest night. Kael led the way, his twilight fur blending with the shadows, while Anya followed, the stone a comforting weight in her hand. Their path was not a straight one. It wound through towering trees whose leaves shimmered with silver in the stone's light, and across clear streams that chuckled over smooth, dark rocks. The air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of night-blooming flowers and cool, clear water. As they walked, Anya began to notice small changes. The forest seemed more alive, more aware. Mushrooms on a fallen log pulsed with a soft blue bioluminescence, and the wind carried fragments of melodies she couldn't quite place. The veil between your world and the veil is thin here, Kael said, noticing her wonder. The closer we get, the more the magic bleeds through. After what felt like both minutes and hours, they arrived at a great wall of intertwined ivy and weeping willow branches, so thick it seemed impenetrable. But in the center, where two ancient trees leaned towards each other, forming a natural arch, the heartstone in Anya's hand flared brightly. Its light touched the wall of greenery, and the vines and branches began to stir, untwining themselves slowly, gracefully, to reveal a pathway beyond. The air that flowed from it was warm and carried the incredible scent of honey, vanilla, and sun-warmed stone. "Welcome," Kael said softly, "to the Glimmering Vale." Anya stepped through the archway, and her breath caught in her throat. The vale was more beautiful than any story had ever described. The grass beneath her feet was soft and emitted a faint, greenish glow with every step. Trees with leaves of silver and gold rustled gently, and their trunks were wrapped in soft, pulsing light like lazy fireflies. In the center of the vale, a great tree, larger than any she had ever imagined, reached towards a sky that was not black, but a deep, velvety purple, dotted with stars that swirled slowly like glitter thrown into water. But Kael was right. The light was dim. The glowing grass was patchy, the tree lights flickered weakly, and a general sense of wistfulness hung in the air like a forgotten lullaby. As they walked deeper into the vale, they were met by its inhabitants. There were creatures of light and shadow, small sprites with dragonfly wings that glimmered, and gentle, slow-moving beings made of moss and stone. They all looked at Anya with large, hopeful eyes, but stayed at a distance, as if afraid. "They have not seen a human in many generations," Kael whispered. "They have forgotten the sound of a human heart, the warmth of a human hand. This is why the light fades. The veil is built on connection, on shared wonder. Without it, it wilts." Anya's task felt more daunting than ever. How could she, one small girl, reconnect this entire world to hers? She sat down on a smooth, warm rock near the base of the great tree, placing the heartstone on her lap. Its light pulsed steadily, a little island of warmth in the fading veil. She felt a wave of sadness, not for herself, but for this beautiful, gentle place that was slowly forgetting how to shine. As she sat, a small, timid creature approached. It was a little hedgehog, but its spines were not sharp. They were soft, glowing filaments that shifted color like opal. It stopped a few feet away, sniffing the air, its nose twitching. "Hello," Anya said softly, not moving. The little creature started, but didn't run. It looked at the heartstone, then at Anya's face. Slowly, so slowly, Anya reached out her hand, palm up. She didn't reach for the creature, she simply offered. She poured all her gentle curiosity, all her quiet hope, into that simple gesture. The little hedgehog hesitated, then took a small step forward. Then another. It nudged her fingertips with its cool, damp nose. A shock of warmth, not from the stone, but from within her own chest, spread through Anya. It was a feeling of pure, uncomplicated friendship. At that moment, the filaments on the hedgehog's back blazed with a brilliant, joyful light, and the patch of grass around them glowed a vibrant, healthy green. Kael, who had been watching silently, padded over. "You see," he said, his voice full of warmth. "You thought you had to do something grand, but the strongest magic is in the small things, in a moment of true connection. The heartstone did not choose you for your strength, Anya. It chose you for your kindness." Emboldened, Anya stood. She walked through the veil, not with the stride of a hero, but with the quiet pace of a friend. She stopped to admire a sprite's shimmering wings, and the sprite, pleased, did a joyful loop-the-loop, its light burning brighter. She hummed a tune her grandmother used to sing to a cluster of moss beings, and they swayed in time, their stony surfaces growing warm and emitting a soft, rhythmic glow. She didn't perform great feats. She simply was. She was present. She was kind. She listened to the whispering trees and laughed at the playful streams. And with every genuine moment, the veil responded. The light spread from her like ripples in a pond. The great tree above began to pulse with a stronger, golden light, its branches stretching higher as if waking from a long sleep. Word of the human child with the gentle heart spread. Soon she was surrounded by the creatures of the veil, no longer fearful, but curious and joyful. They brought her gifts, a cup of dew that tasted of strawberries and moonlight, a flower that bloomed with a soft chime. She shared the stories of her world, of baking bread on cold mornings, of the first snowfall, of the constellations her father had shown her. And they in turn shared their magic, showing her how the stars in their sky could be woven into temporary, glittering shapes, how the wind could be persuaded to carry songs. Anya realized this was the journey Kael had spoken of. It wasn't about reaching a destination, it was about becoming. With every connection she made, her own feeling of smallness faded, replaced by a steady, warm confidence. Her own inner light, which she had always thought was too dim, was shining brightly, and it was exactly what the veil needed. As the night in her world deepened, the light in the veil reached its peak. It was not a blinding light, but a deep, thrumming, peaceful radiance. The connection had been remade. The veil was saved not by a great warrior, but by a quiet act of friendship, repeated over and over. Finally, it was time to go. The pathway back through the arch of trees was glowing with sustained, permanent light. Kael walked with her to the edge of the veil. You have done what was needed, Anya. The veil will remember, and so will you. Anya looked down at the heartstone in her hand. Its light was constant now, no longer pulsing. What do I do with this? She asked. It is yours, Kael said. A reminder you do not need to keep it hidden away. Let it remind you every day of the light you carry within. Share it. It will never truly fade. Anya stepped back through the archway, and the vines closed softly behind her. The forest around her was her own familiar forest, but it felt different. It felt friendlier. As she walked home, the heartstone's glow lit her path, but she realized she didn't need it to see the beauty around her. She noticed the intricate pattern of frost beginning to form on a leaf, heard the confident call of a nightjar, felt the peaceful silence of the sleeping world. She arrived home just as the first hint of dawn tinted the sky. She crept inside and placed the heartstone on her windowsill, where the first rays of the rising sun touched it, making it gleam. And from that day on, Anya was changed. She was still quiet, still thoughtful, but she was no longer small. She carried the glimmering veil with her in her heart. She smiled more easily, reached out to others with a quiet confidence, and found wonder in the everyday. The stone on her windowsill glowed with a soft, steady light every night, a cozy beacon in the dark, a warm secret shared between her and the hidden world she had helped to save. And if you ever find yourself in a deep forest on a clear night, and you see a light that seems friendlier than a firefly, and feel a warmth that seems to come from within the trees themselves, you'll know the connection is still there. You'll know that kindness is a magic all its own, and that even the quietest heart can hold the most brilliant light. So close your eyes now, dear listener, and may your dreams be as warm and peaceful as the glow from a certain little stone on a windowsill, guiding you gently into a restful sleep. Story 16. In a quiet corner of a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, there lived a girl with wide, wondering eyes and a heart that listened to the whispers of forgotten things. Her name was Lila, and her favorite place in all the world was the attic, a kingdom of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight, where memories slept in trunks and stories waited in quiet corners. One afternoon, as rain pattered softly against the roof like 1,000 tiny fingertips, Lila decided to explore a particularly shadowy nook behind an old roll-top desk. There, tucked beneath a faded quilt that smelled of cedar and thyme, she found a most curious object, a pocket watch. But this was no ordinary timepiece. Its brass case was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer when touched by light, and instead of numbers its face bore 12 tiny symbols, a leaf, a teardrop, a key, and others she couldn't quite make out. When she held it to her ear, it didn't tick but hummed, a low, warm sound like a bee in a hollyhock. That evening, as Lila sat by her bedroom window watching the moon rise, the watch began to glow with a soft, buttery light. To her astonishment, the latch sprang open, and from within emerged a creature no larger than her thumb, with wings like gossamer and a grumpy expression. Well, it huffed, dusting off its waistcoat. It's about time. I've been waiting ages for someone to open that thing. Do you have any idea how stuffy it gets in there? Lila could only stare, her mouth slightly agape. I am Horatio, the creature announced, though his voice was more like the rustle of pages turning than a proper voice. Keeper of lost moments, and you, unless I am very much mistaken, have just volunteered to help me. Help with what? Lila finally managed to whisper. Why, with the mending, of course. Horatio fluttered up to perch on her windowsill. This watch doesn't tell the hour, it holds moments, beautiful, precious, forgotten moments, but the mainspring is fraying. Soon, all the moments inside will unravel and be lost forever. We must find the thread of twilight to repair it. Lila's heart beat a little faster. Where do we find it? That, said Horatio with a dramatic sigh, is the question. It is not found on any map. The journey is measured not in miles, but in courage. We must listen, and we must feel our way. And so their adventure began, not by leaving the house, but by going deeper into it. Horatio explained that the thread of twilight existed in the quiet, in-between places, the spaces where day meets night, where silence meets sound, where fear meets bravery. Their first guide was found in the garden shed the next morning. As Leela creaked open the door, the scent of damp earth and old wood washed over her. In a pool of sunlight sat a fat, ginger cat named Marmalade, who was meticulously washing one paw. The thread, you say? Marmalade's voice was a deep, rumbling purr. He blinked his golden eyes slowly. It hums on the edge of things. Follow the bees to the lavender patch at noon. They know the song of the still point. So at noon, Layla and Horatio sat in the lavender patch. The sun was warm on their backs, and the air thrummed with the buzzing of bees. Leela closed her eyes as Marmalade had instructed, and did not swat or shy away. She just listened. And in the heart of the humming, she heard it, a single, pure note of peace that steadied her breathing. It was the first stitch in her courage. Their next helper was discovered in the kitchen that evening. Leela's grandmother was baking apple pies, and the old walnut-wood rolling pin, as she rolled out the dough, began to sing in a soft, flowery voice. Ah, the thread of twilight, it crooned, its rhythm a gentle thump-roll, thump-roll. It is woven with patience. Feel it in the waiting, when the pie is in the oven, and the kitchen fills with a sweetness you must endure without peeking. So Leela waited. She sat on the stool as the grandfather clock in the hall ticked its slow, steady rhythm, and the smell of cinnamon and baked apples grew almost unbearably wonderful. She wanted to open the oven door more than anything, but she didn't. She just waited, her hands folded in her lap. And in that patient waiting, she felt a quiet strength spin itself inside her, a second stitch in her growing courage. The final and most difficult part of the journey came that night. A fearsome wind howled outside, rattling the windows. The shadows in Leela's room seemed deeper, longer. The fraying watch on her nightstand glowed weakly, its hum growing fainter. "We must go to the attic," Horatio whispered, his own light dimmed by the gloom. "The strongest in-between place is there now, at the top of the house, in the dark. That is where the thread will be." Leela's breath caught. The attic in the daylight was a kingdom of wonders. The attic at night was a territory of unknown sounds and shifting shapes. The journey from her bed to the attic door felt longer than any road. Creak. Every step on the staircase was a thunderclap in the silent house. Whoosh. The wind moaned under the eaves. Scritch, scratch. What was that? Just a branch against the window, she told herself, her heart hammering. She stood before the attic door, her hand on the cold knob. This was the challenge. Not a dragon to slay, but a fear to face. She thought of the bee's song of peace. She thought of the rolling pin's lesson of patience. She took a deep, shaky breath, pushed the door open, and stepped into the darkness. It was pitch black and colder than downstairs. But then a soft puff sounded beside her. Horatio, mustering all his energy, glowed like a tiny lantern, pushing the shadows back just enough. And from a stack of old letters tied with ribbon, a gentle, papery voice spoke. "Well done," it whispered. "You've already found it." "Found what?" Leela asked, her voice trembling. "The courage you were measured to travel," the voice replied. "Look." Leela looked down at her own hands. They were no longer empty. A silvery, shimmering thread, cool and strong and beautiful, was woven between her fingers, spun from the peace of the lavender field, the patience of the warm kitchen, and the bravery of the dark staircase. With Horatio guiding her light, she carefully wound the thread of twilight around the watch's fragile mainspring. As she did, the watch's case glowed brightly, its hum returning, strong and steady and warm. The symbols on its face shone like little stars. The attic no longer felt dark or cold. It felt safe and secret and full of love. The wind outside settled into a gentle sigh. Horatio beamed, his grumpiness utterly vanished. "You did it," he said, his voice full of wonder. "You mended it with your own journey." Leela climbed back into her bed, the watch held securely in her hand. Its gentle hum was a lullaby. She understood now. The extraordinary secret wasn't just in the watch, it was in the ordinary moments, the listening, the waiting, the brave next step, that, when woven together, could mend anything. And as she drifted off to sleep, the pocket watch softly chiming a dozen different, beautiful moments into the quiet room, she knew that the greatest adventures weren't always in far-off lands. Sometimes the most magical ones were measured in the quiet, courageous beats of your own heart, right where you were all along. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. In the quiet hamlet of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar phenomenon every autumn. The village was famous for its celestial clockwork. The stars above seemed to shine brighter here than anywhere else, and the townsfolk often said they could hear the constellations humming softly on clear nights. But this year, as the leaves began to blush crimson and gold, something was amiss. The stars were disappearing. Not all at once, mind you. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock, who sat on his porch each evening with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed first that the tip of the archer's bow had winked out. Then the baker's daughter, while collecting moon-kissed apples, saw that the little dipper had lost its handle. Each night another star vanished from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the familiar tapestry above. The village was abuzz with whispers, but not of fear, rather a curious, gentle concern. The missing stars became the primary topic of conversation at the nightly gatherings in the town square, where the soft chime of the clock tower marked the hours, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the air. It was then that a young woman named Lyra, who mended clocks and listened to the heartbeat of the world, decided to investigate. Lyra had eyes the color of twilight and a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way the dew settled on a spiderweb, or how the wind carried secrets from distant hills. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a gentle explanation if one only listened closely enough. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope beneath the sycamore trees. When autumn leaves begin to fall, and the silver moon feels rather small, seek the path where time runs deep, where the starry-eyed guardians sleep. Find the key in the constellations, sigh, beneath the rainbow's hidden eye. Lyra pondered these words as she walked through the cobblestone streets, the evening breeze carrying the distant melody of wind chimes from Mrs. Willow's garden. She wondered about the starry-eyed guardians and the constellations sigh. That night she spread out an ancient map of Starlight Hollow on her oakwood table. The map was embroidered with silver thread that shimmered like starlight, and it showed not only the village but the surrounding woods, the meadows, and even the patterns of the constellations above. As she traced the lines, she noticed something peculiar. The pattern of the missing stars in the sky matched the arrangement of certain landmarks on the map: the old well, the quartz rock near the brook, the hollow tree where fireflies danced. It was as if the stars were mirroring the earth below. The next morning, Lyra decided to follow the map to the first location, the quartz rock by the babbling brook. As she approached, she heard a soft, melodic humming, the same sound the stars were said to make. There, sitting on the rock, was a little creature no larger than a hedgehog, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. It was weeping silver tears. "Why are you sad?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling so she wouldn't loom over the small being. The creature looked up, surprised. "I am a starlight nymph," it whispered. "We are the guardians of the stars, but our home, the celestial meadows, is growing dim because the humans have forgotten the old songs that keep the stars alight. We've been gathering the fading starlight to preserve it, but we don't know how to return it." Lyra's heart ached with understanding. This was no theft or mischief. It was an act of love and desperation. She remembered the nursery rhyme, "Find the key in the constellations, sigh." Perhaps the constellations' sigh was not a sound but a pattern, a clue hidden in the stars themselves. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square. The clock tower chimed 7 times, and the air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop glistening like liquid silver in the lantern light. She told them of the starlight nymphs and their dilemma. "We must sing the old songs," Lyra explained. "The songs our grandparents sang to the stars." But which songs? The villagers were puzzled. They knew many tunes, lullabies, harvest chants, melodies for the solstice, but which ones were the right ones? Here, the mystery deepened with a red herring. Old Man Hemlock recalled a song about the moon, and the baker's daughter remembered a rhyme about the sun. They sang them earnestly, their voices rising into the night, but the stars did not return. Instead, something delightful happened. The rain above them began to sparkle, and the flowers in misses. Willow's garden shimmered with newfound luminescence. The songs hadn't brought back the stars, but they had awakened magic in the earth itself. The roses now glowed softly, and the raindrops left tiny, starry reflections where they fell. Lyra smiled. "We're on the right path," she said, "but we need the song of the constellations." She looked again at the ancient map, now sprinkled with glowing raindrops. The pattern of the missing stars seemed to form a musical staff across the sky. And then she understood. The constellation's sigh was the pattern of the stars themselves, and the key was in their arrangement. She hurried to the clock tower, where the largest telescope in the village was kept. Peering through it, she studied the gaps in the sky. The absent stars formed notes, a melody waiting to be sung. With the help of the village musician, who played the flute like a breeze through reeds, they deciphered the tune. It was a soft, haunting melody, one that felt both foreign and familiar, like a dream half-remembered. That night, the entire village gathered once more. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. The clock tower chimed 9 times, and the wind chimes tinkled softly. Together, they sang the melody Lyra had discovered. Their voices wove through the night, gentle and heartfelt, rising to the heavens. And one by one, the stars returned. They shimmered back into place, brighter than ever before, casting a silvery glow over Starlight Hollow. The starlight nymphs appeared at the edge of the woods, their eyes no longer tearful but radiant with joy. They bowed to the villagers in gratitude. "You have remembered," the late nymph said. The stars thrive on kindness and memory. Thank you for singing us back to light. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made it a tradition to gather each week and sing the constellations to sleep. The nymphs, no longer lonely, often joined them, and the bond between earth and sky grew stronger than ever. The flowers that had gained luminescence from the misplaced songs continued to glow softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home with their gentle light. And Lyra, the clockmender who listened with her heart, became the keeper of stories and songs, ensuring that the light above would never fade again. As the embers in the fireplace crackle and the wind whispers outside your window, remember that even the darkest night holds mysteries meant to be solved with curiosity and kindness. And somewhere in a village like Starlight Hollow, the stars are humming a lullaby just for you. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. In the quiet corner of the Whirlpool Galaxy, where stardust gathered like powdered sugar on a cosmic confection, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not a place of cold metal and blinking lights, but rather a living garden that floated among the nebulae, its walls made of crystalline structures that hummed gentle lullabies when starlight touched them just so. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. Kaelen came from a world where the oceans sang and the forests glowed with soft blue light. His people communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin, a language of emotions made visible. When he was happy, his skin shimmered like sunlight on water. When thoughtful, it swirled with deep indigo patterns like ink dropped in milk. He had journeyed to Starlight Haven to tend its gardens, for his touch could make even the most stubborn star blossoms unfurl their petals. Then there was Zorblix, who hailed from a planet where the mountains chimed like crystal bells and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. His species spoke through harmonies, soft chimes and melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. His body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light and cast rainbow patterns on the walls, and when he moved, he left behind a trail of faint, musical notes that hung in the air like forgotten dreams. They met in the heart of the station's garden, where plants from 1,000 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence. Kaelen was tending to a cluster of moonvines that refused to bloom, his skin pulsing with frustrated orange swirls. Zorblix approached with a curious chime, his scales tinkling like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. He reached out a 3-fingered hand, and from his fingertips emerged a soft, encouraging melody that sounded like raindrops on leaves. At first, their communication was a comedy of errors. When Kaelen's skin flashed bright yellow with excitement, Zorblix misinterpreted it as alarm and responded with anxious, discordant notes. When Zorblix produced a cheerful ascending scale, Kaelen thought it sounded mournful and responded with sympathetic violet patterns. They would often find themselves in bewildering conversations, where Kaelen would show appreciation with emerald green spirals, only to have Zorblix answer with what sounded like a sad farewell melody. But in their shared love for the garden, they found common ground. They discovered that when Kaelen's skin glowed with soft pink light, the color of contentment, and Zorblix hummed a particular G minor chord, the moonvines finally burst into spectacular bloom, their flowers opening to reveal tiny constellations inside. Together, they decided to create a special place within the garden, a sanctuary they called the Nebula Nook. They W-toged their floating crystals that caught starlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across mossy banks. They cultivated plants that responded to both color and sound, creating a living symphony of light and music. There were whispering ferns that rustled in harmony with Zorblix's scales and glow mushrooms that pulsed in time with Kaelen's emotional hues. One evening, as the station drifted through a particularly beautiful nebula that painted the sky in watercolor hues of lavender and peach, they experienced their first true misunderstanding. Zorblix had been working on a special project, a fountain made of singing crystals that would flow with liquid light. Wanting to surprise Kaelen, he worked in secret, creating complex melodies that required intense concentration. Kaelen, seeing his friend constantly producing tense, sharp notes and avoiding their usual time together, assumed Zorblix was angry with him. His skin took on worried gray patterns, and he began spending more time alone with the star blossoms, which drooped in response to his sadness. The misunderstanding lasted for 3 rotations of the station, around a nearby star. The garden began to suffer. Flowers closed their petals, and the usually cheerful glow orbs dimmed. Finally, Zorblix completed his surprise and came to find Kaelen chiming excitedly. He found his friend sitting beneath the weeping willows of Xylos, his skin a dull, unhappy gray. With a confused series of notes, Zorblix approached. Kaelen looked up, his patterns flashing briefly with hope before settling back into gloomy gray. It was then that Zorblix realized what had happened. In his culture, working alone to create a gift was a sign of deep respect, but to Kaelen's people, spending time apart indicated displeasure. Zorblix gently took Kaelen's hand and led him to the nebula nook. There, in the center of their sanctuary, stood the most beautiful fountain either of them had ever seen. Crystalline structures rose like frozen music, flowing with liquid starlight that cascaded down in shimmering sheets. As the light flowed, it produced harmonies that changed with the patterns of the nebula outside. Understanding dawned on Kaelen, and his skin erupted in a fireworks display of joyful colors, golden sunbursts, happy cerulean waves, and grateful violet blossoms. Zorblix responded with a melody that sounded like laughter made into music. They sat together by the fountain, their misunderstanding washed away by the beauty they had created together. From that day on, they developed their own language, a blend of color and sound that was uniquely theirs. Kaelen learned to distinguish Zorblix's working concentration melody from his distressed chords, and Zorblix came to understand the difference between Kaelen's excited yellow and anxious yellow. Their favorite times were when they would sit in their nebula nook, watching distant stars being born and dying in spectacular supernovas. Kaelen's skin would glow with soft, contented patterns that mirrored the cosmic dance outside, while Zorblix would produce gentle, ambient music that harmonized with the universe's silent song. One particularly magical night, as a shower of shooting stars painted silver trails across the observation dome, they experienced something extraordinary. Kaelen was watching the display, his skin reflecting the starlight in odd silver patterns, while Zorblix produced a melody that sounded like stars twinkling. Without thinking, they reached for each other's hands. As their fingers touched, something miraculous happened. Kaelen's color patterns flowed up Zorblix's arm, tracing glowing patterns across his scales, while Zorblix's music seemed to vibrate through Kaelen, causing his skin to shimmer in time with the melody. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through color or sound, but through something deeper, something that needed no translation. It was the pure language of friendship, transcending worlds and species. They sat there for hours, not needing to communicate in any way but simply being together, two souls from different stars understanding that kindness needs no dictionary, that compassion has no language barrier, and that the quiet company of a true friend is the universal translator of the heart. As the space station drifted peacefully through the cosmos, its garden blooming with intergalactic flora and its crystals humming soft lullabies, the two friends continued their watch. They knew that no matter how far they were from their home planets, they had found something more valuable than any starlight or melody, a friendship that proved that across the vast, star-dusted expanse of the universe, all beings speak the same language when they speak from the heart. And in their nebula nook, with the fountain singing its liquid light melodies and the flowers glowing in response to their combined presence, they created a small corner of the cosmos where differences were celebrated, misunderstandings became opportunities for laughter, and kindness was the only technology that truly mattered. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion, deep within the whispering woods. Here lived a young dew-keeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, it allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens, not to examine a jewel, but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections, but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terror warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. The air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dew-keeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Arania, I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Arania's gaze directly. I am Rowan, Dewkeeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Arania dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewel's daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Arania's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it, towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago. It slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch, but it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. Someone must go, Arania said softly. Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels in your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself. Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. I will go, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. Tell me what to do. Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. Stay with Arania, little light, watch for me. The firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the nightshard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The nightshard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. Show it, he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. Show it what it is, show it the emptiness it creates. The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the nightshard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the nightshard, not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The nightshard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the nightshard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. "Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror." "The jewel," Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone. The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care, more than before." She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. "My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost." Rowan looked at the 2 remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. "The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light. Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger?" Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. "The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could." She looked at the dew lens. "And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin." A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dewkeeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the 2 remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. "And I offer my threads," she resonated. "When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do." She gestured towards the path leading out. "Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight." The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. Rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Arania would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift, a tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely, a dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Aranea's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the Dewkeeper, and Aranea, the weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come bright and jeweled. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding. He sighed. She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed. Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it? He asked impulsively. Mister. Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember. Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business. Leo knelt, showing him the watch. It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs. Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her. But how? Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. Ask the Whisperers, Barnaby said cryptically. Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips. He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. Lonely ticker, eh? Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose. He pecked gently at the watch chain. Follow me. Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. Hold it there. Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. Here, here, Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook, where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. Just quiet, Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. It's Whiskers, he sobbed. My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere. Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look. He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. Whiskers. Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, where is she? Help us find her. The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. She's here. Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. The soft hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was the only sound in the vastness of Sector Nebula 7. Aboard the small scout vessel, Tick, a small, furry mammal from the lush forests of Felnar, adjusted her navigation console with nervous paws. Her large, dark eyes scanned the unfamiliar star patterns. She was on a simple botanical survey mission, collecting samples of resilient space moss, when an unexpected gravity surge sent the Weaver careening off course, its systems flickering. Emergency protocols kicked in, jettisoning her towards the nearest habitable zone, the uncharted moon, Lyra's Tear. Her landing was rough, the pod skidding through silvery blue grass that shimmered like liquid metal under the twin moons. Tick stumbled out, her thick brown fur ruffled, clutching her precious sample case. The air was cool and crisp, smelling faintly of ozone and something sweet, like crushed mint. Towering crystalline formations, glowing with internal light, dotted the landscape. It was eerily beautiful and utterly silent. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A massive figure emerged from behind a cluster of glowing spires. Tick froze, heart pounding against her ribs. It stood easily 3 times her height, its body composed of smooth, interlocking plates of what looked like polished obsidian and amber crystal. 4 long, multi-jointed limbs ended in delicate, claw-tipped appendages. Where a face might be, a cluster of deep blue crystals pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light. This was Core, a mineralogist from the molten core world of Xylos, whose own survey craft had been damaged by the same gravity anomaly. Stranded and scanning for usable mineral deposits, Core had detected Tick's landing. To Tick, Core was a terrifying, silent monolith. The way the crystals pulsed felt like a threatening glare. She chittered a warning, baring small teeth, and scrambled backwards, hiding behind her overturned escape pod. Her fear was a sharp, acrid scent in the air. To Core, Tick was a chaotic, vibrating bundle of unpredictable energy. The high-pitched chittering sounded like aggressive static, and the sudden movements were jarring against the moon's natural harmonic resonance. Core emitted a low, subsonic rumble, a sound of confusion and caution that vibrated through Tick's bones, amplifying her fear. Core took a step closer, a long limb reaching out slowly. "Stay back." Tick squeaked, throwing a small pebble. It harmlessly bounced off Core's crystalline chest. The pebble's strike registered to Core not as pain, but as a sharp, discordant note disrupting the ambient harmony. Core recoiled, the blue crystals flaring brighter for a moment. Aggression, Core thought, interpreting the vibration. A profound misunderstanding settled between them, thick as the moon's strange fog. Night fell swiftly on Lyra's tier, bringing a deep chill and a howling wind that swept across the plains. Tick shivered violently in the meager shelter of her pod's wreckage. Her fur was good for Felnar's humidity, not this biting cold. Across the clearing, Core stood motionless near a large crystal formation, seemingly unaffected. Tick watched, teeth chattering, as the wind whipped around the giant being. Then she noticed something. Core's crystal plates were subtly realigning, channeling the wind into a low, resonant hum that generated warmth. The air directly around Core shimmered slightly with heat haze. Desperation overcoming fear, Tick inched closer, drawn by the promise of warmth. Core, sensing the small creature's approach and its intense shivering, understood its distress cold. Core shifted slightly, angling a large, flat crystal plate towards Tick. Instantly, a wave of gentle, radiant heat washed over her. It was blissful. Tick cautiously sank down near Core's massive foot, the warmth seeping into her bones. She looked up at the pulsing blue crystals. The light seemed softer now. She tentatively reached out a paw, not to touch, but to feel the heat radiating from the crystal surface. Core remained perfectly still, observing. The next day brought a shared challenge. A violent ionic storm, common on Lyra's tier, rolled in with terrifying speed. Jagged forks of purple lightning split the sky, and the howling wind turned ferocious, threatening to sweep Tick away. Rain, cold and stinging, lashed down. Tick huddled against Core's warm leg, terrified. Core, however, perceived the storm differently. The intense electromagnetic bursts were painfully loud, a cacophony of screeching frequencies that vibrated Core's very core, threatening to shatter delicate internal structures. The wind's roar was physically jarring. Core needed shelter from the sound. Tick needed shelter from the elements. Core scanned the terrain with senses attuned to mineral densities and spotted a cave entrance partially hidden behind a curtain of glowing vines, nestled within a large crystal mountain. Core pointed a long limb towards it, emitting a series of low, pulsed rumbles that Tick felt as vibrations in the ground. This time, Tick didn't interpret it as a threat, but as communication. She saw the cave. Shelter. Go. Tick squeaked, pointing frantically at the cave as a particularly fierce gust nearly lifted her off her feet. Core understood the gesture. Moving with surprising swiftness despite the buffeting wind, Core scooped Tick up gently in one large, clawed hand, shielding her from the worst of the rain and wind with the other. Tick gasped but didn't struggle, feeling the secure enclosure. Core lumbered towards the cave, the chaotic storm frequencies causing visible distress, small cracks appearing on some of Core's outer plates. Tick felt the vibrations of pain through Core's hand. Inside the cave, it was blessedly quiet and dry. Bioluminescent moss coated the walls, casting a soft green glow. Core carefully set Tick down, then retreated deeper into the cave, pressing large crystal hands against the walls. A deep, resonant hum filled the space as Core tried to ground the painful frequencies, small fractures spreading further on Core's limbs. Tick watched, understanding dawning. Core wasn't immune, Core was hurting. Tick remembered her sample case. Among the space moss was a rare Felnarian plant, the whisper root. When chewed, it emitted a powerful, localized field of harmonic dampening, used to calm agitated flora. Tick hurriedly dug it out, a gnarly brown tuber. She broke off a piece and cautiously approached Kor, who was shuddering with the residual vibrations. She held up the root, making chewing motions with her mouth. Kor's blue crystals pulsed slowly, observing. Tick took a small bite herself, then offered the larger piece. Trusting the small creature who shared warmth, Kor took the root. As Kor's crystalline mandibles ground the fibrous material, a wave of profound silence washed over the cave. The painful resonance of the storm faded to a distant murmur. Kor straightened, the cracks on the plate stopping their spread. The blue crystals pulsed with a warm, steady light relief, gratitude. Kor looked down at Tick and emitted a soft, harmonious chime, like glass bells underwater. It was the first sound Kor had made that wasn't a rumble or a vibration felt through the ground. It was beautiful. In the quiet sanctuary of the cave, warmed by Kor's presence and the soft moss light, the barriers dissolved. Tick, emboldened, pointed to herself. "Tick," she said clearly. She then pointed at her furry arm, then at the cave wall, mimicking digging. Felnar plants. Kor watched intently. Then Kor pointed a claw tip at Tick. A soft, complex harmonic resonated, like two notes played simultaneously. Tick. Kor then touched a large crystal plate on its chest, producing a deeper, richer chord. Kor gestured towards the ground, then upwards, mimicking flight, followed by a low, grinding sound. Xylos. Minerals. They spent hours like this, sheltered from the storm. Tick showed Kor samples of Felnarian moss, explaining through gestures and simple sounds how it stored starlight. Kor showed Tick how to tap certain crystals to make them glow brighter or resonate with different pitches, demonstrating the musical geology of Xylos. Tick learned that Kor's glare was often just focused observation, and the rumbles were attempts at communication or expressions of emotion Kor couldn't vocalize like Tick. Kor learned that Tick's quick movements weren't aggression, but curiosity or anxiety, and her chittering could mean many things depending on the pitch. They laughed, Tick with a series of high-pitched giggles, Kor with a cascade of shimmering chimes that vibrated pleasantly in Tick's chest. When the storm finally passed, revealing Lyra's tear bathed in serene moonlight, they emerged together. They worked as a team to gather materials. Tick, with her small size and dexterity, collected edible glowing berries from high vines and soft, insulating moss for bedding. Kor, with immense strength and mineral senses, broke off specific resonant crystals to repair critical components on Tick's escape pod beacon, and located rare minerals needed for Kor's own craft's power core. One afternoon, while searching for a specific conductive ore, Kor's massive foot dislodged a rock slide near a precarious cliff edge where Tick was foraging. Tick shrieked as the ground gave way. Without hesitation, Kor lunged, a long limb snapping out faster than thought. The powerful claws closed gently but firmly around Tick, lifting her to safety just as the rocks tumbled into the abyss. Tick clung to Kor's claw, her heart hammering, not with fear of Kor, but with gratitude. Kor set her down carefully, the blue crystals pulsing rapidly with concern. Tick patted the cool crystal surface reassuringly. Safe, Kor, safe, Tick. Later, when a territorial, six-legged reptilian creature, attracted by the glow of Kor's crystals, lunged from the undergrowth, Tick didn't freeze. She remembered Kor's sensitivity to sound. She let out a piercing, sustained shriek, a sound specifically designed on Felnar to startle predators. The frequency was agonizingly high for the reptile, which screeched and retreated. Kor, protected by the dampening effect still lingering from the whisper root, watched in astonishment as the tiny creature defended the giant. Kor chimed a melody of profound thanks. The day came when both their crafts were repaired enough to send signals. A Felnarian recovery ship and a Xylosian mineral barge responded, homing in on their beacons. As the ships descended through the lavender sky, casting long shadows on the shimmering grass, Tick and Kor stood side by side near the cave entrance. Tick felt a pang of sadness sharper than the moon's chill. She looked up at Kor, her large eyes glistening. She reached into her sample pouch and pulled out her last, perfectly preserved whisper root, the one that had eased Kor's pain. She held it up. Kor understood. The giant crystalline being knelt, bringing its cluster of blue crystals level with Tick. Kor carefully pried off a small, perfect shard from an inner plate not damaged, but deliberately chosen. It pulsed with a warm, steady blue light. Kor offered it to Tick with infinite gentleness. Tick placed the whisper root into Kor's large claw. Kor placed the glowing blue crystal shard into Tick's small paws. It was warm to the touch, radiating a soft, comforting hum that resonated deep within her. It wasn't just a crystal, it was a piece of Kor's harmony, a tangible memory of shared warmth in a cold cave, of protection, and of understanding forged in silence and storms. The recovery teams found them like that, the small, furry botanist from the green world, holding a pulsing blue crystal, and the towering crystalline geologist from the molten core, cradling a gnarled brown root. They exchanged no words their rescuers could understand, only a look that spoke volumes. Tick's eyes soft with affection, Kor's crystal light pulsing with a gentle, steady warmth. As Tick's pod lifted off, she pressed the blue crystal shard against the viewport. Far below, Kor stood, a dark silhouette against the glowing landscape, holding the whisper root. Kor raised a limb in farewell, a single, pure harmonic note rising through the air, reaching Tick even through the pod's hull, a sound of friendship, clear and true. Tick settled back in her seat, the crystal's soft hum a constant, soothing presence against her chest. It was a reminder that across the vast, silent gulf of space, under different suns and moons, friendship could bloom in the most unexpected soil. It wasn't about understanding every word, but about listening with the heart, sharing warmth in the cold, and offering shelter from the storm. The universe felt less lonely, filled not just with stars, but with the quiet, resonant echo of an unlikely, precious bond. And as the stars blurred past, Tick knew the true treasure she brought back wasn't moss or samples, but the warm, humming memory of Kor, a friend written not in words, but in light and harmony, forever held close. In the heart of the world, where the stars dipped low to kiss the treetops, there lay an ancient forest older than memory itself. Here the moonlight did not merely shine, it wove itself through the branches like silver thread, stitching together a tapestry of shadows and secrets. The air hummed with a quiet magic, one that spoke not in words, but in the rustle of leaves, the murmur of streams, and the soft sigh of moss-covered stones. It was in this forest that a young fox named Kaelen made his home. His fur was the color of autumn leaves touched by frost, and his eyes held the curious glimmer of one who listens more than he speaks. But lately, Kaelen found himself restless. While the other creatures of the night settled into their rhythms, the badgers in their sets, the hedgehogs in their nests, Kaelen felt a tugging in his heart, a longing for something he could not name. One evening, as the last rays of sunlight surrendered to the violet cloak of twilight, Kaelen padded softly to the edge of a starlit clearing. Here the grass shimmered with dewdrops that caught the moon's glow like scattered diamonds. Fireflies drifted lazily, their gentle pulses of light weaving patterns in the air. But Kaelen's attention was drawn to a great, gnarled oak at the clearing's center, a tree so ancient its bark was etched with the stories of centuries. Perched on one of its lower branches was an owl with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes like polished amber. This was Alastair, elder and keeper of the forest's whispers. He did not hoot or call, but simply watched, his presence as steady and comforting as the oldest stone in the riverbed. "You are troubled, little one," Alastair said, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. It was not a question. Kaelen looked up, surprised. "How did you know?" The owl blinked slowly. "The forest tells me, the birch trees shiver when there is unease in the heart of one who dwells here. The stream's song changes its tune, Even the stones hum a different vibration. He tilted his head. What weighs on you, young fox? Kaelen sat, wrapping his tail around his paws. I feel out of rhythm. The others know when to rest, when to wake, when to store, and when to share. But I feel like a leaf caught in an eddy, spinning without direction. Alistair spread his wings slightly, then settled them. Come, he said. Walk with me. The forest has much to share with those who listen. And so began their journey through the moon-drenched woods. Alistair led the way, his flight silent as a shadow, while Kaelen followed on quiet paws. They moved through groves where willows wept silver tears, and into hollows where ferns uncurled like sleeping hands. As they walked, Alistair began to teach Kaelen the secret language of the forest. Listen, the owl murmured as they passed a row of aspens. Hear how their leaves tremble. That is not just the wind. It is their way of speaking to one another, sharing news of the night. They tell of the moth that just passed, the quality of the starlight, the scent of rain approaching. Farther on they came to a stream that chuckled over smooth, dark stones. This water does not merely flow, Alistair explained. It remembers every stone it has touched, every root it has caressed, every thirst it has quenched. It carries those stories in its song. Bend closer, listen. Kaelen dipped his head, and the babbling brook resolved into distinct melodies, one that spoke of mountain snowmelt, another of shaded pools where trout dreamed, and still another that hummed of the sea, far away and yet connected. They continued until they reached a part of the forest Kaelen had never seen. Here the trees grew so close their branches interlaced like fingers, and the air was filled with a soft, green glow. Fungi clung to fallen logs, emitting a gentle bioluminescence that pulsed in time with Kaelen's heartbeat. Moss hung from branches in velvet curtains, and the ground was carpeted in such softness that each step was silent. This is the heartwood, Alistair said softly. Here the magic of the forest is strongest. It is a place of deep rest and great renewal. But as they ventured deeper, Kaelen noticed something amiss. The light of the fungi flickered uncertainly. The stream that trickled through here sang a worried, fragmented tune. Even the air felt still and waiting. What's wrong? Kaelen whispered. Alistair's feathers ruffled. The seasons are turning. Autumn is giving way to winter, and the forest must prepare to sleep. But the rhythm is hesitant. Something is holding on too tightly, resisting the natural release. Just then a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft patter that kissed the leaves and stones alike. Each drop played its own note upon the world, creating a symphony of taps and drips that was both soothing and mysterious. Kaelen felt his worries begin to loosen, washed clean by the rain's gentle percussion. They found the source of the trouble near a circle of standing stones draped in ivy. A young maple tree, its leaves still blazing crimson rather than releasing to the earth, stood trembling, its roots clutching the soil as if afraid to let go. It fears the sleep, Alistair said sadly. It believes that to release its leaves is to lose itself. It does not understand that rest is not an ending, but a gathering of strength. Kaelen approached the tree slowly. He remembered his own restlessness, his own fear of being out of rhythm. Without thinking, he began to hum, a soft, wordless tune that rose from some deep, knowing place within him. It was a melody woven from the stream's memory, the aspen's whispers, the stone's patience. As he hummed, the bioluminescent fungi brightened, pulsing in time with his song. The rain softened to a mist that glistened in the air. The maple shivering stilled. Then Alistair joined in, not with song, but with story. He spoke in the old language of the forest, telling the tale of the seasons, how each must yield to the next, how the surrender of autumn makes possible the rebirth of spring, how the deepest rest holds the greatest potential for growth. Kaelen, inspired, pressed his paw against the maple's trunk. He let his own uncertainty flow out, and his newfound understanding flow in. He shared without words the comfort he had found in the forest's teachings, that everything has its time, its season, its purpose. Slowly, gracefully, the maple's leaves began to release. They drifted down like crimson stars, carpeting the earth in a blanket of fire and gold. As each leaf landed, the fungi glowed brighter, the stream's song grew clearer, and the very air seemed to sigh in relief. The resistance had broken. The forest's rhythm was restored. When the last leaf fell, the maple stood bare but peaceful, its branches lifted to the sky as if in gratitude. The bioluminescent glow now pulsed steadily, warmly. The rain ceased, and in its place came a gentle wind that whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of damp earth and renewal. Alistair looked at Kaelen, his amber eyes glowing with pride. "You see, little one, sometimes the one who feels most out of rhythm is the very one who can help restore it. Your restless heart was not a flaw, it was a preparation." Kaelen realized his own unease had melted away. In its place was a deep, humming peace. He understood now that his journey was not about finding a fixed place, but about flowing with the cycles, of knowing when to explore and when to rest, when to hold on and when to release. Together, they made their way back to the starlit clearing. The fireflies had returned, drifting like living stars. The ancient oak stood silent and strong. "Remember this night," Alistair said as he settled on his branch. "The forest's wisdom is always here, in the whisper of the leaves, the song of the stream, the patience of the stones. You need only listen." Kaelen curled at the base of the oak, feeling the gentle vibration of the earth beneath him. He watched the moon drift behind a lacework of clouds, and he listened, truly listened, to the symphony of the night. The rustle of leaves became a lullaby, the distant hoot of another owl a reassurance, the soft wind a caress. And as he drifted into sleep, Kaelen knew he was part of something vast and beautiful, a rhythm that had pulsed long before him and would continue long after. He was not a leaf caught in an eddy, but a note in the great song of the forest, perfectly placed, perfectly timed. The stars shimmered above, the fungi glowed below, and all around, the ancient forest breathed in cycles of rest and renewal, holding all its creatures in a gentle, magical embrace. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvan's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvan responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvan the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvan, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelen and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelen, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelen nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelen remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion? Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin. Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. Change is the Vala's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone, she said softly. It seems unchanging, but look closer. She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around. Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen. He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. The whispering glade, Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. Grandmother used to say it's a place where the Vala's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours. The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaelen bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. Listen, she murmured. Not just with your ears, feel the forest breathe. As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. All right, Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. What do I do? Just be, Mara suggested. Let the glade feel you as you feel it. Kaelen plopped down onto the moss. Yeah, maybe try not trying. Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds, the rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, A nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kaelen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kaelen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kaelen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kaelen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Silas, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. Deep within the ancient forest of Eldermere, where the moon poured its silver light like liquid through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true nature when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic as old as the stars themselves. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young fox named Kaelen ventured further than he ever had before. His russet fur was brushed with silver moonbeams, and his paws made no sound on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. He was following a trail of softly glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle blue light, their bioluminescence creating a pathway through the deepening shadows. Kaelen had heard the elders speak of the Heartwood Glade, a place where the magic of the forest gathered most strongly, where the trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Though his heart beat with a mixture of trepidation and wonder, he felt drawn forward by an invisible thread of curiosity. As he walked, the forest came alive around him. Fireflies wove patterns of gold in the air, their light mingling with the silver moonbeams filtering through the leaves. The stream that meandered through the woods babbled a soothing melody, each ripple and eddy forming words in the ancient language of water, a language that spoke of journeys to distant lands and the comfort of returning home. Kaelen paused by the stream, dipping his nose to the cool, clear water. As he drank, he heard the stones beneath the surface humming a low, resonant tune. They told of patience, of being worn smooth by time and water, of holding fast through seasons of flood and drought. The young fox felt a sense of peace wash over him, as refreshing as the water itself. But soon the path grew darker, the trees closer together. Kaelen realized he had wandered into a part of the forest where the moonlight struggled to penetrate. The glowing mushrooms had faded, and an unease settled in his chest. The gentle rustle of leaves now sounded like whispers of warning, and the familiar creak of branches seemed like sighs of concern. It was then that a soft voice spoke from above, gentle as the rustle of silk. "You have journeyed far from your den, little one." Kaelen looked up to see a great horned owl perched on a moss-covered branch. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held the depth of the night sky, sprinkled with flecks of gold that seemed to capture the starlight. This was Lyra, the eldest of the nocturnal guardians, whose wisdom was as vast as the forest itself. "I was following the light," Kaelen explained, his voice barely a whisper. "I wanted to see the Heartwood Glade." Lyra blinked slowly, her gaze kind. "The path to wisdom is not always illuminated, young seeker. Sometimes we must walk through shadows to appreciate the light." She extended one wing, gesturing for him to continue alongside her. "Come, the forest has lessons for those willing to listen with more than just their ears." Together they moved deeper into the woods. Lyra flew silently from tree to tree, while Kaelen followed below. As they traveled, the owl taught him how to listen to the language of the forest, how the different rustles of leaves conveyed messages, how the pitch of the wind through pine needles differed from its song through oak leaves, how the pattern of rainfall on various surfaces created a symphony of soft percussion. "Every element has its voice," Lyra explained as they paused by a particularly ancient oak. Place your paw here against the bark. Kaelen did as instructed, and to his amazement, he felt a gentle vibration through his pads, a slow, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the forest itself. The tree's whispers filled his mind, not with words but with feelings. The joy of spring buds unfurling, the contentment of summer shade, the release of autumn leaves, the deep rest of winter dormancy. All things move in cycles, Lyra said softly. To everything there is a season of growth and a season of rest. Neither is more important than the other. As they continued, the forest began to change around them. The trees grew taller and broader, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral overhead. Bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated their path. Then, through a natural archway of weeping willow branches, they stepped into the heartwood glade. Kaelen caught his breath. The clearing was circular, surrounded by ancient trees whose bark shimmered with what appeared to be embedded starlight. At the center stood a magnificent silver birch that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The air hummed with magic, and the very ground beneath his paws felt alive with energy. But as Kaelen stepped forward to approach the birch, he noticed something concerning. One side of the glorious tree appeared slightly faded, its leaves lacking the vibrant silver sheen of the others. A cluster of the glowing mushrooms at its base had dimmed to a faint pulse rather than their steady glow. The tree is unwell, Kaelen observed, his heart sinking. Lyra alighted on a low branch nearby. The seasons have been unkind this year. The rains came too fiercely in spring, washing away much of the nutrient-rich soil from its roots. Then the summer sun burned too hot for too long. The tree has given its energy to protect the younger saplings around it, and now it struggles to replenish itself. Kaelen looked at the weary tree, then at the vibrant forest around them. What can be done? The forest knows how to heal itself, Lyra said, but sometimes it needs assistance from those who walk its paths. Listen, what do you hear? Kaelen closed his eyes, focusing all his attention. Beyond the obvious sounds of rustling leaves and distant owl calls, he began to discern subtler notes, the soft patter of beginning rainfall on leaves, the gurgle of a nearby spring, the faint crackle of energy from the bioluminescent plants. Then he heard it, a whisper from the stream that bordered the glade. It spoke of minerals and nourishment that flowed from the mountain peaks, of how the water could carry healing properties to where they were most needed if only something would guide it. The stream, Kaelen said, opening his eyes. It can help, but it needs to be directed to the tree's roots. Lyra's golden eyes gleamed with approval. Wisdom often comes when we listen to the world around us rather than only to our own thoughts. With newfound purpose, Kaelen set to work. Using his paws, he began to dig a small channel from the stream toward the silver birch. The earth was soft and fragrant, rich with the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. As he worked, other nocturnal creatures emerged from the shadows, drawn by the energy of the glade. A badger with stripes that shimmered like moonlight came to help move larger stones. Moths with wings like stained glass fluttered overhead, their gentle wing beats stirring the air. Even the fireflies gathered, forming a living chandelier that provided light for the work. As the gentle rain continued to fall, its patter on leaves creating a soothing rhythm, the stream began to flow along the new channel Kaelen had created. The water swirled around the base of the silver birch, carrying with it the minerals and nourishment from distant mountains. Almost immediately, a change began to occur. The tree's faint glow intensified, pulsing in time with the forest's heartbeat. The faded leaves regained their silver sheen, catching the moonlight like countless tiny mirrors. The mushrooms at its base brightened, their blue light becoming steady and strong. But the most miraculous transformation happened next. As the tree drew nourishment from the water, it began to release tiny, glowing seeds that floated upward like reverse snowfall. Each seed pulsed with soft light as it rose, joining the fireflies and moths in a dazzling aerial dance. When they reached the height of the canopy, the seeds burst into delicate silver sparks that drifted slowly downward, settling on every plant and creature in the glade. Where the sparks landed, new bioluminescent flowers bloomed, their petals glowing with soft hues of blue, violet, and silver. The moss covering the stones brightened to an emerald green that seemed to radiate its own light. Even the animals found their fur or feathers dusted with temporary starlight that slowly faded to a soft glow. Kaelen watched in awe as the entire glade transformed into a living tapestry of light and magic. The air itself seemed to shimmer, and the previously faint magical hum grew into a harmonious chord that resonated in his very bones. Lyra flew down to perch beside him. "You see, young one, the forest gives freely to those who understand its language. By helping one tree, you have strengthened the entire glade." Kaelen looked around at the revitalized clearing, then up at the wise owl. "But I only dug a small channel, the stream did the healing." Lyra's beak seemed to curve in what might have been a smile. "The stream contains the medicine, but direction was needed. Just as the forest provides wisdom, but we must choose to listen. Just as the seasons bring change, but we must learn to adapt." They sat in comfortable silence for a time, watching as the nocturnal creatures celebrated the renewal of the glade. The silver birch now stood radiant and strong, its branches swaying gently in a breeze that carried the scent of rain-washed forest and blooming night flowers. "Remember this night," Lyra said softly. "Remember that even in darkness there is light to be found. That rest is not idleness but preparation. That helping one part of the whole strengthens everything. And that the greatest magic often comes not from grand gestures, but from listening to the quiet voices around us." Kaelen nodded, storing each word in his heart. He realized that his journey had not really been about reaching the Heartwood Glade, but about learning to hear the forest's song and understanding his place within its eternal cycles. As the night deepened toward dawn, the creatures began to return to their homes, their temporary starlight glow fading gently. The bioluminescent plants maintained their soft radiance, ensuring the glade would never again be without light, even on the darkest nights. Lyra offered to guide Kaelen back to the familiar territory near his den. As they traveled, the young fox noticed that his understanding of the forest had changed. He could now distinguish the different whispers of trees, comprehend the babbling messages of streams, and feel the ancient patience in stones. The forest was no longer just a place he lived in. It was a living, breathing companion. When they reached the edge of his home territory, Lyra alighted on a low branch. "The night wanes and dawn approaches. Time for rest, little sage." Kaelen looked up at the wise owl. "Thank you for guiding me." Lyra blinked slowly. "The guidance was always there in the forest itself. I merely helped you learn to listen. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with starlight and whispered wisdom." With that, the great owl took flight, disappearing silently into the pre-dawn shadows. Kaelen returned to his den, a cozy space between the roots of a grandfather oak. As he curled up on his bed of soft leaves and moss, he could still hear the gentle sounds of the waking forest, the softening rainfall, the distant stream's song, the sigh of wind through leaves. Each sound wove together into a lullaby of natural ASMR that eased him into peaceful slumber. Outside, the first hints of dawn tinted the eastern sky with shades of rose and gold. The nocturnal creatures settled into their daytime rest, while the diurnal animals began to stir. The forest prepared for its daily transformation, just as it had for countless seasons before and would for countless seasons to come. And deep in his dreams, Kaelen wandered through starlit clearings where trees shared ancient stories, streams offered refreshing wisdom, and stones hummed melodies of patience and persistence. He understood now that magic wasn't something rare or distant. It was present in every leaf, every drop of water, every breath of wind. It was the interconnectedness of all things, the cyclical dance of rest and renewal, the quiet language of nature that awaited only listening ears and willing hearts. The ancient forest of Eldermere continued its eternal rhythms, now with one more creature who understood its secret language, one more guardian who would listen to its whispers and help when needed. And in the heart of the woods, the heartwood glade pulsed with renewed energy, its silver birch standing tall and radiant, a testament to the power of listening, helping, and the magic that blossoms when creatures great and small work in harmony with the natural world. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Glimmerbrook. It was a place where the cobblestones shimmered with morning dew, where wind chimes made of crystal and silver sang soft melodies in the breeze, and where the clock tower at the village square kept time not with harsh bells, but with the gentle, rhythmic chime of raindrops falling into a copper basin. Each hour was marked by a single, clear plink, and the villagers set their days by this watery music. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars usually began to twinkle awake, young Finn noticed something peculiar. The sky remained a deep, unbroken indigo. Not a single star shone overhead. The moon, usually bright and cheerful, seemed lonely and dim without its sparkling companions. Finn, a quiet child with thoughtful eyes and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, sat on his windowsill, his chin resting in his hands. The usual night sounds were different. The wind chimes in the garden played a slower, sadder tune, and the plink from the clock tower's water clock seemed to hesitate, as if unsure of itself. The next morning the village awoke to more strangeness. Old Mrs. Higgins, who ran the apothecary, found that her sunflowers had turned a soft, sleepy blue overnight. Mr. Barley the baker discovered that his freshly baked cinnamon buns had lost their swirls. They were now perfectly smooth, though just as delicious. And young Finn, walking to the town square, noticed that the puddles from last night's gentle rain reflected not the sky above, but a sky full of stars that were no longer there. A soft murmur of curiosity rustled through Glimmerbrook. The villagers gathered under the clock tower, their faces lit by the warm, golden light of lanterns, for the sun seemed hesitant to fully rise. "Perhaps it's the work of the shadow spinners," whispered one villager, though everyone knew the shadow spinners were gentle weavers of dreams and not prone to mischief. "Or maybe the stars are simply tired and need a rest," suggested another. But Finn noticed something else. As the water clock plinked the hour, he saw that the ripples in the copper basin moved not outward, but inward, as if time itself were flowing backwards. That afternoon, Finn visited the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. The librarian, a kind woman with spectacles perched on her nose, helped him find a book of ancient nursery rhymes, said to be written by the founders of Glimmerbrook. One rhyme in particular caught Finn's eye. "When stars do hide and colors slide, and time forgets its way, seek the map the moon has made, at the closing of the day. Follow where the reflections lead, to find what's gone astray." Finn's heart beat a little faster. A map made by the moon. He thought of the starry puddles. That evening, as the sky darkened into a starless navy blue, he took a small lantern and went to the village square. He knelt by a rain puddle near the clock tower and gazed into its depths. There, shimmering on the water's surface, was a perfect map of constellations, but not as they usually were. The stars were connected by lines that formed a path leading toward the oldest oak tree in the whispering woods. Just then Mr. Barley came by, carrying a basket of his smooth but still warm cinnamon buns. "Looking for stars in puddles, Finn?" he asked with a warm smile. "I was looking for the swirls in my buns this morning. Found none, but little Lily from next door said they taste better this way. Easier to share, she says, since there's no swirl to argue over." He offered Finn a bun and wandered off, humming. Finn smiled, munching on the sweet bun. A red herring, but a delightful one. The missing swirls weren't part of the mystery. They were just a change, and one that brought a small joy. The next clue came from the wind chimes. As Finn stood under the old oak tree, the crystal chimes hanging from its branches played a series of notes that sounded almost like a tune. Finn recognized it, an old lullaby his grandmother used to sing, about the moon weaving a blanket of light for the stars. He noticed that one of the chimes, shaped like a crescent moon, had a tiny inscription, "Only the patient ear hears the true hour." Patient. Finn sat down under the tree, closed his eyes, and listened. Beyond the rustle of leaves, beyond the distant plink of the water clock, he heard it, a faint, rhythmic sound like a heartbeat. It was coming from the base of the tree. Gently he brushed away the layer of moss and fallen leaves. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, silver pocket watch. But its hands were moving counterclockwise. Finn picked it up carefully. As he held it, he felt a strange sensation, a memory of sitting with his grandmother, listening to her stories, feeling completely safe and loved. The watch was warm to the touch. He realized then that this wasn't a thing of mischief, but of sadness. The watch belonged to someone who missed the past, who wanted to turn back time. Just then, a soft sound made him look up. Old Mr. Hemlock, the clockmaker, stood there, his eyes kind but filled with tears. "I made that watch for my wife," he said softly. "She loved the stars. She used to say that each one was a memory, shining down on us. When she passed, the stars felt too far away. I tried to make time slow down, even reverse just a little. I adjusted the water clock, hoping to delay the nights without her. I never meant to hide the stars themselves." Finn understood. Mr. Hemlock's loneliness had subtly affected the magic of Glimmerbrook, for the village was woven with the emotions of its people. The backwards flowing time had caused the stars to hide. They weren't gone, but waiting. The color-changing flowers and the missing swirls were just echoes of time's confusion. "The stars aren't lost, Mr. Hemlock," Finn said gently. "They're waiting for you to remember them with joy, not sadness." Together, they returned to the village square. Mr. Hemlock, with Finn's help, readjusted the water clock. As he did, the plinks grew clearer and more confident. The wind chimes picked up a hopeful melody. And then, one by one, the stars emerged overhead, brighter than ever, as if they had been polished by the night itself. The blue sunflowers gradually returned to their golden hue, though many villagers decided they rather liked the blue and asked Mrs. Higgins if she could grow more that color next season. The next evening, the entire village gathered under the starry sky with blankets and lanterns. Mr. Barley brought cinnamon buns, some with swirls, some without, and everyone shared stories of loved ones they missed and memories that made them smile. The stars seemed to twinkle in agreement, and the moon beamed down, full and warm. Mr. Hemlock sat among them, a peaceful smile on his face. He had brought a telescope, and he showed the children how to find the constellations, telling them the stories behind each one. Finn lay on his back, listening to the comfortable murmur of the villagers, the gentle plink of the water clock, and the soft song of the wind chimes. The mystery was solved not through fear or urgency, but through patience, observation, and empathy. And the community of Glimmerbrook, wrapped in the soft blanket of night and shared understanding, felt closer than ever before. As the clock tower chimed the final hour with a clear, soothing plink, Finn felt his eyes grow heavy. The stars above seemed to whisper a lullaby of their own, a promise that some things, like kindness and connection, never fade, they only shine brighter with time. And with that comforting thought, the village of Glimmerbrook drifted into peaceful dreams, under a sky once again filled with gentle, watchful light. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, As Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Willowbrook Village had always smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender clinging to cedar shelves, cinnamon sticks whispering secrets to jars of tarnished buttons, and the faint metallic tang of rain-soaked copper pipes. It was here, beneath a drift of cobwebs in the attic, that 12-year-old Mira discovered the teacup that changed everything. Not a grand goblet nor a shimmering chalice, but a simple porcelain cup the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a crescent moon embracing a tiny star. When Mira blew dust from its rim, the star began to glow with soft amber light, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's apple orchard after spring rain. "That," said a voice like creaking floorboards, "isn't for drinking." Mira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on a box of weathered encyclopedias was a striped garden badger wearing round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. His claws, polished to a chestnut sheen, adjusted a tiny cravat pin made from a milkweed pod. "You're talking," Mira breathed. "And you're holding the stardust samovar's missing piece," the badger huffed. "Though I suppose we should thank you. Been missing since the great kitchen flood of '63. He gestured with a walking stick fashioned from a goose feather. "Come along then, the others will want to see." The others turned out to be a collection of household objects brought to gentle life. In the shadowy workshop below, a quilted owl with button eyes presided over a sewing circle of animated thimbles, while a grandfather clock with a face carved like a wise old willow conducted a debate between a candlestick and a feather duster about the merits of wax versus polish. "Her name is Leora," the badger said, patting the massive copper samovar occupying the room's heart, its surface etched with constellations. "And you found her heart cup." As Mira placed the teacup against a dent in the samovar's side, golden seams flared to life, connecting stars into pictures, a fox reading poetry to ferns, mountains rearranging themselves like furniture, a river pausing mid-flow to admire its reflection. "It's a storykeeper," Leora hummed, her spout curling like a contented cat's tail. Steam billowed upward, forming shimmering scenes. "Every cup of starlight tea reveals memories too precious to lose, but the last memory—" Her voice dimmed. "The one that explains why we've been fading, it shattered when I fell. We need someone to walk the old paths and piece it together." Mira's journey began at dawn, the samovar's smallest teapot, a cheeky little thing with a whistle like a songbird, strapped to her pack. The badger, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick, led her to the Whisperwood's edge, where roots formed staircases and fireflies carried lanterns made of dewdrops. "Rule 1, Thistlewick grumbled as they entered the tree cathedral, "never accept directions from mushrooms. Rule 2, there she is." A spider descended on a thread of moonlight, her 8 legs weaving patterns that hung in the air like glowing lace. "Took your time," the spider chimed, her voice the sound of wind through crystal chimes. "I'm Nessa, you'll need my webs to read the memory fragments, also." She gestured to a patch of glowing moss where 3 translucent deer drank from a spring. "We're being followed." The shadow revealed itself at Moonmirror Lake, not a monster, but a girl formed of liquid night, her eyes twin pools of quiet. "I'm Kaelen," she murmured, ripples spreading where her feet touched water. "The samovar's last memory, it's of my mistake." Piece by piece the story emerged. Kaelen had been Leora's caretaker long ago, but in trying to preserve a painful memory of her lost family, she'd accidentally fractured it. The shards scattered a laugh caught in a maple seed spiral, a lullaby trapped in a turtle's shell, a farewell kiss preserved in the scent of crushed mint. "This isn't a quest for gathering," Nessa realized as they camped beneath a tree that bloomed glass flowers. "It's a journey of listening." Mira learned to hear memories in unexpected places, the way a brook's chuckle echoed a father's joke, how willow branches brushing stone replicated a mother's knitting needles. At the Starlight Gorge, they found the memory of farewell etched in bioluminescent snails' trails. In the cavern of echoing moss, Kayla's childhood laughter rang from ancient stones. The true challenge came at the memory vault, a glacier preserving moments like insects in amber. "The final fragment is here," Kaelen trembled, "but the vault only opens for those who understand its nature." Mira studied the ice. Within its depths she saw not just Kayla's memory, but countless others, a baker's pride in his first loaf, a child's wonder at catching a frog, an old woman's contentment watching sunset paint the hills. She pressed her palm to the ice. It's not a prison, she realized. It's a library. The glacier melted into a million butterflies, each carrying a memory to the stars. Kayla's restored memory wasn't of loss, but of her parents' hands teaching her to pour tea from Leora. Clumsy spills met with laughter, not scolding. Back at the apothecary, as Leora hummed with restored warmth, Thistlewick cleared his throat. "Seems we've a new story keeper, if you're interested." Now, when villagers come to the shop on evenings when the northern lights dance, they find Mira serving tea from the crescent moon cup. The shy girl who once struggled to make friends now helps others find their own memories. The blacksmith discovers his late wife's smile in the clang of his hammer. Children find courage in storm clouds that mirror the teacup's hue, and even the postman rediscovers letters' magic after tasting tea that smells of sealing wax and adventure. But on quiet nights when the shop is closed, you might spy them: a girl, a badger, a spider, and a shadow sipping starlight tea, as Leora's steam weaves tales of mountain-sized tortoises carrying entire ecosystems on their shells, of libraries where books grow like flowers, and of the simple, extraordinary truth that every moment holds magic if one knows how to listen. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs. Twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with the soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, Have you noticed the forest song today? It feels different. Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance. Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. The brook, Fern whispered softly, it carries a sadness. Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. Ah, here is the source of the discord, he said gently. When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss. With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly, like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. Disturbance, Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune. He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field, it looks sad. Dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind sowed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm. Pip flitted nervously. Can we sing to it, make it happy again? Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. Not force, Theo murmured, understanding dawning. Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together. It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things in the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. The village of Bramblebrook nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. It was a place of quiet routines and familiar comforts where everyone knew Mrs. Higglebottom's prize-winning marmalade recipe and old Mr. Thistlewick could predict rain by the ache in his left knee. Yet beneath the surface of cobblestone streets and blooming window boxes, whispered tales lingered of objects holding secrets: a grandfather clock that chimed forgotten tunes, a garden spade that unearthed shimmering stones. Few truly believed, except perhaps Oliver. Oliver was the quiet assistant to the village librarian, Mrs. Pennyworth. He preferred the dusty silence of the stacks to boisterous games, finding companionship in the whispers of pages turning and the scent of old paper. His most treasured possession wasn't a book, however, but a simple, chipped teacup. It had belonged to his grandmother, its porcelain painted with faded forget-me-nots. It felt warm somehow, even when the room was cold. One drizzly Tuesday, while reshelving a heavy volume on cloud formations, Oliver fumbled. The book tumbled, knocking the teacup from its usual perch on his desk. It didn't shatter, but landed with a soft thump on the worn rug. As Oliver knelt to retrieve it, a gasp escaped him. Where the cup had struck the floor, a tiny pool of shimmering, lavender-colored light pulsed gently, like liquid starlight. It wasn't water, and it smelled faintly of rain-kissed violets. Hesitantly, Oliver touched the rim of the cup. It hummed softly, and a voice, thin and wispy as a cobweb, drifted into his mind. "Oh dear, that was quite a tumble. My secrets are spilling." Oliver froze. "Secrets," he whispered aloud, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Why, yes," the teacup's voice chimed, clearer now. "I am a keeper cup. I hold the gentle secrets whispered into me, secrets of kindness, of hidden worries, of tiny joys. But when I'm knocked, well, sometimes they leak." The lavender puddle shimmered, showing a fleeting image, Mrs. Higglebottom, looking unusually sad, staring at an empty jar where her marmalade label should have been. Oliver understood. The marmalade recipe was missing. That was the secret worry spilling out. He carefully righted the cup. "How do I help?" "Secrets long to be heard, truly heard with kindness," the cup murmured. "But some secrets are lost, carried away on sighs or tears. Those need finding. There's a great sorrow brewing near the whispering peaks. It dims all the gentle secrets. Perhaps you could help mend it." And so Oliver's journey began. He packed a small satchel, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his warmest scarf, and the keeper cup, carefully wrapped in soft cloth. He left a note for Mrs. Pennyworth, gone to find a lost whisper, back soon. The path beyond Bramblebrook wound upwards into the whispering peaks, where ancient pines sighed secrets to the wind. The air grew crisper, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. Oliver felt small beneath the towering trees. Doubt crept in. Who was he, a quiet librarian's assistant, to mend a great sorrow? He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from the ferns. A small, bright-eyed field mouse with a tiny acorn cap perched jauntily on its head scampered out. "Lost whispers, you say?" It squeaked, whiskers twitching. "Name's Pip, saw the lavender light spill earlier. Keeper cup business, tricky, but I know the paths. The wind tells me things." Pip, pragmatic and quick, became Oliver's first guide, darting ahead, pointing out treacherous routes and hidden springs. Higher up, the path became shrouded in mist. Oliver shivered. A soft sigh echoed around him, and the mist seemed to coalesce into a shape, a small, wispy cloud with eyes like dewdrops. Heavy thoughts weighed down the air, the cloud murmured, its voice like distant wind chimes. "I am Cirrus. I drift where sighs go. A great sadness gathers near the high tor. It tastes like salt and loneliness." Cirrus, dreamy and observant, floated beside them, its misty form occasionally revealing glimpses of the path ahead or a hidden cluster of berries. Finally, as the trees thinned near the rocky summit known as the High Tor, they found Badger. Not just any badger, but Bartholomew, a large, solid creature with fur like silvered moss and eyes that held the depth of weathered stones. He was digging patiently near a cluster of bluebells. "Trouble brewing," he rumbled, his voice a comforting bass. The mountain weeps, springs run slow, flowers droop, sorrow has taken root. Bartholomew, wise and grounded, joined them, his steady presence a rock against the growing sense of melancholy. They reached the high tor, a vast, wind-scoured plateau. In its center lay a deep, still pool, usually the source of the freshest mountain streams. Now it was dark and silent, choked with gray, slimy weeds. A low, mournful sound vibrated through the stone beneath their feet, the weeping mountain Bartholomew had spoken of. Standing by the pool, radiating waves of palpable sadness, was a figure made of shifting, gray stones, the mountain spirit. "Who disturbs my sorrow?" The spirit's voice grated like boulders grinding together. Tears, like liquid granite, rolled down its stony cheeks and dripped into the pool, feeding the choking weeds. Oliver's instinct was to flee, but the keeper cup hummed warmly against his chest. Pip nudged his ankle. Cirrus sighed softly. Bartholomew placed a steadying paw near him. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward, carefully unwrapping the cup. He held it out, not as a weapon, but as an offering. We came because we felt your sadness. We want to listen." The spirit's grinding voice faltered. "Listen, no one listens. They take the water, the stone, the beauty. They forget the mountain has a heart. My dearest friend is gone." More stony tears fell. "Ask about the friend," the keeper cup whispered gently in Oliver's mind. "Your friend." Oliver asked softly, "What happened?" A tremor shook the spirit. "The silver brook, it sang to me for centuries, sparkled in my crags, then silence, gone dry, stolen away or forgotten. Without its song, I am only stone." Oliver looked at his companions. Pip scampered to the pool's edge, sniffing. Dry, underground maybe, pipelines. Bartholomew studied the rock formations. The source shifted, see the crack, earth groaned, changed the path. Cirrus drifted over the desolate pool. "I taste old metal and dust far below, not natural. Wisdom, not force." The problem wasn't malice, but neglect and change. The silver brook hadn't been stolen. Its path had been blocked, perhaps by an old, forgotten mine tunnel that collapsed during a tremor. The village below, unknowingly, had diverted its source years ago for a new well, silencing the mountain's song. Oliver spoke gently to the spirit, explaining what they'd pieced together. "The brook isn't gone, it's lost, trapped underground. Its silence isn't forgetting you, it's imprisoned." The spirit's stony features shifted, the grinding sorrow easing into confusion, then a flicker of fragile hope. "Imprisoned, not forgotten." "No," Oliver said firmly. "We can't help find its voice again." Bartholomew knew the old mine entrances. Pip, small and quick, could scout the collapsed tunnels. Cirrus could drift through crevices, sensing moisture and the faintest echo of flowing water. Oliver, guided by the keeper cup's gentle hum, which grew stronger near the hidden water, listened for the brook's trapped song, a faint, desperate trickle beneath the rock. It took days. Pip squeezed through impossibly small gaps. Bartholomew used his powerful claws to carefully shift debris where safe. Cirrus flowed through fissures, reporting back. Oliver, his hands scraped but his spirit alight, pressed his ear to cold stone, the keeper cup amplifying the brook's faint, silvery murmur. Finally they found it, a strong flow of pure water, trapped behind a thick wall of fallen rock and an old, rusted sluice gate jammed shut. The challenge wasn't breaking the rock that might cause a flood or another collapse. It was the gate. Rusted solid. Bartholomew couldn't budge it. Pip was too small. Force wouldn't work. Oliver sat by the jammed mechanism, despair creeping in. Then the keeper cup hummed. "Secrets of metal, long sleep, needs waking," Oliver remembered Mrs. Pennyworth's old book on mountain springs. There was a page about iron sickness, needing oil and patience. He had a small flask of lamp oil in his satchel. Patiently, drop by drop, he applied it to the rusted hinges and the stiff lever of the sluice gate. He talked to it absurdly as he worked. "Come on now, old fellow, time to wake up. The brook misses its mountain. The spirit misses its song." He poured kindness into the task, as if coaxing a shy creature. Pip brought tiny pebbles to wedge under the lever for better purchase. Bartholomew applied slow, steady pressure where Oliver directed. Cirrus whispered cool encouragement. With a groan that echoed through the tunnel, then a triumphant screech, the ancient lever moved. The sluice gate creaked open, inch by stubborn inch. A gush of clear, cold, singing water burst forth, smelling of snowmelt and deep earth. It rushed past them, finding its old course, trickling, then babbling, then roaring joyfully towards the surface. Back on the high tor, the transformation was magical. The dark pool shimmered and cleared as the fresh, singing water surged into it, dissolving the choking weeds. The mountain spirit stood transfixed. The grating sorrow vanished from its voice, replaced by a deep, resonant chime like struck crystal. Color seeped into its stones, mossy green, sky blue, warm ochre. The song, my brook's song, you heard, you listened, you helped. The spirit touched the pool with a stony finger. The water glowed with a soft, golden light. A single perfect dewdrop, shimmering with all the colors of dawn, rose from the surface and floated gently towards Oliver. It landed softly in the keeper cup with a tiny plink. A secret of pure joy, the cup sighed contentedly. The journey back to Bramblebrook was filled with light. Springs flowed freely. Flowers lifted their faces to the sun. Pip chattered excitedly about the adventure. Cirrus drifted happily, reflecting rainbows. Bartholomew walked with a satisfied rumble. Oliver carried the keeper cup, now holding the dewdrop of joy, feeling a quiet confidence bloom within him, warmer than any hearth fire. He returned the lost marmalade recipe to Mrs. Higglebottom, found tucked inside a book on preserving techniques, her smile brighter than her golden jars. He told Mrs. Pennyworth a softened version of his adventure, emphasizing listening and kindness. The keeper cup sat back on his desk, looking perfectly ordinary. But sometimes, when the fire crackled low in the library hearth and moonlight streamed through the window, Oliver would see a faint, lavender glow emanating from it. And he knew the world was full of gentle secrets waiting to be heard, problems waiting for wisdom and friendship to mend them, and extraordinary magic hidden within the most ordinary things, especially a quiet heart willing to listen. He sipped his tea, the warmth spreading through him, a comforting echo of the mountain's restored song, a lullaby of kindness that promised sweet dreams. The first frost of autumn painted silver cobwebs across the whispering woods that morning, and Leela felt its crisp breath kiss her cheeks as she slipped away from the bustling village of Oakhaven. Down in the valley, chimneys puffed cheerful smoke, and the clang of the blacksmith's hammer rang like a bell, but Leela craved the quiet symphony of the woods. Here, beneath the ancient, gnarled oaks draped in cloaks of russet and gold, the world felt hushed and full of secrets. She was a quiet child, often overlooked amidst her boisterous siblings, finding solace not in chatter, but in the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the hidden stream, and the intricate patterns of moss on stones. Her worn boots crunched softly on the frosted path as she ventured deeper than usual, drawn by a flicker of light, a glint of impossible gold that seemed to dance just beyond the next bend. It vanished when she blinked. Curiosity, a warm ember in her chest, urged her forward. She pushed aside a curtain of cascading ivy, its leaves stiff with cold, and gasped. The path hadn't ended, it had transformed. Before her stretched a hidden glade bathed in perpetual twilight, untouched by frost. Luminescent mushrooms like scattered sapphires and emeralds carpeted the soft earth, casting an ethereal glow. Flowers the size of teacups bloomed in impossible hues of violet and silver, their petals shimmering as if dusted with starlight. The air hummed with a soft, musical warmth, smelling of honey and damp earth. In the very center of this secret sanctuary, resting on a moss-covered stone that pulsed faintly, lay a locket. It was unlike anything Leela had ever seen. Crafted from a pearlescent shell that shimmered with internal light, it was shaped like a spiraling nautilus. Its surface was etched with impossibly fine patterns resembling constellations and unfurling ferns. As Leela drew closer, her breath catching, the locket seemed to welcome her. A gentle warmth radiated from it, brushing against her fingertips as she hesitantly picked it up. It felt alive, humming softly against her palm. With trembling fingers, she found a tiny clasp and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of softest moss, lay a single, perfect dewdrop that glowed with captured moonlight. As she watched, mesmerized, the dewdrop shimmered, and within its liquid heart she saw a reflection not of her face, but of the glade itself, teeming with tiny, darting lights she hadn't noticed before. A soft gasp escaped her, not her own. Leela whirled around. Perched on a glowing mushroom cap was a creature barely taller than her hand. It had delicate, translucent wings like dragonfly gossamer, shimmering with iridescent greens and blues. Its skin was the color of polished walnut, and large, luminous eyes, the shade of deep forest pools, regarded her with startled curiosity. It wore a tunic woven from spun cobwebs and dried petals. Behind it, peeking from behind flower stems and under mushroom caps, were dozens more, tiny beings with wings of butterfly silk, bark-like skin, or mossy hair. Their collective presence filled the air with a soft, chiming whisper. You can see us," the little creature on the mushroom asked, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells mixed with the rustle of leaves. I think so," Leela breathed, clutching the locket tighter. Its warmth spread up her arm, a comforting anchor in the overwhelming wonder. "Are you spirits?" "We are the Glimmer folk," the creature announced, puffing out its tiny chest. "Guardians of the Whispering Glade, I am Tobin." It fluttered closer, landing lightly on the stone beside her. Its large eyes fixed on the locket. "And you hold the heart's echo, it chose you." "The heart's echo," Leela whispered, looking down at the glowing dewdrop. "Our world, the Veiled Vale, lies hidden within these woods," Tobin explained, gesturing with a tiny hand towards the shimmering air around them. "It is sustained by the great heart tree, ancient and wise. The heart's echo is a shard of its purest magic, a key and a beacon. It only reveals itself and us to one whose own heart resonates with the quiet magic of the deep woods, one who listens." Leela thought of her hours spent sitting silently by the village stream, watching water striders, or tracing the veins of fallen leaves. She thought of the feeling of being unseen, unheard. "Why me?" Tobin's luminous eyes softened. "Because you see, Leela, you see the patterns in the bark, the dance of the dust motes in sunlight. The heart tree feels its strength waning. The veiled veil grows dimmer. The echo called out for a keeper, a bridge between our hidden world and yours, to help us before the veil fades entirely." A shiver ran through Leila, not of cold, but of profound awe and a sudden, heavy responsibility. "Fades, how? What can I do?" "The heart tree is weakening," Tobin said, his tiny voice grave. "A shadow creeps into its roots, a sickness born of forgetting. The world outside grows louder, busier, drowning out the ancient songs that nourish it. To heal it, we need 3 rare essences, scattered deep within the veiled veil, places even we glimmer folk find perilous to reach alone. The tears of the moon petal, found only in the cave of whispering shadows. The song of the crystal falls, captured at the peak of the singing mountain. And the ember of the forgotten hearth, guarded in the ruins of the stone giants." He fluttered his wings nervously. "We need a keeper to bear the echo and guide the gathering. Will you help us, Leela?" Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Leela. Perilous places. shadowy caves, singing mountains. She was just a quiet girl from Oakhaven. But as she looked at Tobin's hopeful, worried face, and then down at the heart's echo pulsing gently in her hand, she felt the locket's warmth seep into her bones, filling her with a quiet courage she hadn't known she possessed. It felt like the approval of the ancient trees themselves. She thought of the fading magic, the silent glimmerfolk depending on her. "Yes," she whispered, her voice gaining strength. "I will help." A collective sigh, like a breeze through reeds, swept through the gathered glimmerfolk. Tobin beamed, a tiny sunburst of relief. Then the journey begins, the veiled veil awaits. With the heart's echo clasped firmly around her neck, nestled warmly against her skin, Leela stepped forward as Tobin gestured towards a seemingly solid wall of giant, glowing ferns. As she neared, holding the locket forward, the ferns shimmered and parted like a curtain of liquid light. Beyond was not the familiar woods, but the entrance to the veiled veil. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, saturated with the scent of 1,000 unknown blossoms and rich, loamy earth. The light was soft and dappled, filtering through leaves the size of wagon wheels that glowed with internal veins of gold and silver. Trees soared impossibly high, their trunks wide as houses, draped in cascades of luminous vines. Strange, beautiful creatures flitted through the air, birds with feathers like stained glass, insects carrying tiny lanterns on their backs. Beneath her feet, the moss felt springy and alive. It was breathtaking, a world woven from pure, ancient magic. Tobin guided her along a path of softly glowing stones. First we seek the tears of the moon petal. The cave of whispering shadows lies near the root tangles of the western elderwood. But be wary, keeper, the shadow's there. Listen. The journey through the vale was wondrous and strange. They passed meadows where flowers chimed softly in an unfelt breeze, crossed streams on bridges woven from living willow, and saw glimmerfolk villages built high in the branches, sparkling like constellations. Leela marveled, the echo humming contentedly against her chest, amplifying the beauty. Yet as they neared the western elderwood, the atmosphere shifted. The light dimmed. The vibrant greens deepened into murky olives and grays. The cheerful sounds of the vale faded, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the drip of unseen water and the low groan of ancient wood. The entrance to the cave was a jagged maw in the base of a colossal, gnarled tree, its roots twisting like petrified serpents. An unnatural chill emanated from within. Tobin shivered, landing on Leela's shoulder. The moon petal blooms deep inside, where the shadows are thickest. Its tears are pure starlight, but the shadows, they feed on fear and doubt, they whisper. He nestled closer. The echo will protect you, but you must guard your thoughts. Think only of light, of courage. Taking a deep breath, the warm pulse of the locket a steady anchor, Leela stepped into the darkness. The cave swallowed them whole. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet stone and something older, mustier. Bioluminescent fungi provided faint, eerie patches of blue and green light, revealing slick walls and hanging stalactites that dripped icy water. And then the whispers began. Not loud but insidious, slithering into her mind like cold smoke. Little girl lost alone, too small, too quiet, who would miss you? The voices hissed, echoing her deepest insecurities. The glimmerfolk will fail, the veil will fade, because of you, weak, useless. Fear threatened to choke her. Images flashed her siblings laughing without her, the village bustling on, oblivious to her absence, the heart tree crumbling into dust. Her steps faltered. The darkness seemed to press closer, colder. Tobin trembled on her shoulder. No. Leela whispered fiercely, clutching the heart's echo. Its warmth flared, a small sun against her chest. She focused on its light, pouring her thoughts into it. She thought of Tobin's trusting eyes, of the glimmerfolk's hopeful chimes, of the vibrant beauty of the vale she had seen. She thought of the quiet strength she felt when listening to the woods. I am not useless, she thought back at the shadows. I see. I listen. I am the keeper. The echo pulsed brighter, pushing back the chill. The whispers hissed and receded, frustrated. Deeper they went, guided by the echo's strengthening glow, until they found it. In a small chamber bathed in a shaft of faint, silvery light filtering from a crack high above, grew a single flower. Its petals were translucent white, shimmering with captured moonlight, and at its heart, 3 perfect dewdrops glistened like liquid diamonds, the tears. With reverence, Leela used a tiny vial Tobin provided, carefully collecting the precious tears. As she did, the moon petal seemed to sigh, a sound of pure relief. The oppressive atmosphere in the chamber lessened slightly. They had passed the first trial. Emerging from the cave felt like breaking the surface after a deep dive. Leela gulped the fresher air, the echo humming warmly, as if proud. Tobin fluttered excitedly. You did it, Keeper. You faced the shadows. His faith warmed her more than the locket. Their next destination was the Singing Mountain, a towering peak of pure, rose-quartz crystal that pierced the twilight sky of the vale. Its slopes were treacherous, jagged crystal formations, catching the light and scattering rainbows across the valley below. The song is not something you hold, Tobin explained as they began the arduous climb. It is a resonance, a pure note sung by the mountain itself at its peak, where the winds dance through crystal flutes. The echo must capture its essence. The climb was grueling. The crystal was slippery, sharp, and cold. Strange, whistling winds tugged at them, carrying snatches of discordant, unsettling melodies. Leela's hands grew raw, her breath came in gasps. Doubt whispered again, softer this time, fueled by exhaustion. Too high, too hard, you'll fall, but she remembered the moon petal, the shadows she'd faced. She focused on the warmth of the echo, on Tobin's constant, encouraging chatter beside her. He darted ahead, pointing out safer paths, his wings a blur of cheerful color against the stark crystal. His unwavering companionship became a lifeline. Near the summit, the wind became a roaring symphony, rushing through natural crystal arches and hollows, creating complex, shifting harmonies. It was beautiful but overwhelming, a physical force that threatened to pluck them from the mountain. The peak was a small plateau of smooth, resonant crystal. Layla stood, buffeted by the gale, Tobin clinging to her cloak. This was where the pure song was born. Holding the heart's echo aloft, Leela closed her eyes. She didn't try to fight the wind, instead she listened. She filtered out the roar, seeking the core melody, the single, pure note that underpinned the symphony, the true song of the Crystal Falls. It was like finding a single, clear voice in a roaring crowd. The echo began to vibrate in her hand, humming in perfect resonance with that pure note. Light streamed from the locket, weaving around the captured sound, drawing it in. The dewdrop inside pulsed with a new, vibrant light, now holding the essence of the song. They had succeeded, their bond strengthened by the shared struggle. The final quest led them to the ruins of the stone giants. It was a desolate place on the edge of the vale, where colossal, moss-covered statues of ancient beings lay toppled and broken, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. A deep silence hung heavy here, a silence of forgotten ages. At the center of the ruins stood a crumbling stone archway, within which flickered a single, stubborn ember of deep red fire, the ember of the forgotten hearth. The hearth fire was the heart of the giant's long-lost home, Tobin murmured, his voice hushed with reverence. Its ember holds the warmth of memory, of stories untold, but it is guarded by the sentinel spirits of stone bound to protect it. As they approached the archway, the ground trembled. From the rubble around them, figures began to coalesce. They were humanoid shapes formed from shifting stone and moss, their eyes glowing with dull, amber light. They moved with grinding slowness but immense power, blocking the path to the ember. They didn't attack, merely stood, impassive and immovable walls. The sentinels test worthiness, Tobin said. They require proof that the seeker understands the value of memory, of the past. Words are stone to them, they need to feel it. Leela looked at the stoic stone figures, then at the fragile, enduring ember. She thought of the heart tree, ancient and fading. She thought of the whispering woods she loved, full of stories in every ring of bark. She thought of her own quietness, her habit of observing, of remembering the small things others overlooked. The echo warmed against her chest, resonating with her understanding. She didn't speak. Instead, she knelt on the cold stone before the nearest sentinel. She placed her hand, warm from the echo's glow, gently on its moss-covered leg. Closing her eyes, she poured her feelings into the touch. She sent images of the heart tree's majestic branches, the Glimmerfolk's sparkling villages, the vibrant life of the vale. She sent the sorrow of its fading, the hope for its renewal. She sent her own memories, the quiet joy of discovering a bird's nest, the comforting smell of leaf mold, the sound of the village stream. She sent gratitude for the ancient giants, whose forgotten hearth still held warmth. She sent a promise, to remember, to cherish. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the stone beneath her hand, traveling up her arm. The sentinel's amber eyes flickered, then softened. It slowly, ponderously, stepped aside. One by one, the other sentinels did the same, creating a path to the archway. The grinding sound ceased, replaced by a low, approving rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. With reverence, Layla approached the ember. Using a small, heat-resistant crucible Tobin provided, she carefully scooped the glowing fragment. It pulsed with a gentle, ancient heat. As she placed it within the crucible, the heart's echo flared brilliantly, drawing the ember's essence into its glowing dewdrop, which now shimmered with captured moonlight, resonant song, and ancient fire. They had all three essences. Hope, bright and fierce, surged through Layla and Tobin as they raced back towards the whispering glade, the gateway to the heart tree. The journey back felt faster, the veil seeming to brighten in anticipation. But as they burst into the hidden glade, their elation turned to ash. The once vibrant sanctuary was dim. The luminous mushrooms were fading, their light guttering. The starry flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air hung heavy and silent, the musical hum gone. At the center, the moss-covered stone pulsed erratically, weakly. And the heart tree, visible now through the shimmering veil as they approached the gateway, was a sight of profound sorrow. Its immense trunk, once glowing with vibrant life, was dull and gray. Great cracks marred its bark, leaking a thin, dark vapor, the shadow sickness. Its mighty branches sagged, leaves falling like silent tears. The Glimmerfolk gathered at its base were hushed, their lights dimmed, their faces etched with despair. "The shadow, it deepens faster than we feared," Tobin whispered, his voice thick with grief. Leela clutched the heart's echo, the three captured essences swirling powerfully within its core. "We have the cure, how do we use it?" "The essences must be poured onto the heartstone." Tobin pointed to the large, flat stone embedded at the very base of the giant tree's trunk. It was the color of dried blood and pulsed faintly, weakly. "But the shadow, it clings fiercely. Pouring the essences requires pure intent, unwavering belief, and the shadow, it will try to stop you, it will show you despair." Leela approached the heartstone. The air grew colder with each step. The dark vapor swirling around the tree seemed to thicken, coiling towards her. As she raised the open locket above the stone, the shadow struck not physically, but mentally. Visions flooded her mind, vivid and crushing. She saw Oakhaven, but empty and silent, covered in gray dust. The whispering woods were dead, skeletal trees clawing at a leaden sky. The veiled veil was gone, replaced by barren rock. The Glimmerfolk were faded ghosts, dissolving into mist. Tobin lay still, his wings broken, his light extinguished. A voice colder than the cave's shadows hissed, "Foolish child, your efforts are dust. All is already lost. Everything fades. Your quietness, meaningless. Your courage, a spark easily snuffed. Give up. Let the silence take you." The despair was suffocating, a physical weight pressing down. It whispered the truth of her deepest fears, that she was insignificant, that her actions didn't matter, that darkness always won. The locket trembled in her hand. The swirling essences within flickered. Her arm felt leaden, impossible to move. To pour the cure felt futile against such overwhelming, inevitable decay. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the dying tree. Give up. But then, through the crushing despair, she felt it. A tiny, persistent warmth against her chest. The heart's echo. It pulsed, faint but stubborn. It wasn't just a tool, it was a mirror. It reflected her quiet strength, her ability to see wonder, her courage in facing the cave, the mountain, the stone giants. It resonated with the friendships forged, Tobin's unwavering trust, the Glimmerfolk's quiet hope. It echoed the beauty she had witnessed, the moon petal's tears, the crystal mountain's song, the ancient ember's enduring warmth. The shadows showed her endings. The echo reminded her of beginnings found in quiet moments, in courage mustered, in bonds formed. It reminded her that she was the keeper, chosen not for loudness, but for depth. Her quietness wasn't weakness, it was the space where true listening, true seeing happened. Her courage wasn't the absence of fear, but action taken despite it. "I choose light," she thought, pouring every ounce of her will into the locket. "I choose hope. I choose to remember the beauty. I choose to fight for the quiet wonders." With a cry that was part defiance, part pure belief, she poured the swirling, radiant essences from the heart's echo onto the heartstone. A sound like 1,000 crystal bells ringing filled the glade. Pure, blinding light erupted from the stone, shooting up the heart tree's trunk in a wave of gold, silver, and crimson fire. It met the clinging shadow vapor head-on. There was a silent, titanic struggle, light against dark, hope against despair. The dark vapor hissed and recoiled, fighting back with visions of decay, but the combined power of the three essences, amplified by Leela's unwavering belief and the echo's resonance, was overwhelming. The light surged pure and triumphant, washing over every crack, every branch, every leaf. The transformation was breathtaking. Color flooded back into the heart tree's bark, richer and more vibrant than before, pulsing with golden light. New leaves, shimmering with emerald and silver, unfurled from the branches. The cracks sealed seamlessly. The dark vapor dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a warm, golden glow that radiated outwards, washing over the entire glade. The luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed sapphire and emerald fire. The starry flowers lifted their heads, petals shimmering brilliantly. The air filled again with the gentle, musical hum, louder and sweeter than ever. The Glimmerfolk erupted in a chorus of joyous chimes and fluttering dances, their lights blazing like tiny suns. The veiled veil pulsed back to life, brighter, more magical, more real than Leela had ever seen it. Tobin zipped around her head, laughing his bell-like laugh. "You did it, Keeper. You saved the heart. You saved the veil." He landed on her shoulder, radiating pure happiness. Layla stood, breathing in the revitalized air, the echo warm and content against her skin. She looked at the magnificent heart tree, now a beacon of life, and then at the celebrating Glimmerfolk. She hadn't just healed a tree, she had affirmed the power of quiet courage, the strength found in deep connection, and the vital importance of preserving the hidden wonders. She felt different, taller somehow, filled with a serene confidence that hadn't been there before. As twilight deepened in the world outside, Layla knew it was time to return. Standing once more in the hidden glade, the gateway shimmering, Tobin hovered before her. "You will always be our keeper, Layla," he said softly. "The veiled vale remembers its friends, and the whispering woods will always listen for you." He placed a tiny, perfectly formed acorn cap, glowing faintly, into her palm. A piece of the veil to remember. With a final, grateful look at the vibrant glade and the majestic heart tree visible beyond, Leela stepped back through the shimmering curtain of ferns. She emerged into the familiar whispering woods. It was night now. A full moon silvered the frost-kissed branches. The village lights twinkled distantly, but the woods felt different, richer, deeper. She could feel the vibrant life of the veiled vale humming just beneath the surface, a secret warmth in the cool air. The heart's echo rested warmly against her chest, its captured essences now a soft, steady glow within the dewdrop, a constant reminder of the hidden world and her place within it. Walking back towards Oakhaven, Leela didn't feel small or overlooked. She felt connected, vast. She paused, listening. The rustle of leaves sounded like glimmerfolk laughter. The gurgle of the stream echoed the song of the crystal falls. The scent of pine carried the ancient warmth of the ember. She held the glowing acorn cap tightly. She was still quiet, still observant. But now she knew the profound power in that quietness. She was the listener, the seer, the keeper of the echo. And as she stepped into the circle of firelight from her cottage window, the comforting smell of wood smoke welcoming her home, she carried the magic of the hidden world within her, a quiet ember of wonder and courage that would glow brightly for all her days. The woods whispered their secrets, and Layla, finally, knew she belonged to them. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistle, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. "Magic always has a reason," he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. "Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints." The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. "I didn't mean to cause trouble," it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. "I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks. It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. I just wanted someone to notice. Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see, it's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than velvet and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between what is and what could be shimmered like heat haze on a summer afternoon. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of stars, seen only through the leafy canopy, lived creatures who understood the forest's quiet heartbeat. Among them was Pip, a young squirrel with fur the warm brown of freshly turned earth and eyes that held the sparkle of dew-kissed cobwebs. Pip loved the turning seasons. He thrilled to the crisp crackle of autumn leaves underfoot, the sleepy hush of winter snows muffling the world, the vibrant explosion of green and blossom in spring, and the drowsy, sun-drenched hum of high summer. Each shift was marked by subtle magics known only to the forest's inhabitants. Spring arrived on the breath of the zephyr sprites, tiny beings woven from wind and pollen, who danced through the branches, coaxing buds to unfurl with their laughter. Summer was ushered in by the sunfire beetles, whose glowing carapaces cast warm, shifting patterns on the forest floor at dusk, encouraging berries to plump and sweeten. Autumn belonged to the amber weavers, spider-like creatures spinning threads of pure golden light that painted the leaves in fiery hues and guided them gently earthward. And winter was the domain of the frost whisperers, gentle spirits who breathed intricate frost patterns on frozen streams and tucked seeds safely beneath a blanket of white. This delicate balance, this intricate dance of magic and nature, was the forest's lifeblood. It was wisdom passed down through generations, from the oldest, gnarled badger in her deep-set burrow to the newest hatchling in a robin's nest. Pip learned it from Bramble, a wise old hedgehog whose spines held fragments of forgotten moonlight and whose voice was as comforting as the rustle of dry ferns. "The forest breathes, little Pip," Bramble would murmur, her dark eyes kind. "Each season is an inhalation and exhalation. The magic is the rhythm, the creatures the steady beat. Disturb one and the song falters." One unusually warm autumn, Pip noticed something amiss. The air, usually crisp and smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, felt thick and sluggish, tasting faintly of dust. The vibrant tapestry woven by the amber weavers seemed muted, patches of leaves turning a sickly brown instead of gold and crimson. The streams, normally chuckling over stones smoothed by centuries, ran low and silent. Most worrying, the zephyr sprites were nowhere to be seen, and the sunfire beetle's glow was dim, casting long, melancholy shadows instead of warm light. The forest felt tired. Perched high in his oak tree home, Pip felt a prickle of unease. He remembered Bramble's words about the rhythm faltering. Gathering his courage, he scampered down to the mossy clearing where Bramble often rested near the great heartstone, a smooth, moss-covered boulder that pulsed with a faint, warm light, said to be the forest's anchor. Bramble was already there, her snout twitching as she sampled the heavy air. "The song is off-key, Pip," she sighed, her voice thick with concern. The amber weavers grow weak, the pools of seasonal essence they are not filling as they should. The connection is blocked. Pip knew of the pools. Deep within the whispering woods, hidden in root-choked grottos or beneath waterfalls, were sacred places where the pure essence of each season pooled. These pools fed the magic that sustained the sprites, the beetles, the weavers, and the whisperers. If they were blocked. "We must find out why," Pip declared, his small chest puffing out. "For the forest." Bramble nodded slowly. "Wisdom lies in seeking, little one, but remember, harmony requires many voices. Seek the elder." The elder was Thorn, an ancient owl who lived in the hollow heart of the oldest oak, a tree whose roots were rumored to touch the very soul of the world. Pip journeyed towards the sentinel oak, the path unfamiliar in the oppressive stillness. The usual symphony of bird calls was muted. The rustle in the undergrowth sounded hesitant. The scent of decay hung heavier than the scent of fallen leaves. Reaching the sentinel oak felt like stepping into a cool, green cathedral. Moonbeams, even in daylight, seemed to filter through the dense canopy, illuminating the intricate carvings of lichen on the bark. Pip chirruped a soft greeting. Slowly, with immense dignity, Thorn emerged from the shadowed hollow. His feathers were the color of storm clouds in ancient silver, and his eyes, large and luminous, held the depth of star-strewn skies. "Little Pip," Thorn hooted, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "The forest whispers of imbalance. You feel it too in the heavy air, the fading colors." "Yes, Elder Thorn." Pip chattered urgently. "Bramble says the seasonal pools are blocked, the amber weavers are weak, autumn isn't singing right." Thorn closed his great eyes for a moment, as if listening to a voice only he could hear. "The spring pool," he intoned. "Deep within the fern grotto, where the zephyr sprites draw their first breath, a great stone, shaken loose by the grumbling earth in the deep places, has fallen across its mouth. The essence cannot flow. Spring's renewal is stifled, weakening the chain that follows. Summer cannot fully wane, and autumn cannot fully awaken." "But how can we move a great stone?" Pip asked, his heart sinking. He was just a squirrel. Alone. Thorn opened his eyes, a spark of gentle wisdom within them. "No creature of the whispering woods stands truly alone. Strength lies in the root, not just the branch. Seek the diggers, seek the lifters, seek the clearers. Remember the harmony." Pip understood. He raced back through the unnervingly quiet woods, his small heart pounding not just with fear, but with purpose. He found Badger Clan near their set. Brock, the sturdy leader, listened gravely to Pip's tale, the scent of disturbed earth clinging to his fur. "A blockage," Brock grunted. "Badgers know the ways of earth and stone. We will dig for the forest." Next, Pip sought the mighty stags. Orion, the herd leader, stood tall and proud, his antlers like a crown of polished wood catching the weak sunlight. "The stone is large," Orion mused, his voice deep and calm. "Strength we have, we will lift for the forest." Finally, Pip scurried to the banks of the silver thread stream, where the water voles lived. Their matriarch Willow, sleek and quick-eyed, listened intently. "Debris clogs the path," she chittered. "Water voles know the flow we will clear for the forest." Guided by Thorn's silent wisdom carried on the wind, the unlikely procession made its way to the fern grotto. It was a hidden sanctuary, usually vibrant with maidenhair ferns and the sound of trickling water. Now it felt choked. The air was stale. At its heart, where crystal-clear water should have bubbled from a cleft in the rock, a massive, moss-slicked boulder lay lodged, completely blocking the entrance. Behind it, a faint, struggling blue-green light pulsed weakly the trapped essence of spring. Without a word, the Badger clan set to work. Powerful claws, used to digging deep burrows, scraped and pulled at the earth around the base of the boulder, loosening its grip. the scent of damp soil filled the grotto. Orion and the strongest stags lowered their magnificent heads. With a collective grunt of effort that echoed softly off the stone walls, they pressed their broad foreheads and mighty shoulders against the boulder. Muscles strained, tendons stood out like ropes. The stone groaned, shifted infinitesimally. But it was not enough. Soil and smaller rocks, dislodged by the badger's digging, threatened to tumble back and block the path further. This is where Willow and her water voles sprang into action. With incredible agility and teamwork, they darted in, their small, strong paws swiftly pushing aside loose earth and pebbles, clearing channels for the water that would eventually flow, ensuring the path remained open. Pip, feeling a surge of determination, joined them. He might not move mountains, but he could carry small stones, clear tiny paths, chirp encouragement to the straining stags. It was hard, slow work. The air grew thick with effort and the smell of damp fur and earth. Moonlight began to filter into the grotto, painting the struggling creatures in silver. Pip's paws ached, his fur was matted with mud, but he looked around at the badgers digging tirelessly, the stags straining with noble effort, the voles darting with precise purpose, and felt a profound sense of belonging. This was the forest harmony, different strengths, different skills, working together for the whole. Finally, with a deep, grating rumble that vibrated through Pip's small bones, the boulder yielded. It rolled ponderously aside, crashing onto the soft earth the badgers had prepared. A gasp seemed to go through the grotto. Then, with a sound like 1,000 tiny sighs of relief, the trapped spring essence surged forth. It wasn't water, but pure, liquid light, cool, blue-green, smelling of snow-melt and crocuses and the very first breath of dawn. It flowed over the stones, soaking the earth, revitalizing the drooping ferns instantly. They unfurled, glowing with renewed life. The effect was immediate and magical. Outside the grotto, the oppressive warmth began to lift, replaced by the true, crisp kiss of autumn air. A gentle breeze, carrying the faintest giggle, rustled the leaves the zephyr sprites, revived, darting through the canopy. High above, the dim glow of the sunfire beetles flickered, then brightened steadily, casting warm, dancing patterns once more. And most gloriously, Pip saw the amber weavers emerge from hidden crevices. They moved with renewed energy, their spinnerets glowing. Where their threads touched the leaves, the sickly brown vanished, replaced by vibrant golds, fiery oranges, and deep, regal reds. Autumn's true colors began to blaze across the whispering woods. Exhausted but elated, the creatures gathered near the now freely flowing spring pool. The blue-green light pulsed healthily, reflecting in their weary but happy eyes. Orion dipped his great head to drink the cool, magical essence. Brock nodded solemnly. Willow chittered softly with her kin. Pip scampered up onto Bramble's back, who had arrived silently to witness the restoration. "See, Pip," Bramble murmured, her voice thick with emotion, as she watched the amber weavers paint a nearby maple in brilliant crimson. No single root holds up the tree, no single note makes the song. It is the harmony, the digging, the lifting, the clearing, the caring that keeps the forest breathing. The wisdom passed down is not just knowledge, but the understanding of connection. High in his sentinel oak, Elder Thorn watched the transformed woods. The air hummed with the restored magic, clean and sharp. The leaves rustled a joyful chorus in the proper autumn breeze. The silver thread stream chuckled over its stones, reflecting the brighter glow of the sunfire beetles and the newly vibrant canopy. He gave a soft, satisfied hoot that echoed like a benediction through the trees. Pip snuggled into his nest later that night, woven from soft moss and lined with thistle down. The air drifting in was properly cool, carrying the rich, comforting scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Through his little window in the oak, he saw the forest bathed in moonlight. The leaves, now ablaze with the amber weaver's artistry, shimmered like stained glass. The gentle chirp of crickets, the distant hoot of thorn, the rustle of a badger settling into its set, it was the sound of balance restored, a deep, peaceful sigh from the ancient woods. He thought of the straining stags, the digging badgers, the darting voles, the wise guidance of bramble and thorn. The lesson wasn't loud or preaky. It was woven into the very fabric of the night, as tangible as the moonlight on his fur. True strength wasn't about size or power alone. It was about knowing your part in the great, interconnected web of life, and acting with kindness and cooperation to preserve its delicate, beautiful harmony. The forest breathed evenly once more, its magical rhythm steady and sure. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the whispering woods cradled him in its timeless, peaceful embrace, whispering its ancient secrets of balance on the gentle autumn wind. The story of the blocked pool and the creatures who mended it would become another thread in the tapestry of wisdom passed down, a quiet reminder that even the smallest paw, guided by a kind heart and joined with others, could help heal the world. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the lumina's leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadows seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. Deep in the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little Fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, "is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons." One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain-singers' songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood song, it's fading. The balance is shifting." a ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the whisper wood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay, and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart. Carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the Moskin hollow beneath old man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered Moskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of old man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the Moskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glowed brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the mosskin elders, journeyed to the rain singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the mosskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The mosskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint, silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the mosskin sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The whisperwood breathed its magic, a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. The village of Wicker Hollow was the sort of place where cobblestones held the warmth of the afternoon sun long into the evening, and the scent of baking bread and wood smoke wove through the air like invisible ribbons. In a small cottage tucked beneath a willow tree's sighing branches lived a quiet boy named Silas. Silas noticed things others missed, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the different songs of the wind through the oak versus the pine, and the way Mrs. Thimble's cat, Marmalade, always blinked twice before pouncing. But mostly Silas noticed the forgotten things, the chipped teacup at the back of the cupboard, the single button gleaming in the dust beneath the dresser, the worn-out boot left by the garden gate. One misty Tuesday, while searching for a lost marble near the old stone bridge, Silas noticed something truly forgotten. Half buried in the mossy bank, nestled amongst smooth river stones, lay a book. It wasn't grand or leather-bound. It was small, its cover faded to a soft, indeterminate gray, the edges worn smooth as sea glass. There was no title, no author. When Silas picked it up, it felt unexpectedly warm, like a stone left in the sun, and it hummed faintly against his palms, a vibration more felt than heard. Intrigued, Silas brushed off the damp moss and carried it home. That evening, curled in his favorite armchair beside the crackling hearth, the orange firelight dancing on the worn pages, he opened it. The first page was blank. So was the second. Disappointment prickled, but then, as he turned the third page, something shimmered. Not ink, but light. Delicate, silvery lines began to weave across the paper, forming not words, but pictures. They were fleeting, like reflections on water, a glimpse of a soaring bird, the curve of a winding path through tall grass, the wink of a distant star. As Silas watched, mesmerized, the images shifted, responding to his quiet thoughts. When he thought of the river, the page showed minnows darting over pebbles. When he thought of the willow tree, its long leaves swayed in an unfelt breeze across the paper. The book, he realized with a gasp, didn't contain stories, it showed them. It reflected the world, but only the parts unseen, the hidden wonders, the secret heart of things. This discovery sparked a quiet yearning in Silas. The book showed him glimpses of places beyond Wicker Hollow, a forest glowing with bioluminescent mushrooms, mountains capped with clouds that looked like spun sugar, a meadow where flowers chimed like tiny bells. He longed to see these wonders himself, to understand the book's silent language. So one crisp morning, with the book tucked safely in his worn satchel, Silas set off, following the faint, shimmering path the book had shown him winding eastward from the village. His journey began gently, through sun-dappled woods. He hadn't gone far when he encountered his first helper. A large, rather drowsy badger named Barnaby was attempting to dig up a particularly stubborn truffle near the path. Barnaby had spectacles perched precariously on his snout and spoke in a slow, rumbling voice. Trouble with the subterranean aromatics, he grumbled, blinking at Silas. The scent is strong, but the earth, she clings. Can't quite triangulate the epicenter, you see. Silas, remembering the book, gently opened it. The page shimmered, showing not the truffle, but the intricate network of roots around it, and a single, bright earthworm wriggling near its location. Silas pointed. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles, squinted, then dug with renewed vigor. Ah, foundational disturbance, excellent cartography, young fellow. Barnaby, grateful for the help and intrigued by the shimmering book, decided Silas's quest sounded far more interesting than truffles. He became Silas's guide through the deeper woods, his knowledge of hidden trails and edible roots invaluable. Deeper into the ancient forest, where the trees grew tall and silent, they met Thistle. Thistle was a hedgehog, but unlike any Silas had seen. Her spines weren't just brown, they shimmered with tiny flecks of iridescent green and gold, like moss catching the light. She moved with surprising swiftness, darting between ferns. Thistle was incredibly observant, but terribly forgetful. "Oh, hello, lovely morning for the thing with the leaves," she'd chirp, then zoom off, only to circle back moments later. "Barnaby, Silas, have you seen the shiny pebble? No, oh well." She remembered every hidden spring, every patch of rare moon mint, and the exact location of the singing stones, which hummed when the wind blew just right, but couldn't recall what she'd had for breakfast. The book helped Silas understand her fragmented thoughts. It would show fleeting images of the things she'd forgotten: a blue pebble near the oak stump, a patch of clover she'd admired. Silas, with gentle patience, would help her find them, and Thistle, delighted, shared her knowledge of the forest's secret paths and moods in return. The trio traveled for days. The book showed them wonders: a waterfall where the water fell upwards into a cloud, a grove where trees whispered ancient secrets in rustling tongues only the book seemed to translate into shimmering images of long-gone travelers, and a lake so still it reflected not the sky, but a sky from another time, dotted with unfamiliar constellations. Silas felt himself changing. He grew braver navigating unknown paths, quieter in his observations, and kinder in understanding his companions' quirks. The world felt larger, yet more intimately connected, every rustle and scent holding potential magic revealed by his humble book. Their journey led them to the Whispering Peaks, jagged mountains veiled in perpetual mist. The book showed a path winding steeply upwards, towards a hidden valley where the most wondrous sight shimmered faintly, a tree made entirely of light, its branches holding tiny, pulsing stars. But the mist wasn't just mist. It was thick, swirling, and alive with confusion. It was the gray murk. As they entered its embrace, disorientation struck like a physical blow. Paths seemed to shift underfoot. Sounds became distorted echoes. Barnaby's usually precise directions faltered. East, or was it southwest? The olfactory markers are scrambled. Thistle darted in frantic circles. "My pebble, I mean the path, it was here, or was it there?" Even the book flickered uncertainly, its images blurring and fading, reflecting only the swirling gray confusion surrounding them. Panic threatened to rise in Silas's chest. Force was useless against the formless murk. Shouting only made the echoes louder and more confusing. Pushing forward blindly led them in exhausting circles. Silas sat down on a cold rock, pulling the book close. He closed his eyes, ignoring the disorienting swirl. He thought not of the destination, but of his journey. He remembered the warm hum of the book in his hands that first day. He pictured Barnaby's earnest face as he studied his truffle maps, Thistle's spines shimmering like captured sunlight. He thought of the willow tree sighing outside his window, the scent of misses, thimbles baking, the comforting crackle of his hearth. He focused on the feelings: warmth, kindness, quiet wonder, friendship. He poured these feelings into his thoughts, holding them steady like a candle flame in the disorienting gray. He opened the book. Instead of showing the confusing mist or the distant light tree, The pages began to glow with a soft, steady, golden light. It wasn't a bright beam, but a gentle, unwavering radiance that emanated warmth and calm. The light didn't push the mist away, it simply held its space. Barnaby stopped his frantic sniffing. Thistle stopped her dizzy circling. They both looked at the book, then at Sela's, whose face was calm, reflecting the golden glow. The disorienting whispers of the mist seemed to soften, the swirling slowed. The golden light from the book acted like a beacon of clarity, not by fighting the confusion, but by offering a calm center. "Follow the warmth," Sela said softly, his voice steady amidst the muffled echoes. He didn't shout directions, he simply held the book aloft, its gentle light a focal point. Barnaby, taking a deep, calming breath, focused on the light. Thistle, her forgetfulness momentarily stilled by the calm, darted not randomly, but towards the warmest patches of light reflecting on the damp rocks. Step by deliberate step, focusing only on the calm, golden light and the feeling of quiet connection it represented, they moved through the murk. The path didn't magically appear. They found it by ignoring the confusion and moving towards the warmth and steadiness Sela's held within him and projected through the book. The swirling gray thinned, the disorientation faded, and finally they stepped out of the murk onto a sunlit ledge. Below them lay the hidden veil. It was bathed in soft, pearlescent light. Flowers like spun glass chimed softly in the breeze. And in the center, its roots deep in starlight, stood the tree of Lumina. It wasn't merely bright, it pulsed with a gentle, living light, each branch a constellation, each leaf a tiny captured sunbeam. The air hummed with pure, peaceful energy. The book in Sela's hands blazed with a matching light, no longer showing images, but resonating with the tree's serene song. They spent hours in the vale, resting in the peaceful glow. The tree didn't speak, but Sela's understood. It wasn't just a wonder to be seen, it was a reminder. A reminder that the greatest light comes from within, from kindness, from calm, from friendship, and from truly seeing the quiet magic woven into the ordinary world. The book hadn't just shown him hidden wonders, it had helped him see with his heart. The journey back to Wicker Hollow was easier. The book still shimmered, showing hidden wonders, a family of foxes playing in moonlit ferns, an owl with feathers like polished moonstone, but Sela's saw them differently. He saw the connection, the quiet beauty inherent in everything. Barnaby returned to his truffles with a new appreciation for the subterranean cartography. Thistle still forgot her pebbles, but now she'd forget them with a happy chirp, remembering instead the feeling of the Lumina tree's light. Sela's returned to his cottage beneath the willow. The worn gray book sat on his windowsill now, catching the morning sun. It still shimmered sometimes, showing the dew on a spiderweb like diamonds, or the secret path a ladybug took across a leaf. But Sela's didn't need it to see the magic anymore. He saw it in the steam rising from Mrs. Thimble's teacup, in the way marmalade blinked twice before purring, in the familiar creak of the floorboards. The world hadn't changed, he had. He'd learned that the most extraordinary secrets aren't found in distant, hidden valleys, but in the quiet noticing, in the warmth of friendship, and in the gentle light of kindness that can guide you through any fog. And sometimes he'd open the book for a child visiting Mrs. Thimble, and together they'd watch the shimmering story of a dandelion seed sailing on the breeze, or the secret dance of fireflies in the twilight, a reminder that wonder is always just a heartbeat away, waiting to be seen with a quiet and kind heart. The gentle hum of the book blended with the crackle of the hearth, a soft lullaby of hidden wonders and peaceful hearts, perfect for drifting into dreams. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the boundaries between the solid earth and the shimmering veil of magic were thin as a dragonfly's wing. The air itself hummed with a quiet energy, smelling of damp earth, sun-warmed pine needles, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden night-blooming flowers. At the heart of this realm stood Sylvan, an elder stag whose antlers resembled the bare, intricate branches of winter trees, yet were perpetually adorned with tiny, glowing mosses that shifted color with his mood. His eyes, deep pools of amber, held the wisdom of countless seasons. He was the keeper of whispers, the one who listened to the forest's heartbeat, the gurgle of streams, the rustle of leaves, the sigh of the wind through the ferns. One crisp autumn morning, as mist curled like sleepy cats around the tree trunks and the air tasted of cinnamon and wood smoke, a small hedgehog named Bramble trundled anxiously towards Sylvan. Bramble's normally bright eyes were clouded with worry, and his spines seemed to droop. "Keeper Sylvan," Bramble squeaked, his voice trembling slightly. "The silver thread, it's fading. The water barely trickles past the moonstone glade. The watercress is wilting, and the fireflies say their nursery pool is shrinking." Sylvan lowered his great head, his warm breath creating small clouds in the cool air. He closed his eyes, his ears twitching, listening not just with them, but with the very core of his being. He felt the subtle tremor in the earth, a faint discord beneath the usual harmonious thrum of the whisperwood. "I feel it too, little Bramble," he rumbled, his voice as soft as falling leaves. "The silver thread is the forest's lifeblood, fed by the tears of the Sky Mother and the deep sighs of the earth. Its weakening speaks of an imbalance." Nearby, Pip, a young squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns and boundless energy, chattered down from an oak branch. "An imbalance, what can we do? We need the water. My winter stash of hickory nuts is near the drying bank." Sylvan raised his head, his mossy antlers glowing a soft, reassuring green. "Patience, young Pip. Fear dries the spirit faster than sun bakes mud. We must understand before we act. The wisdom of the forest flows through generations, like the silver thread itself. Remember the tales told under the hunter's moon." He began to walk, his hooves making soft thuds on the thick carpet of fallen leaves that released a rich, earthy scent. Bramble scurried beside him, and Pip bounded from branch to branch overhead. Sylvan led them towards the source of the silver thread, high in the moss-draped hills where the air grew colder and carried the sharp tang of granite. As they climbed, Sylvan spoke of the delicate dance that sustained the whisperwood. "See how the ferns unfurl only after the spring rains whisper their promise, how the glowworms light the paths only when the dusk deepens to velvet. The forest breathes in cycles, Pip Bramble. The Sky Mother weeps not just rain, but starlight and frost. The earth sighs not just water, but warmth and strength. The silver thread carries it all." They reached the source, a cleft in moss-covered rock where water should have bubbled forth with vigor. Now only a thin, hesitant trickle emerged, barely enough to moisten the dark stone. The air here felt strangely still and thin, lacking the usual vibrant energy. "Look," Bramble pointed a tiny claw. Deep within the cleft, tangled amongst the roots of a venerable yew tree that clung precariously to the rock face, was a dense knot of gnarled, dark vines. They pulsed with an unnatural, dull purple light, choking the spring. "Shadow vine," Bramble gasped. "I thought it only grew in the sunless ravines." Sylvan nodded gravely. "Aye, shadow vine. It feeds on discord and neglect. It must have crept here unseen, perhaps when the summer storms were fierce and distracted the wood sprites. It strangles the earth's sigh, blocking the deep waters from rising." He touched the vines with his muzzle, and they recoiled slightly, emitting a faint, acrid smell like burnt sugar. Force will only make it grip tighter. It thrives on struggle. Pip scampered down, landing beside the feeble trickle. "But we have to get rid of it. Can't I just gnaw through it?" He nibbled experimentally at a tendril and instantly spat, shaking his head. "Bleck, it tastes like bitter ashes." "The old ways teach us," Sylvan murmured, his gaze softening as he looked towards the canopy where the autumn sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in hues of apricot and lavender. "Balance is restored not by opposition, but by harmony. Shadowvine fears not teeth or claws, but the pure essence of the seasons it disrupts. He turned to Bramble. Little tunneler, your nose is keen. Deep beneath the roots, where the earth is warm and dark, grows the moonpetal bulb. Its roots hold the memory of winter's quiet strength. Can you find one? Bramble puffed out his chest. For the silver thread, of course, keeper. He vanished into a small crevice near the yew roots with surprising speed. Sylvan then looked up at Pip, now perched nervously on a rock. Swift climber, the highest branches of the sun-kissed aspen hold the last dewdrops touched by the dawn's first light. They shimmer with the promise of spring's renewal. Can you gather some in a leaf cup? Pip's eyes widened. The very top, but the wind. The wind respects courage and purpose, Pip, Sylvan said gently. Trust your agility as the forest trusts you. While Bramble burrowed deep into the comforting, loamy darkness, smelling of rich decay and hidden life, Pip embarked on his dizzying climb. The aspen swayed gently, its leaves whispering secrets. High up, the world seemed made of light and air. Pip focused, his heart pounding, carefully collecting the precious, cold dewdrops that sparkled like liquid diamonds in a folded beech leaf. Meanwhile, Sylvan stood sentinel by the choked spring. He lowered his head, his glowing antlers dimming to a deep, peaceful blue. He began to hum, a sound so low it was felt more than heard, a vibration that resonated through the rock and into the earth. It was the song of deep roots, a melody passed down from stag to stag since the forest was young, speaking of patience, endurance, and the slow, sure turning of the seasons. The harsh purple pulse of the shadowvine flickered uncertainly. Bramble emerged, dusty but triumphant, clutching a smooth, ivory-white bulb that glowed with a soft, internal light and smelled faintly of frost and clean snow. Pip landed beside him, breathless but holding the leaf cup brimming with luminous dew that smelled impossibly fresh, like the very first breath of spring. Now, Sylvan instructed, his voice blending with his hum. Place the moonpetal bulb deep within the knot of shadowvine bramble. Let the memory of winter's stillness touch its core. Pip, pour the sundew over the vines, a blessing of the light to come. With delicate care, Bramble pushed the cool, glowing bulb deep into the tangled mass. Pip carefully tipped the sparkling dew. Where the dew touched the shadowvine, the harsh purple light sputtered and dimmed. Where the bulb rested, a soft, white radiance began to seep into the dark tendrils. Sylvan's hum deepened, weaving around the bulb's chill and the dew's brilliance. He sang of autumn's crisp decay making way for renewal, of winter's rest nurturing hidden life, of spring's inevitable return. He sang of the deep earth sighing freely, and the sky mother weeping cleansing tears. The shadowvine shuddered. Its pulsing light faded completely. The gnarled vines seemed to shrink, becoming brittle and gray, like old cobwebs exposed to the sun. With a sound like a sigh of relief, they crumbled into dust, blown away by a sudden, gentle breeze that carried the scent of rain and clean rock. And then it came. A deep, resonant gurgle from within the earth. A surge of clear, cold water, sparkling with tiny points of light like captured stars, burst forth from the cleft. It washed over the rocks, singing a joyful song as it tumbled down the hillside, following its ancient path towards the moonstone glade. The very air seemed to sigh, filling with moisture and the vibrant, electric hum of restored magic. The silver thread flowed strong once more. Bramble danced a little jig on the wet rocks, his spines gleaming. Pip chattered with pure joy, watching the water race downhill. Sylvan raised his head, his antlers now glowing a vibrant, healthy green, reflecting in the newly freed spring. They followed the revitalized stream back down to the moonstone glade. Already the watercress perked up, its leaves glistening. Fireflies like tiny, joyful lanterns began to emerge, their soft green light reflecting on the now full nursery pool. Creatures emerged from hiding: a family of voles, a watchful owl, delicate moths, all drawn by the restored harmony, the sound and scent of life flowing freely. Under the rising moon, whose silver light turned the glade into a place of enchantment, Sylvan spoke to the gathered creatures. The shadow vine came not from malice, but from a moment of inattention. The forest's balance is delicate, woven from countless threads: the deep roots and the high leaves, the winter's sleep and the summer's blaze. It requires our watchfulness, our respect, and our unity. He looked at Bramble and Pip. Wisdom lies not just in knowing the old songs, but in listening to the forest's need. Courage is not just strength, but the willingness to seek help and trust in the strengths of others. You both remembered the lessons woven into the tales, and you acted with the harmony of the seasons in your hearts. Pip puffed out his chest, no longer just thinking of his nuts. Bramble felt a warm pride settle deep within him, warmer than any sunbeam. The whisperwood sighed contentedly around them. The gurgle of the silver thread was a constant, soothing melody. The scent of damp moss, wet stone, and moonlit flowers filled the air. Fireflies traced lazy patterns above the water, their light mingling with the reflection of the stars. High above, the Sky Mother, pleased with the restoration, began to weep gentle, autumn tears, a soft, steady rain that pattered on the broad leaves, dripped from the pine needles, and sank gratefully into the thirsty earth. It was the sound of the forest breathing deeply, a lullaby of perfect balance. Sylvan settled by the glistening stream, the rain a cool kiss on his fur. Bramble curled contentedly under a giant fern frond, listening to the rain's rhythm. Pip found a dry hollow in an oak, his earlier worries washed away. The magic of the whisperwood, strengthened by wisdom, friendship, and the eternal dance of the seasons, pulsed softly around them, a comforting presence in the deep, ancient night. The silver thread murmured its endless song, a promise carried on the rain-scented breeze, ensuring that in the whisperwood, harmony would always find its way, as sure as the dawn following the dark and the spring returning after the winter's sleep. The last firefly winked out, leaving only the moon's glow on the water and the gentle, steady sound of life flowing on and on. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Shadows swayed upon the walls, and the scent of cedar smoke and cinnamon filled the air. Outside, the world was hushed beneath a blanket of fresh snow, but here, by the warmth of the flames, all was cozy and safe. In a small village nestled between ancient hills and whispering pines, there lived a quiet child named Kaelen. While other children raced through the meadows or climbed the gnarled oak trees, Kaelen preferred the company of old books and the gentle hum of the spinning wheel in grandmother's cottage. Often they felt a little out of place, like a single star trying to shine in a sky already crowded with constellations. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate patterns upon the window panes, Kaelen's grandmother beckoned them closer to the fire. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves, soft and full of secrets. "Come, child," she said, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "I have something for you." From a small wooden chest, she drew out an object wrapped in velvet the color of midnight. As she unfolded the cloth, a soft, warm light spilled into the room. It was a lantern, not of metal or glass, but carved from what looked like petrified honeycomb, and within it glowed something that pulsed like a sleeping heart. "This," grandmother said, her voice barely above a whisper, "is an ember lantern. It does not hold fire, but memory, the memory of light from places few have ever seen. It has been in our family for generations, waiting for the right keeper." Kaelen reached out, their fingers trembling slightly as they took the lantern. It was warm to the touch, and the light within swirled like molten gold. "What does it do?" they asked, their voice full of wonder. "It guides," grandmother replied. "Not along roads you can see with your eyes, but paths you feel in your heart. When the time is right, it will show you the way." That night, Kaelen fell asleep with the ember lantern on their bedside table, its gentle glow casting soft shapes upon the ceiling. And in their dreams they heard a melody, a distant, humming tune that seemed to call from deep within the woods. The next morning, a thick mist had settled over the village, softening the edges of cottages and fences, muffling the sounds of waking life. Kaelen dressed quietly and almost without thinking, took the ember lantern from its place. As they stepped outside, the lantern's light brightened, pulsing in time with that strange, dreamlike melody. Curiosity tugged at Kaelen's heart. They followed the light, leaving the village behind and venturing into the forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow. The world was so still that Kaelen could hear their own heartbeat, and the soft crunch of their boots in the snow seemed to echo in the vast, white silence. For hours they walked, the ember lantern glowing ever brighter, its light cutting through the mist like a beacon. Just as the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long blue shadows across the snow, Kaelen came upon a sight that made them catch their breath. There, half hidden behind a curtain of frozen ivy, was a door set into the side of an enormous, ancient oak. It was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and from beneath it spilled a warmth that smelled of earth and honey. The ember lantern pulsed joyfully, as if greeting an old friend. Hesitantly, Kaelen reached out and pushed the door. It swung open without a sound, revealing not a hollow tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward, lined with roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light. The air grew warmer, and the humming melody grew louder, now accompanied by the gentle sound of trickling water. Kaelen stepped inside, and the door closed behind them. But instead of fear, they felt a strange sense of homecoming. The passage opened into a vast, underground cavern, where the ceiling was studded with glowing crystals like a starry sky, and a slow, clear river wound its way between banks of soft moss and luminous flowers. This was a hidden world, a place of gentle light and deeper quiet. And there, sitting by the river with a fishing rod made of willow, was a creature unlike any Kaelen had ever seen. It was small and stout, with fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It turned as Kaelen approached, and its face broke into a warm smile. "Ah," it said in a voice like stones smoothing in a stream. "You've come at last. I am Thistle." Kaelen stood frozen for a moment, then remembered their manners. "I'm Kaelen," they said softly. "And this lantern brought me here." Thistle nodded, setting aside the fishing rod. "The ember lantern knows its own. It remembers the light of this place, you see. It was made here long ago, from the crystal that grows only in these caves." The creature gestured around them. "Welcome to the Glimmered Elf." Over the next few hours, Thistle showed Kaelen the wonders of the Glimmered Elf. They walked along the riverbank where flowers chimed softly when touched, and through meadows of glowing grass that swayed in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Thistle explained that this was a place of balance, where light and shadow, sound and silence lived in harmony. "But something is changing," Thistle said, their voice growing somber. "The heart crystal, the source of all light in the Glimmerdelve, has begun to dim. The flowers chime less brightly, the river flows more slowly, and even the air feels heavier. I have tried everything I know, but I fear the balance is shifting." Kaelen looked at the ember lantern in their hand. Its light, too, seemed softer than before. "Can I help?" they asked. Thistle's eyes softened. "Perhaps the heart crystal does not respond to force or haste. It responds to memory, to stories, to kindness, to the quiet moments that often go unnoticed. You carry an ember lantern, which holds a piece of its light. You may be able to remind it how to shine." Together they journeyed deeper into the cavern, following the river to its source, a vast crystalline chamber where a massive crystal, twice as tall as Thistle, stood pulsating with a faint, weary light. This was the heart crystal, and Kaelen could feel its sadness like a weight in the air. Thistle placed a paw on the crystal's surface. "It has grown lonely," they murmured. "For centuries, keepers like me tended to it, sharing stories and songs. But I am the last of my kind, and my voice alone is not enough. Kaelen stepped forward, holding up the ember lantern. As its light touched the heart crystal, a soft shimmer ran through the chamber. Then, without quite knowing why, Kaelen began to speak. They spoke of grandmother's cottage, of the smell of baking bread, and the sound of the spinning wheel. They described the way frost painted the windows, and how firelight made stories dance upon the walls. They talked about feeling out of place, and yet how the lantern had made them feel chosen. As Kaelen spoke, the ember lantern glowed brighter, and the heart crystal began to hum in response, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. Encouraged, Kaelen shared more, small, tender memories they hadn't realized they cherished. The time they helped a fallen bird back to its nest. The first snowflake they ever caught on their tongue. The way their grandmother's laughter sounded like bells. With each memory the crystal brightened, its light growing warmer, stronger. Thistle joined in, adding their own stories, of underground rivers that sang, of glowing mushrooms that bloomed only once a century, of generations of keepers who had loved this place. And then something miraculous happened. The heart crystal began to project their memories into the air around them, soft, glowing images that danced and swirled like living paintings. Kaelen saw Thistle as a young keeper, learning to fish in the glowing river. Thistle saw Kaelen reading by firelight, safe and content. They saw each other's joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, and in that sharing they understood they were not so different after all. The chamber filled with light, brighter and more beautiful than before. The flowers on the riverbank chimed in celebration, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with joy. The heart crystal was restored not by magic or force, but by friendship and shared memory. Thistle turned to Kaelen, their eyes shining. You have given it what it needed most, connection. You have reminded it that it is loved. Kaelen smiled, feeling a warmth spread through their chest that had nothing to do with the lantern. And you've reminded me that I have something to offer, too. As the balance restored itself, Kaelen knew it was time to return home. Thistle walked with them to the oak tree door, the ember lantern now glowing with a steady, confident light. You will always be welcome here, Thistle said, placing a small, smooth stone in Kaelen's hand. It glowed with the same soft light as the cavern. Whenever you feel lost or alone, hold this. It will remind you that you carry a light within you, one that can brighten even the darkest places. Kaelen hugged Thistle, feeling the rough warmth of their fur. I'll come back, they promised, and I'll bring more stories. The journey home felt shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding them back. When Kaelen stepped into grandmother's cottage, the fire was still crackling, and the smell of cinnamon still hung in the air. Grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes gentle. You've been on a journey, she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Kaelen nodded, placing the ember lantern on the table. I found where the light comes from, they said softly. And I learned that it lives in stories and in kindness and in not being afraid to share who you are. Grandmother smiled, her face crinkling like a well-loved map. Then the lantern has found its true keeper. That night, as Kaelen lay in bed, the ember lantern glowed peacefully on the bedside table. They held Thistle's stone in their hand, its light soft and steady. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a blanket of silence and peace. And as sleep began to pull them into dreams, Kaelen realized that the journey had transformed them. They no longer felt like a star alone in the sky, but like part of a constellation, connected to others by light and story, by memory and friendship. They had discovered that the greatest magic was not in glowing alone, but in helping others to shine. The fire in the hearth whispered its last embers, and the room grew dark save for the gentle light of the lantern and the stone. And in that quiet, comforting glow, Kaelen drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that somewhere beneath an ancient oak, a friend was smiling up at a crystal sky, remembering them too. and all was well. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. Pip, 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 chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. Elder Rowan's waiting said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. The forest feels too still. Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk. He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. Children, he began, leaves rustling softly, tonight we speak of the heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be. As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. Long ago, the oak murmured, when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades. Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. The ice spreads, Fern whispered, her breath misting. It's reaching for the heartstone. Pippin's spines bristled. What can we do? The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor, that three things can melt unnatural ice, the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiverwillows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. Smell that, he whispered, like cold metal and lost things. The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiverwillows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. Turn back, they hissed. The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing. Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. But without change there is no bloom, without rest, no awakening. She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. "Remember summer," he called. "Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover." The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. "We carry summer inside us," he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. Their branches uncurled, forming an archway. "Pass," they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. "Remember us when the thaw comes." Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the Heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. "Now what?" Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. "The legends spoke of a song," Fern said. "But how do we sing for summer?" Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the Heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. "Together," he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The Heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. Frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elder Rowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. "You've done more than mend the seasons," he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. "You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now rest." That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, Bramble, and Fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elder Rowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the Heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. "Balance is not stillness," Elder Rowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. "It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping. Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind." As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world." Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be get a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it. A reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of Whispering Woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into whispering woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. "Blasted thing," Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than old man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. "Oh." Pip blinked, startled. "Well, aren't you a useful sort? Thank you, little sapling." He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. "You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you?" Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. "It feels like everything's slipping away," Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. "My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong." Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. "Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots." He hopped onto Milo's knee. "Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside." Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice small. "Find Hazel," Pip declared, whiskers twitching. "She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on." And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. "Ah," she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder and the worry etched on the boy's face. "The oak keeper and his acorn heart. Come in, the kettle's just singing." Inside, the cottage was pure comfort. Shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. Whispering oaks, Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart. She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon. Milo stared at the acorn. But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling. Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun? She leaned forward. Instead of fearing the fall, Milo, learn to trust the ground that catches you. Trust the friends who walk beside you. Trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet. Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, trust the ground that catches you. He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. It's okay, Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. It's just a storm, it's just change, you're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow. He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. "See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine." Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. The little town of Willow Creek slumbered under a blanket of stars, and in a small house on Oak Street, young Leo couldn't sleep. Rain whispered against his window pane, and the usual comforting sounds of the creaky old house felt strangely restless tonight. His gaze drifted to the cluttered shelf above his desk. There, nestled between dusty dinosaur models and a slightly chipped mug shaped like a rocket ship, sat his great Aunt Mildred's music box. It wasn't particularly grand, just a simple wooden cube, dark oak polished smooth by time, with a tiny silver key sticking out one side. Aunt Mildred had called it her window box and winked whenever Leo asked why. He'd wound it up countless times, listening to its familiar, tinkling melody, sweet but ordinary. Tonight, however, something felt different. A faint, almost imperceptible glow seemed to emanate from its seams, like trapped moonlight. Curiosity, stronger than sleepiness, pulled Leo from his bed. He padded softly across the cool floorboards and lifted the box. It felt warmer than usual. He placed it on his desk, the glow seeming to pulse gently in time with the rain's rhythm. Hesitantly, he turned the silver key. Instead of the expected melody, the lid sprang open with a soft click, revealing not the usual brass cylinder and pins, but a swirling miniature landscape. Tiny, perfect trees swayed in an unseen breeze, and a path of luminous pebbles wound towards distant, snow-capped mountains no bigger than Leo's thumb. A scent like damp earth and wildflowers filled the air. Leo gasped. Before he could even blink, a powerful, gentle suction pulled him forward. He tumbled headfirst, not with a crash, but with a soft whoosh, landing on moss so velvety and green it felt like a living carpet. He was inside the music box. He stood barely taller than the tiny trees, in a world both impossibly small and breathtakingly vast. The air hummed with a low, resonant sound, deeper and more alive than the box's usual tinkle. It was the sound of the miniature world itself. His journey began there, beneath towering blades of grass that glistened like emerald towers. He felt a pang of fear. How would he get back? But it was quickly replaced by wonder. As he stepped onto the luminous path, a small figure darted from behind a clover leaf. It was a mouse, but not like any mouse Leo had seen. This one wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on its nose and carried a satchel overflowing with minuscule scrolls. "Ah, a traveler," the mouse squeaked, adjusting his spectacles. "Most unexpected, Bartholomew Quill, chronicler of the Whispering Vale, at your service." He bowed deeply. You've arrived at a rather dissonant time. Bartholomew explained that the music box wasn't just a container, it was the heart harp of Willow Creek. Its gentle melody normally resonated with the town's quiet joys, its sorrows, its sleeping dreams, weaving a harmony that kept the ordinary world feeling safe and solid. But the mainspring, deep within the glimmering caves beneath the mountains, had fractured. The true music was faltering, replaced by that low, anxious hum Leo had heard. Without repair, the town's spirited sense of wonder, its quiet resilience might slowly fade. Leo's heart clenched. He had to fix it. Bartholomew, with his encyclopedic knowledge of the Vale's geography and his nervous, twitching energy, became his first guide. Their path led them through forests of luminous mushrooms where fireflies danced complex patterns, across streams that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny pebbles, and up slopes of fragrant thyme. Near a waterfall that fell like liquid crystal, they met their second helper. Seraphina was a snail whose shell wasn't just a home, but a swirling galaxy of iridescent blues and purples. She moved with agonizing slowness, but her voice was like warm honey. Haste scatters understanding, little traveler, she murmured, watching Bartholomew fret about time. Listen to the stones. They remember the true rhythm. Seraphina taught Leo patience, pointing out how the humming changed pitch near certain rocks, how the wind carried faint, mournful notes from the direction of the caves. She spoke of balance and the deep, slow pulse of the earth itself. The journey wasn't easy. They navigated the shivering bog, where ground that looked solid turned treacherously soft, its sucking mud humming a deceptive lullaby. Bartholomew's maps fluttered uselessly in the damp air. It was Seraphina's calm observation that saved them. See how the reeds bend, they lean away from the deepest sinkholes. Follow the bend, not the map. Leo learned to trust subtle signs over frantic plans. Deeper into the vale, they encountered the whispering willow's ancient trees, whose leaves rustled secrets and warnings in a language Leo couldn't understand. The hum here was a discordant wail, making Leo's teeth ache. Bartholomew hid behind Seraphina's shell, trembling. The trees seemed agitated, their branches lashing like angry arms. Force was impossible. Charging through would be disastrous. Wisdom was needed. Remembering Seraphina's lessons, Leo closed his eyes, blocking out the frightening sight. He focused only on the sound beneath the wail. He listened past the discord deeper, until he found it a faint, trembling thread of the heart harp's original melody, tangled and lost within the noise. It sounded scared. Stop. Leo called out, his voice surprisingly steady in the cacophony. He didn't shout. He spoke with the calm Seraphina had shown him. We hear you, we hear the fear. We're here to mend the spring, to bring back the true song. He hummed the fragment of melody he'd found, pure and simple. The lashing branches slowed. The wail softened to a confused murmur. A single willow leaned down, a gnarled branch brushing near Leo. He felt its fear of the silence, fear of the broken harmony. We understand, Leo whispered. We're going to fix it. The trees rustled, not angrily now, but with a sigh of weary hope. They parted, creating a path lit by the soft glow of their leaves. Finally, guided by the now clearer sound of the fractured spring's distress, they reached the glimmering caves. The entrance was a jagged tear in the mountainside, pulsing with an unhealthy, flickering light. Inside, the air vibrated painfully. At the cave's heart lay the source, a magnificent, coiled spring made of pure, resonant crystal. But a deep crack ran through its center, and instead of singing, it emitted that jarring, painful hum. Wisps of shadow seemed to gather around the crack, feeding on the discord. Bartholomew consulted his scrolls frantically. The scroll of mending, it speaks of starlight and spider silk, Or was it moonbeam and moss? Oh dear, oh dear. Seraphina inched closer, her shell glowing brighter. The crack drinks the light, she observed softly. It fears harmony. Leo looked at the fractured spring, feeling its pain echo in his own chest. He remembered the whispering willow's fear, the deceptive bog, Bartholomew's anxious energy, Seraphina's deep calm. He remembered the true sound of the heart harp, the feeling of safety and quiet joy it had always given him, even before he knew its magic. He thought of Willow Creek sleeping peacefully outside the box, unaware of the struggle within. Force wouldn't mend crystal. Wisdom whispered something else. The music box's magic wasn't about loudness, but resonance. It wasn't about fixing the crack with material, but reminding the spring of its own true song. He needed to harmonize with it. Ignoring Bartholomew's panicked squeaks and drawing on Seraphina's deep stillness, Leo walked right up to the fractured spring. He placed his small hand gently against the warm, humming crystal, right beside the crack. He closed his eyes again, shutting out the flickering shadows and the discord. He reached deep inside himself, past his own fear, and found the quiet core of the heart harp's melody that lived in his memory, the simple, tinkling tune that meant home and Aunt Mildred's smile. He began to hum it softly at first, pouring into it all his hope, his newfound patience, his understanding of fear, and his love for his ordinary, extraordinary town. His hum was small, almost lost in the cave's noise. But it was pure. It resonated. The fractured crystal beneath his hand vibrated in response. The jarring hum stuttered. Leo hummed louder, pouring his whole heart into the familiar tune. Bartholomew, inspired, stopped fumbling with scrolls and added his own high-pitched, earnest whistle, weaving around Leo's melody. Seraphina began a deep, resonant drone from her shell, a sound like the earth's steady heartbeat, providing a foundation. Together, their three sounds intertwined: Leo's melody, Bartholomew's harmony, Seraphina's grounding bass, creating a new, beautiful chord that filled the cave. The shadows shrieked and recoiled from the pure sound. The crack in the crystal spring began to glow, not with a painful flicker, but with a warm, golden light. The light flowed along the fracture, sealing it like molten gold filling a seam. The jarring hum dissolved, replaced by a single clear, resonant note that swelled into the heart harp's true, glorious song, a sound of profound peace, deep joy, and gentle strength. It filled the cave, then spilled out, washing through the whispering veil like a healing wave. The trees sighed with relief, the stream sang sweeter, the very air shimmered with restored harmony. Leo felt the music vibrate through him, warm and comforting. He looked at his friends. Bartholomew beamed, his spectacles gleaming. Seraphina's shell pulsed with serene light. "You listened, traveler," she murmured. "You remembered the true song." The world around Leo shimmered. The luminous path glowed brightly at his feet, leading back the way they came. With grateful hugs for Bartholomew and Seraphina, a slow, gentle embrace from the snail, Leo stepped onto the path. The world blurred and he tumbled backwards with another soft whoosh, landing back in his desk chair in his own room. The music box sat before him, lid open. Inside, the brass cylinder and pins were back, but now they glowed faintly. The familiar tinkling melody played, but it was richer, deeper, woven with the echoes of the Vale's song and the warmth of friendship. Leo carefully closed the lid. The rain had stopped. Outside, the town of Willow Creek slept on, but Leo felt different. He saw the ordinary objects in his room: the dinosaur, the rocket mug with new eyes. What quiet magic might they hold? He climbed into bed, the repaired heart harp's melody, a soft lullaby drifting through the room. It wasn't just a tune anymore. It was the sound of a mended spring, of wisdom found in patience and listening, of friendship that helped you find your own true note. As sleep finally claimed him, Leo smiled. The world was full of extraordinary secrets, hidden in plain sight, waiting for a curious heart and a listening ear. And that thought, warm and comforting as the melody filling the quiet room, was the most peaceful thing of all.